Smith again. And Harry Brook has just taken a little step to the leg side and carved this ball up and over extra cover, and it's gone all the way for 6.
That's bounced to the middle of the road, John.
He can play seam, he can absorb pressure, he can bang you out of the park.
Down the wicket comes Harry Brook, dismissively over the top of long on.
Young Yorkshireman who's got a simple outlook in life.
He's not scared, he's a youngster that's not frightened to take people on. I think that's the way cricket's going at the minute.
You know, when you're a kid growing up and every coach says you can't do this, you can't do that, it's like you never listen to any coach. He says, why can't I do this? Why can't I be different? Why can't I play these shots?
Harry Brook, couldn't you wait in a delivery or two? He's gone for a big booming cover drive, and Mitchell Stark has said, thanks mate.
It's emerged Harry Brook is on a final warning about his conduct after a late night altercation with a bouncer in New Zealand just hours before captaining England on a tour before the Ashes.
I've reflected a lot on what's happened, and I know it wasn't the right thing to do, and I want to say sorry.
But he has to be reminded of his responsibilities. He's representing the country, and so they would hope that that's been dealt with and he learns from it.
You're listening to live coverage of the first ODI of 3 between Sri Lanka and England on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. I'm John Norman alongside Darren Gough, and we're going to be talking about Harry Brook for the next 8 or 9 minutes, captain of England in white ball cricket. And I mean, Harry's a guy that you know well, Goughy. Obviously he's made a mistake in New Zealand. He's apologised for that. We don't need to go into that in any great detail. He admits that he's lucky to still be captain of England, right? So, you know, he's on his final warning. But the Harry Brook that you know, is that the Harry Brook that you're seeing right now? The decisions he's making, the Harry Brook that you know, on and off the field?
No, and I think he needs help. I really do. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I think a lot has happened to Harry Brook in the last 3 years. Let's be straight about this. He's come on from a tour. He's got a real close family network. He lost his grandma, if you remember, and then he pulled out of the IPL, got banned from that. He's took on the England captaincy, which is no easy thing for a young man. So in 3 years, he's gone from a steady salary, and I mean a steady salary, with nothing. I'm the one who gave him a new 5-year contract and made him one of the highest paid players at Yorkshire, and then we never saw him, basically. So what happened is, it didn't cost us anything either, because England had to pay himself. He went straight into the England side after 8 games in that for my first season when I was back to Yorkshire, and then ever since then he's been the best player in the side just about in all formats, realistically. Yes, Joe Root has come back and delivered like he does, and I think the reason he just needs to be someone with him who's going to tell him when he does wrong and advise him, because he's gone from earning, as I said, a small amount of money to mega money, and that's going to change anyone in the short term until you realise the responsibilities that comes with it. He's a young lad, he likes a drink, we know that, and there's nothing wrong with that, because I did, and plenty of others before me and after me did, right? But you've got to know when you can do it and when you can't do it, and I think at the moment he's just making 1 or 2 mistakes that he can't get away with as an England captain.
Let's hear from Harry Brook. He did speak to Scott Taylor yesterday, talking about the nightclub incident the day before the ODI against New Zealand back in November last year.
I'm not going to go into any details, but obviously I made a terrible mistake, and not only as a player but as a captain, it's very unprofessional. I should be leading from the front and showing the players how it should be as a professional cricketer and a captain, and I put myself in a bad situation which I shouldn't have done. And yeah, I've learnt from my mistakes. I've reflected a lot on what's happened, and I know it wasn't the right thing to do, and I want to say sorry to my teammates, to all the fans that travel far and wide to watch us spend a lot of money on coming out to watch us play cricket and supporting us, and to the ECB for putting them in a tricky situation. And yeah, it'll never happen again, and like I said, I'm extremely sorry.
So yeah, he's sorry, he's made a mistake, and as you say, most people do. I mean, the game's littered with them. Ricky Ponting made a mistake and he turned his career around, right? He turned out all right. So, you can only hope. Do you think, though, the captaincy is a burden that maybe... Do you think the captaincy is a job that he needs at this stage in his life? Forget the New Zealand incident, but are we going to get the best out of Harry Brook as a batter? Is it going to complicate matters, him being captain?
I don't think so. I think I remember now, at the time I said he was the only choice, really. He's the only guy, when you're looking down that list, if Ben Stokes is not going to play, who you thought the captaincy, building for the future, he'll mature into the role. Unfortunately, he's learning that as captain of your country, it comes with huge responsibilities. It's totally different to captaining your county. You're in the spotlight, you're going all around the world. He's a world-known individual now in every league around the world. He gets recognised wherever he goes because of the leagues he can play in, whether it be the PSL, the BBA, in Australia, the IPL.
Big Bash.
Yeah, the Big Bash.
There's a lot of them.
He's known everywhere. And he's got to grow up quickly. He is a young man at heart, and he wants to act like a young man. All his mates are the same age as him, who he has a good time. He goes back to Yorkshire, and he's out with those mates, and he's enjoying himself. Nothing wrong with downtime. But when you rock up with England, huge responsibility. And as captain, I think he will grow into it. I think hopefully this will be the wake-up call he's needed, and he can go on and captain England to huge success in the future. The other option is Jacob Bethel, who's another one who's 21 now? What we're going to do, put the pressure onto him and give him the captaincy. It's got to be Harry Brook. He's took it so far. I don't think there's anything wrong with his batting, but he's just got to mature, and hopefully that's the lesson he needed to go forward.
I remember sitting in a commentary box doing a little bit of county cricket before Harry Brook had made his international appearance. Jonathan Douge, Yorkshire commentator for the BBC, and this is at a time that Johnny Bairstow was absolutely on fire, and of course Joe Root was in the side, and Jonathan said to me, Harry Brook is and should be in the England side ahead of any other batter. And I was like, what?
No, he's right, mate. He got 800 runs that year in the county championship after the first 8 games. It was ridiculous the way he played. I think I told that story, I've told it on air before. He was playing with Joe Root against Gloucester, and they were both batting together, and it was like watching two guys who are one who's the best player in the world, right, and the other one who, like, this is going to be the best player in the world. And he came off, Joe, sat down with me, and I know Joe well, I've known him a long time, and he sat down after he got out, and he said, thank God I'm out. He said, he's making me look the most ordinary player in the world. And he did. He made Joe Root look average that game, because the pitch was early season, and he was playing shots that I had never seen. But there weren't shots like we've seen here, backing away and trying to hit it over third man, or going across his stumps and sweeping. We're talking hitting it through the covers, straight down the ground, over mid-wicket, proper cricket shots from the crease, or walking at the bowler and hitting down the ground. So that was the start of him wanting to play. That's the way he wants to play, an aggressive form. And the spinners come on and he'd go and take them down straight away, put the pressure on them. That's what I like. But what I'm seeing now is not what it was when he 3 years ago. Now it's gone to another level, where he goes in and first ball he's trying to sweep the seamer or walk across back away and cut the bowler over third man or over point for 6 when he first goes to the crease. So it's a fine line, isn't it? I want him to be aggressive, I want him to play his natural game, but I don't want him to be reckless, because he's such a good player. He could average 65 Test cricket. He could easily average 60, 65. And that would be an amazing, if you think some of the players that have not done that over the last, 40, 50, 60 years.
Brilliant stuff. Goffey, thank you very much. You're listening to TalkSport 2, watching us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. We are just moments away now from the toss. So we're going to find out the teams, whether there's been a surprise or two along the way, as we're going to get underway in Colombo at the Primadasa Stadium.
Crawley waits for Ashwin, uses his feet, puts him back over his head. That's a huge shot, plenty of hang time on that. That's a massive 6 from Zach Crawley. England go to 98 for 1. Crawley has 59 with the first maximum of the match.
Yeah, that's a fantastic shot. Great use of his feet. Zach Crawley comes down early and extends those arms. Got good leverage, and you just watch and admire as it sells. I reckon that's gone at least 90, 100 metres back.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of Sri Lanka against England, the first ODI of 3, and then there'll be 3 T20s. Let's head out to the middle. It's Russell Arnold with the 2 captains.
3 ODIs. Charit will spin the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is tails, Sri Lanka.
What would you be doing and the reasons for it, Charit?
We are going to bat first. It looks pretty good pitch, and we just want to put a good score on the board.
Out in the field, Harry, in this heat, how do you feel about having to chase?
Yeah, okay. We would have had a bat first as well, but it is what it is, and we'll go out there and try our best.
And any team news, any noteworthy names coming back or exclusions?
Zach Crawley comes in to open the batting with Ben Duckett, and Will Jacks is ill, so Rehan Ahmed's coming in.
What about your combination?
I think Vanidu and Dushmant have been rested for the World Cup, and Dhananjay Silva comes into the side after a long time.
So what about the spinners in your team?
Dunitwell Alage and Jeffrey Van der Zeen, and also myself and Dhananjay can bowl.
A lot of ground to make up though, because the results of late haven't been good. How do you feel it?
Of course, yes. We have been doing great apart from that last Pakistan tour, but when we look back, and we have been doing great, so we just want to follow our basics right.
And Harry, how do you view this ODI series, and what do you want to get out of it?
Yeah, it's massive, obviously, playing against a strong side in their own conditions. We're really looking forward to the challenge that they present, and hopefully we can come away with a few wins.
Well, guys, have a good one.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. Sri Lanka have won the toss, and no surprises.
So, Sri Lanka winning the toss, and they're going to have a bat. We'll go through the team sheet in a second, but there is one surprise, because, of course, England, as is their wont, they did announce the 11 yesterday. Rehan Ahmed is going to play for England. He comes in for Will Jacks, who has picked up a little bit of a bug overnight. We've got to change in the commentary box as well. Gareth Batty, head coach of Surrey, alongside me. Jarrah Kimber as well, wild card. And Bats, lovely to see you. No Will Jacks today, but Sam Curran does play. There's always a Surrey. There's always a Surrey player or two in there somewhere, isn't there? First off, well, your thoughts on? Let's just round off the Ashes. First off, disappointing winter for England. I suppose it's great for them that they can just get out and just play some cricket, and we can all talk about something else, isn't it?
Good morning, John. Good morning, everybody. It's time is only the thing that's going to heal the Ashes. Hopefully, not everything's swept under the carpet, but certainly for this short period of time going into the T20 World Cup at the start of next month, for this bunch of players, for this management, I suppose it's about clearing the decks, trying to clear the minds, and try and turn some attention into having a short window to build towards a trophy. So there is an amount of freedom, but there has to be a bit of structure. I don't see how in white ball cricket, I know this is 50 over cricket and there's T20 following, but I believe that white ball cricket now is probably more structured than red ball, which is not sort of common thought.
The team for England, it's a familiar one if you were following the fortunes or misfortunes over the winter. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett will be opening up. Joe Root at number 3, Jacob Bethel at 4, Harry Brook at 5, Joss Buttler 6, Sam Curran, and of course Jamie Overton plays, another Surrey player, at 7 and 8. Rehan Ahmed comes in, will play at 9 with Liam Dawson and Adil Rashid. Jared, good to see you, mate. A lot of spinners in there.
I was just thinking that as you went through. I don't think Joe Root will get a bowl today, guys.
No. What about Bethel?
Bethel may not get one. Look, we've seen in general Sri Lankan pitchers do spin a lot. It'd be interesting to see what the wicket looks like. It doesn't look like it's going to rag sideways just looking at it, the camera footage of it at the moment. But clearly England have looked at it and decided that this is day 4 at Galle.
What about Sri Lanka then? What can they expect? What can we expect, listeners, to this ODI? Might not be familiar with the Sri Lankan setup. actually, in a way, whilst neither side has had a particularly good run of results over the last couple of years, both have shown frailties. You'd have to say that Sri Lanka do, as you'd expect, come in with slightly more experience, Adil Rashid aside, within their spinners, and that's going to be a strength. But it's quite unusual to see so many spinners in an England side.
It is. Look, Sri Lanka have been a side that on paper for a long time looks like it should win more games than it does. They had that good period under Chris Silverwood where I think they were above 50% in all three formats of the game, and then they let him go, which is maybe not an ideal way to do things. So, look, their bowling attack on paper could be one of the better bowling attacks in the world, but they've had issues, obviously, keeping people like Patharana fit. They've had about, 2 or 3 other good seam options who come in for a couple of games and look incredible, and we don't see them for 8 months. It seems like everyone in Sri Lanka has a soft tissue injury at a certain point. But in terms of spin, they haven't produced the star spinners in a while, outside of the sort of Tikshana and Hasaranga level players. And those guys are also quite often injured. They're not always available to them. They've had some issues there as well. So if you look at their best 9 bowlers, it's not that far away. I think it's probably a better 9 bowlers than a lot of teams have in the world cricket. They've almost never had them as a great 5-person unit out on the field, though.
I think the fact that they don't have the, I suppose, volume of spinners that Sri Lanka used to have, they don't play as much Test cricket, and they're trying to catch up with maybe Southern Hemisphere teams. We're trying to have a few more fast bowlers to be able to be more competitive away from home. And it's like India it's about to happen in India. They have a few more fast bowlers, but their spinners coming through is not as backed up as it used to be. And I suppose this is the world that we live in now, that everybody's trying to almost complete the wheel. Be good at home and play to your strengths, but also be able to do it away from home. And it's interesting, we're looking at the camera view now. It doesn't look like an obvious, this is going to be a turning square, but we do know the moisture content in Sri Lanka. It might be that sort of a damp tackiness on top, which then the ball sort of grips, almost like in the 60s and 70s here, the uncovered wicket sort of scenario. There's that little layer of moisture which helps the seam to grip in. But it's an interesting conundrum that Sri Lanka find themselves in.
I think you're right, Bats, as well. A lot of these teams now, I think some of it is just dumb luck as well, right? Where for years Sri Lanka would have loved to have had 5 guys who could bowl pace, right, and move the ball around and everything like they have at the moment. But generally, their third best spinner might be a lot of other teams' best spinner. And they're not quite at that level at the moment. They do have, as I said, Hasaranga, when fully fit, is still a really good bowler. Tikshana is still a really, really good bowler, probably more T20 than he is one day or anything else. But and they have other younger options coming through, but they don't have that sort of experience or quality that they had where they just have 5 or 6 guys. But bowling is probably still their strength, and then they've got a couple of good batters coming through, some of which are a little bit older, some of which are a little bit younger, like Nissanka, right, where we think Nissanka, if you talk to someone in Sri Lanka, they think Nissanka could be the next great Sri Lankan player. But again, they don't have the depth. I'm not sure if their 8th best player is at that level. So when they get injuries, and they seem to be getting these injuries all the time, you end up with a very choppy team. But on paper, I really like their lineup, and I have for a long time. It hasn't won consistently enough. And it seems, if you look at all their records against the best teams, they consistently have struggled against the best teams, and they completely dominate anyone beneath them. So they're right at their level.
Sound familiar to any England fans?
Sri Lanka, of course, beat England at the Oval the last time that they played in a test match as well. And some of those players that took to the field on that day are going to be in the side today. I don't know, Bats, if you've seen, and I'm just having a look through the team sheet. I'll go through it in a second. I'm not sure if he's going to be playing today. He's actually a sub, Kamindu Mendes. Now, didn't he make his debut against England when we were on tour back in 2018? The guy
as a spinner, do you remember?
Yeah,
he bowled left and right arm, and now he's got a test batting average of 60.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Bats did say at the time, I'm not sure about his spinning.
Yeah, he's not in the 11 today, but
he was going to average 60.
But yeah, I mean, we've got lots of experience. Or this England team are going to come up against quite a few of these Sri Lankan players who are familiar. What about the fact that this ODI series is being played so close to a T20 World Cup. I mean, are they going to be? They're not even playing a lot of their T20 players. I mean, what can they learn from this series that they can take forward to a tournament that they are going to be playing in home soil, of course?
For me, there are two things. One, England have been poor in ODIs. They have to find some kind of structure, some kind of method, because we don't want to be playing and getting involved in having to qualify for that World Cup that's on its way. And secondly, England have arguably the biggest pool of white ball players, take India out of it, to select from in the world. I would suggest that we're trying to shoehorn in players that possibly don't need to be, and we could be getting a bit more game time in some T20 players and getting them in slots that they're going to be doing and performing in the next period of time. We obviously don't know the health of the players at the minute. Lots of our T20 white ball players have been in the UAE, Australia, South Africa. They've been playing cricket. Their base level of skill will be up there, but it's where their fitness levels are. So let's hope that they're topping that up with a view to the World Cup coming. But I think the biggest thing for England is they need to get some kind of formula and understand how individual skill sets are setting up within their team. You've got 11 people on a bus. Where do they sit? What are the seats? And that's the thing that's the intriguing part for me for the ODI. And England have to win. England have got to get used to winning, get back onto winning ways. And ODI cricket, we haven't been that successful in recent time.
And what pressure on Brendan McCullum, because he needs some wins now, doesn't he? England cannot afford. England can afford to lose this series, right? But they can't afford to lose this series and then stink out the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, I think it was it Asalanka yesterday said, why are we playing an ODI series when a T20 World Cup is around the corner? And he's completely right, and I don't know how they've managed to do this. But, it'd be interesting to talk to Bats about this. You get more balls when you play one-day cricket. You get more in a rhythm if you're a fast bowler and you're a spinner and everything else. There are more situations you put in a one-day game than you are in a T20 game. So maybe it is worth doing. So it doesn't really matter if Sri Lanka or England win these games, right? And they should be preparation for the World Cup. However, the problem with England is when you've lost so publicly recently, you do need to win something.
Yeah, it depends whether this was planned or not. I think we all know that it hasn't been planned this way, but if you were trying to get a cumulative load-up for your fast bowlers, for instance, for your spinners, because in a T20 game, you could have your batter batting at 5 and 6, that if you're playing well at top, they face like 3 balls. I think the average balls faced for a number 6 is like 7 per game. So actually getting some time in the middle, getting some structure, getting some balance, getting some feel, getting some touch for certain players is going to be a really big thing in this 50-over tournament to take them into the T20 tournament in a better place. Lots of ex-players that are now talking about the game that finished their careers in T20 said that they find it really hard to go from being able to get in good positions playing long-form red ball cricket and longer-form 50-over cricket to be able to go out and do the cool things that 2020 is expected, because you're in better positions, you've got that better baseline to work from. If you don't have a good baseline, it's very difficult, it's very extreme, so you're literally on the roulette table going red or black. So I think this series is a really good thing just to hone those skills, get in some good positions to allow the really cool stuff to happen. And whatever happens in this series, it will all be forgotten if they have a trophy in 6 weeks' time.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, more from Gareth Batty and Jared Kimber to come. Goffey as well. Steve Harmison, we're going to cross out to Sri Lanka very, very shortly. But now, time to get an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
A reminder, Sri Lanka, who have won the toss, and they have elected to bat. And England win 4-6. Sri Lanka are 11-10, and England are 13-2 to take a wicket in the first over. That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Okay, I'm going to try and cross to Sri Lanka, where our man on the ground, or one of our men on the ground, is Steve Harmison. Harmy, well, we're going to have to get up on socials your get-up. I've seen you do the pitch report in a familiar black top, but looks like you're bedding in with the locals. But how is it out there? What are the conditions like? What is the pitch looking like? And what do you forecast for today?
Morning, John. It's beautiful out here. It really is. I think 4 clouds are in the sky.
33 degrees. The pitch looks really it looks a really good surface. Speaking to some of the
I'll just speak. Oh, stop Harmy there. I'm actually going to have to stop him speaking. I mean, even Harmy speaks when he's not on mic as well. I'm not sure if you can. Is your mic on? I don't even know if your mic is on, Jared. Look, we'll cross back to Harmy very, very shortly. He's got the right microphone. Harmy, same question. Yeah. Give us the same answer.
Yeah, I'm here. I've got a different attire on to what I had on for the pitch report. The pitch report will be the same though. It's a good surface. It's beautiful out here. It really is. I mean, it's 33 degrees. I think I can count 4 clouds in the sky. Average first inning score is 223, but I think we'll get. Speaking to the locals, speaking to the groundsman last night, Russell Arnold, who's working for TV here, who's from here, says he expects it to be a lot higher. The score that it'll be be dominated from trying to make the most of the new ball, and that's when probably the best time to score. A few cracks on it, which will crumble and deteriorate as the heat makes the most of the day, and then we'll see, as England have done, pick 5 spin bowlers. So the spinners will come in, and it'll be a little bit more difficult to score back end of the 50 overs. England have obviously got batting all the way down to number 11. So I see this as it's not a bad toss to lose from Harry's point of view, because I think England are very, very good at playing the game in front of them. So if Sri Lanka get a 250, 260, 280 score, I'd back England to go and chase it with the artillery they've got. So the conditions are set fair. There's a little breeze across the ground. A lot of the locals are, and a lot of English supporters here at the minute. Actually, there's more England supporters here than locals, and they're trying to get as much shade as they possibly can. But I think we're set fair for a nice afternoon of cricket, which will not be the usual when it comes to 50 over cricket in England, where you're looking at a par score of over 300. I think a good score in here, it could be 250 towards 275, and England will fancy themselves with the batting they've got to chase it.
Harmy, what's the mood in the camp like out there? Is there a little bit of frostiness between the players and the media that are out in Sri Lanka? I mean, or is it just as it was, boombox out there, music blaring, and everyone, buzzing off the vibes?
They're buzzing off the vibes. I think there's a little bit more reserved. I think there might be one or two of them have heard what I've said over the course of the last 6 weeks, because there wasn't many running across to say hello. But the one or two I did speak to, I mean, they're in good voice. I mean, I watched them train last night. We're setting the kit up. Me and Scott were setting the kit up here till I think it was about 10 o'clock, 10:30 last night, and these boys were out from 6 o'clock. They left just before we did. The fielding session they did was high intensity. Everybody had a bat in the middle. There was 2 nets going up. They all had a bowl. The one thing I will say is, watching them, I'm having a go at them again before they even started. I mean, they were trying to hit sixes, and not many went in the stand. They didn't lose many balls yesterday, so they saved a few quid. So they're going to have to get used to this surface very, very quickly, because 5 of the top 6 have come from Australia, playing on bouncier pitches, good surfaces to bat on. This will be good for when the new ball's there, but then it'll take some working out. But as the camp goes, they seem fine. They seem in good spirits. I spoke to the captain just before the toss, and he was all fine. He was usual Harry Brook himself. So he's having a tough time. He's apologised. I hope we can just put it to bed and move on. And I think a good performance by his team, a good performance by himself individually with a bat and as a captain, will hopefully just sort of move the narrative back towards Harry Brook, a top-class cricketer, and put to bed what happened in New Zealand and Australia.
Zach Crawley comes in to open the batting with Ben Duckett, and Will Jacks is ill, so Rehan Ahmed's coming in.
And Harry, how do you view this ODI series, and what do you want to get out of it?
Yeah, it's massive, obviously, playing against a strong side in their own conditions. We're really looking forward to the challenge that they present, and hopefully we can come away with a few wins.
Harry Brook speaking with Russell Arnold at the toss. About 25 minutes or so ago, Sri Lanka have won the toss and are batting first in this first one-day international, and we will be underway in 5 minutes or so's time. Very good morning to you, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. I'm Andrew McKenna. The last strains of the national anthems are just being completed at the moment, so it gives me a chance to just run through the teams for you if you haven't been with us for the last 25 minutes or so. In fact, we've been on air since 8 o'clock, so if you haven't been with us since then, where have you been? Right, quick recap of the team, because England announced yesterday, as they normally do, but there is a change to it. Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett at the top of the order, Joe Root, Jacob Bethel, Harry Brook, Jos Buttler, Sam Curran, and now the change. Rayan Ahmed is in because Will Jacks is ill, so he is in. Jamie Overton, Liam Dawson and Adil Rashid make up the England 11. For Sri Lanka, Patham Nisanka, Kamal Mishra, Kusal Mendes, Dhananjaya De Silva, Charith Asalanka, Janeth Lianaga, Pavan Ratnayaka, Dinath Welagalaga, Pramath Madashan, Jeffrey Vandersay and Asita Fernando are the 11. Just like England, Sri Lanka are mixing and matching somewhat for these matches ahead of the T20 World Cup. And if you are wondering why we're playing 50-over games so close to the T20 World Cup, where's the logic in that? Well, if you listened to the Cricket Collective with Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorpe last week, you will know the answer to that. The answer is England owe Sri Lanka some one-day internationals from the COVID era, and we're making them up now. It's as simple and complicated as that. There you go. So that is why we are playing these games now. Yes, it would make more sense to turn them into T20s and play 6 games of the format of cricket you're about to play a World Cup in a country that will be one of the hosts of that World Cup. But this is cricket. We're not talking about logic. We're not talking about common sense. So let's just move on from that and let's crack on. If I tell you that in one-day internationals at the Premadasa Stadium, the average score batting first, 247, and it does not change between day games and day-night games. Well, it does, but so small you wouldn't notice it. Average score batting first in a day game is 246. We are a day-night game, 247. So there's basically no difference whatsoever. What there is, though, is a difference in batting first and second. So I told you that Sri Lanka have won the toss and batted first. Well, Sri Lanka's last 7 wins on this ground, 5 of those 7 have come from winning the toss and batting first. Only twice have they batted second and won in that time. So it tells you that it is a big advantage to bat first. Darren Gough and Gareth Batty are both alongside me at the moment. Gents, we've all been through Sri Lanka. We all know the heat and the humidity. It is warm this time of the year, even now on a late Thursday afternoon in Colombo. It is still north of 30 degrees. How much work is this therefore going to be for the England bowlers, Goffey, to have Sri Lanka batting first?
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, one of the downsides, obviously, when you go to a place like Colombo and you're out there and you're going to bowl in the heat of the day, it can be very, very difficult. I've played on this ground. I've been to Colombo on a few occasions, and I can assure you it's hard work. So I think the advantage is with Sri Lanka, having played there myself and remember the games well. But here we go. They're going to be going out there and they'll be looking to post. You've just said about the average score there, 246, 247. I think realistically, they'll be looking for a bit more than that in this day and age, the way cricket is played. And you look down, they'll be looking down at the opposition and look at England's lineup and think, well, it's packed with batting. There's not much bowling in it, unless you're a spinner, but it's packed with batting.
Well, you mentioned those average numbers. Of course, they are skewed with the fact that the way the game has developed in the last few years. The first one-day international played on this stadium was 1986, the 378th one-day of all time. That was against New Zealand. England have had just one win at this venue. That came in October 2007 as they restricted Sri Lanka to 211 for 9. Ryan Sidebottom and James Anderson both took 3-fers that day. England knocked them off 5 down, 46 overs and 5 balls. Alistair Cook got 80 from 123 balls that got him player of the match. Kevin Peterson, 63 from 75.
What was he doing playing 50 over cricket, Alistair Cook? Can you imagine it now? He wouldn't even get it top 50.
Morning, Sir Alistair. Hope you're doing well. Yes, it was a different era then, wasn't it?
Different era. You look at some of the players, Bourne, Strauss, Cook. If they were playing in this modern era now, and the way they go about selection, they wouldn't get nowhere near the starting 11 on most coaches' picks.
When you think that Joe Root struggles to get in some of the white ball teams, and he strikes quickly as well as anybody in the world, and yet he was sort of moved out because it was a good sort of 15-20 under what the sort of benchmark was for that. It was the team that went on to win the World Cup, but they were sort of forward thinking from that point of view.
Right then, we are about to get underway, and well, if they're going to open with seamers, as Goffey has alluded to, there are not many options. Jamie Overton is the man to take the first over of the match.
Wow. And look, it's a left field selection, what they've gone with, isn't it? Two seamers. Both of them, really, you wouldn't say... I mean, Sam Curran obviously could play all formats, but again, he's kind of developed over the last couple of years. I still think he's better than that, into a white ball bowler. But Jamie Overton is good for what? Normally 5-6 overs, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's evolved in the last few years. He's had a disruptive period with some injuries, but certainly with a new ball, because he has pace and he's got height, he will swing the ball. He'll generally swing the ball out. If he comes over the top and not around himself, he can be quite a force to be reckoned with.
Well, here he is into Nasanka, and it's a short ball that's been pulled round through mid-wicket, not timed, and it'll actually run out just backward of square leg. Sam Curran will do the fielding, and Sri Lanka are up and running in this one-day international series with 2 to deep square leg, 2 without loss from the first ball. Didn't look a lot of pace in it.
No, it looked pretty sort of placid. It is the first ball, but I'm interested to see how Goffey would feel being being one of 2 seamers in a 50 over game. That's 20 overs of seam and then everything else spin. There's a heck of a lot of pressure on the seamers.
Overton in once again. That's Fuller. Maybe a hint of shape as well. There's a slip in place. Joe Root's in at short extra cover, and it's he who fields no run.
Well, you'd think, wouldn't you? But the plan surely is to get one of them out of the attack as quick as they can. Because if you get one of the seamers doesn't get it right, and they go for a few, someone is going to take the initiative for Sri Lanka. You've basically got to turn to one of the spinners, unless Harry Brook's going to bowl a bit of seam. Because the rest of them, they've got 5-6 spinners in the side now. England, Sri Lanka will be the same, by the way.
Overton in, right arm over, short, wide, cut through backward point. Bethel, though, will take off the majority of the pace, and it will be away for a single. So Nasanka is now 3 from 3, and his opening partner, Mishara. Kamal Mishara is going to face his first ball. Left-handed bat. It's Mishara, 24 years of age, in only his 4th one-day international. 94 runs at 31.3, a best of 38, and a strike rate of 89.5. The Barmies have completed Jerusalem. And Mashara settles in over his bat. Around the wicket is Overton. Has a little waft at one that is short and wide of off stump, carries through to the keeper, it has to be said.
Well, it went through. If I was a seamer and saw the way that were going through, I'd be saying, give me the ball here. With a bit of movement, bit of bounce, bit of carry to the keeper. There you go. Beautiful bit of bounce. Fantastic.
Yeah, lively stuff there. Overton for ball number 5. 2 slips in place. Mishara waits, comes forwards. Well, weight coming forward rather than a big stride into it. Pushes into the offside, and there is no run.
Very nice moment. 2 balls ago when Jerusalem finished, the captain, Harry Brook, just turned to the supporters. Little clap, thank you very much. Really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, a bit of Joe Root, that, isn't it? He's the one who led that from the start. He's always done it. He's been consistent in it. And like I say, when we look at the pitch, and it looks pretty solid, looks good for batting. It's got a bit of carry.
Overton is in, there's an edge, and I don't think it's carried through to Butler. He's not been able to take it cleanly, and it goes away for 4. That definitely stayed down. So we've seen one that's bounced, and that takes the outside edge. completes the first over with a boundary. Nishara is off and running. 7 without loss at the end of the first, boys, here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, interesting last delivery. Actually, we saw the ball before, carry right through to the keeper, above head high, had to jump to catch it, and then that one got a little edge on it, and it didn't carry to the, so could be a little bit too paced as well, those first few overs. The thing is, when you win a toss and you do bat, if there is something in that pitch, that first 3 or 4 overs can be difficult, can't it, Bats?
Yeah, I suppose it's a seamer's thoughts on these surfaces where all of a sudden everybody goes all in on spin. I often think that the seamers that keep the stumps in play and hold length really well are almost harder to hit than spin. Because seamers don't often bowl that step hit ball that a spinner can do, involuntary. And you've got to work really hard, because the indifference in bounce that we've already seen in the first over is the tough thing for batters. It's not lateral movement that's generally the issue. They can find ways to cut, but up and down, it's really, really tough.
And fair play to Jamie Overton. He got it through over 140 clicks that first over, so well done to him. Good start, decent start, but he went for 7, and it was decent over.
Well, it'll be Sam Curran, the other seamer, the other frontline seamer in the side, to bowl. The second over to Nissanka, perfect. Full, little bit of in-swing to the right-hander. Perfect copybook forward defensive shot by Nissanka, no run.
The surprising thing for me here, a little bit of swing, because that swing in that first over, when they first come to the crease and they don't know the conditions, the batters, they are so effective in that first over in taking early wickets.
Curran in for the second ball, slightly shorter and wider. Nissanka weight on the back foot, punches through point. Bethel will, not stop it. He dived over the top of it as he ran out to the point boundary, tried to scoop it back one-handed, and came up empty. Goes away for a boundary. 11 without loss, Sri Lanka, here on TalkSport 2 after 8 balls.
Yeah, really nice shot here from Nissanka. Just stands up tall, punches it off the back foot. Sam Curran looking to bowl sort of stump height, bail height in length, but just that fraction, that fourth off stump, which we know on subcontinent surfaces, he's a little bit of width, and he doesn't look to hit it too hard, lets the angle just push it through point for 4. Bethel, valiant effort, but just missed the ball on contact when he hits the ground. Can happen, but good signs.
Sam Curran is in, and this is tighter to the pads, turned round the corner by Nissanka, and Zach Crawley will field just backward of square leg, and a single is taken. 12 without loss. While England have been taking on the Aussies in the Ashes, Sri Lanka have been in action. Their most recent cricket was a T20 series against Pakistan, which ended up 1-1. Pakistan won the first, the second was abandoned, and the third was won by Sri Lanka, but that ended up as 12 overs aside because of rain. Their last one-day internationals were against Pakistan in November in Rawalpindi. Curran in, and that's a good one. And Nishara actually raises the bat high above the head as the left arm delivery was swinging away from him, and he allows it through to Joss Buttler, no run.
One thing that people get misled with as well, when you go to places like India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and they always think it's spin dominated, seamers can play a big part. From my experience there, bowling with a new ball, as we've seen, it can go through. You can get a little bit of swing, especially with a white new ball.
Curran in, coming forward is Nishara, pushing into the offside, no run.
And then when it gets older, it becomes harder to hit. You bowl wicket to wicket with a split field, you've got the men out, and you can mix it up with your slower balls if there's a little bit of grip as the pitch wears. It can be a nice place to tour as a seamer. I've had success there. Shaminder Vas, who was an unbelievable bowler for Sri Lanka, had huge success over in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, of course, you were man of the series out there, Goffey, weren't you?
There you go. Not all about spin.
Yeah. Chili prawns. Sam Curran is in. Coming forward is Nishara, pushes out onto the offside and completes the second over. And that is 12 without loss. Sri Lanka out the international cricket in recent times. But now when we get to 34 overs, so as we start this game, there's a brand new white ball at either end, and then we get to 34 overs, and the bowling side choose which of those two balls they want to bowl the next 16 with. So, generally speaking, they'll go for the softer one, and one that won't travel as far. But so that is one to just keep an eye out on. is there one ball that is doing one more than the other, because they will make that change at the 34 over stage. Overton to start the third over. Nasanka gets one on his pads, turns it through square leg. Rayan Ahmed chases after that one, will pull it back in, but not before 2 runs have been taken. 14 without loss. Gareth Batty.
For the officials out there, I could be getting this wrong, so apologies, but I think I read somewhere that was brought in to encourage the skills that Darren Gough was very famous for in reverse swing and so on and so forth. So it'd be interesting to see if Goughy further down sees that there's a little bit going on, or somebody's got the skills able to perform what is a bit of a dying art because of the newness of the ball. It's not able to age to allow it to happen like it used to do.
Well, it all comes down to the dryness of the pitch and the conditions, doesn't it? And most grounds now are quite flush, aren't they?
Overton is in. Nasanka forward, playing defensively, no run.
Green, even like I say, we're looking at this ground here, it looks beautiful, doesn't it? The pitch looks in great condition. It's white, as you would expect. But the outfield is perfection. You plant your flowers in that, wouldn't you? It's absolutely beautiful, and it is getting harder and harder. But as we've seen, still in world cricket, the best still get to do it, you know. And I think in these major tournaments as well.
Overton in. That is down the leg side, wide of Joss Butler. Little feather on that one through. It's away for 4 runs. It is leg buys, so it brushed the pad on the way through. So nothing to the batter, but 4 more to the total. Sri Lanka 18 without loss.
But one of the things about it now, the umpires are on it as well. You can't throw the ball onto the used pitches that are either side of the pitch either. So yeah, it's getting harder and harder, but the real good bowlers still manage to do it, and that's why they are worth the weight in gold when it comes to these franchise competitions around the world.
I think the best bowlers would steal something from the likes of yourself and all pros.
Overton is in. Now that one bounced. Nasanka plays that out on the offside to Ben Duckett at mid-off, very uncomfortably. As that 142 kilometres an hour just climbed up and hit up near the stickers of the bat.
Sorry, just to cover off. Sorry, Jamie, that was quick and in a good area, nicely bowled. Creates in the last sort of 3 metres as it travels. And I think the best bowlers now are working different angles to find a different way, not just the ball. They can learn from baseball in a pitcher's release.
Overton goes full Yorker length, excellently bowled, very well dug out by Nasanka. Back to the bowler, no run.
Watching Jamie Overton here, it's impressive, because I remember when I first saw him, and I think I've said many times in interviews over the years, but I really like the way he can bowl. I've seen him bowl at that 88, 89, 90 miles an hour, which is amazing. And then he went through that period of injuries, and you weren't quite sure if he was going to ever bowl again. But what I've seen over the last 18 months is that slowly coming back.
Overton is in once again, full straight, 2 full. It's been driven back past the bowler. Harry Brook, going back from mid-off, though, will pull it in 10 metres inside the rope. And a couple will be taken to end the third over here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Sri Lanka 20 without loss after those 3. Nasanka's got 12 from 12 balls. Mishara 4 from 6.
I'm going to ask Bats, you're his coach. One thing about Jamie Overton, I think we've seen now he tends to have gone down that white ball route as well. He would have been in the Ashes touring squad, I'm convinced he would have been, for what he offers. What are your thoughts on it? Because I still think he's got a lot to offer, especially in Test cricket when he can bowl at 90 miles an hour and bat the way he does.
Yeah, I mean, he came to Surrey from Somerset and started his career at Surrey difficultly. He didn't start with a bang. And it was 22. He did lots of good remedial work with Azam Mahmood.
Sam Curran starts the new over, swinging away from the left-handed Mishara, who aims a big booming driver. That one gets an inside edge onto his pad, and it just dribbles past the stumps, no run.
And he evolved his bowling to a whole new level. He was able to hold the top of the stumps in play. He was able to bowl as a proper skilled bowler, not just as a battering ram, because he had some pace and bounce and so on and so on. We tried to use him as a bowler to take wickets, but do them in the sort of old-fashioned way of nick people off and hit them on the pad. He had a wonderful season, and then it got a bit...
Curran in. Mishara from the crease pushes back down to the pitch of the bowler, no run.
Got a bit disjointed because of changing over formats, And I suppose there's a bit of a disparity how counties look after players and internationally they're looked after, and I suppose that's for all of us to get those communications better. So he had those little bits of injury issues from time to time, and then he called time on red ball for it's not an indefinite, but certainly for the next 6 months to a year, just to concentrate on white ball cricket. Personally, I was incredibly sad about that, because I think he's a test match cricketer now, and I think this is his time as a cricketer.
Curran in. Mishara is coming forward, punching through the cover region, and will get 4 runs for it. Beats the ring on the offside, and it'll go away through extra cover for 4. Mishara goes to 8 from 9 balls. Sri Lanka 24 without loss.
Well, that's a good shot in it from Mishara. It goes to show it looks a good pitch, and if you're slightly full, there was a little bit of movement away from the left-hander, but it was a proper test match shot. Half volley, drove it through the covers. Beautiful, beautiful strike. Foot to the pitch of the ball, head still, beautiful.
Yeah, I think what we've seen already, if you keep the stumps in play, if you keep within those tram lines that you see when there's an umpire LBW DRS come up, if you hold the stumps in play, you're not going to be able to play a shot like that. That's at sort of 4th swinging into 5th, so you're able to get your hands free. So as a batter, you get your body down the width of the stumps, you go down straight, and then let your hands go. I think if you bowl straighter, it's going to be that little bit harder.
Curran comes in past the umpire, pushed into the offside defensively. Joe Root at short mid-off, short extra cover fields, and there's no run.
But sometimes as an opening ball, you're thriving for wickets and you want to bowl it fuller, don't you? But when it's such a good pitch, I agree with you. You've got to bowl wicket to wicket and bowl that back of a length, that 6 metre mark, and just be patient and let them try and play the shot. If they try and hit it on the up with a little bit of movement, they're going to nick it through to the slip and the keeper anyway. So, again, on pitches like this, you're not going to get many bowled.
Curran goes in, brings his man forward. Mishara, a little pushed forward defensive up to mid-off. It was the slower ball, 112 kilometres an hour, 24 without loss it remains.
Yeah, and I think the field that Sam has got, he's got a first slip, and like Harry Brooks on like almost a straight drive sort of position where a spinner might have a drive man at that sort of extra cover area, possibly for that ball, but possibly for one that he bowls a bit straight, a bit fuller within the stumps, that he just sort of drives it straight at that fielder. So you're looking at two modes of dismissal.
Curran in once again, outside of off stump. Mishara just pushes backward of points. Zach Crawley is out on the deep point boundary and keeps it to a single. 4 overs have gone, 25 without loss. Sri Lanka having won the toss and batted against England in this first one-day international of 3, all 3 being played at the Premadasa Stadium in the outskirts of Colombo. Nasanka 12 from 12 balls, Mishara 9 from 12. And just while we're finishing the administration of the commentary, if you like, England wearing black armbands today as a mark of respect for 2 people that have passed recently. David Collier, the former chief exec of the ECB, and also several counties, Essex, Notts, he had connections with, and of course Norman Gifford, legendary figure within the cricketing world of Worcestershire and Sussex, and I'm sure a man who you two would have come across an awful lot during your times.
And Hugh Morris as well, I would probably say as
and
well.
Hugh Morris,
so he was one of my first captain England day. We toured South Africa. A wonderful man. Was obviously CEO at Glamorgan and ECB. So yeah.
It was his memorial service, I think yesterday or the day before, and I'm led to believe it was absolutely packed out. First ball of the new over from Overton to Mishara, round the wicket to the left-hander, beats him on the outside edge, through to the keeper, no run.
And that's what we were talking about, me and Batsy. If you bowl that 6 metre length, 6-7 metre back of a length, make them try and hit you, and if there's that little bit of movement, which we've seen a little bit of movement with the new ball, that's the length you're going to get the nicks through to the keeper and that slip position. It's a beautiful length he's bowled there. Overton getting bounce and getting carry and good carry through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think it's a cross of what Geoffrey Boycott used to talk about, that corridor of uncertainty.
Overton around the wicket. Mishara standing tall, defends back to the bowler, no run.
Along with the sort of fraction tighter line with length, you almost get batters nicking in swingers, which you would say were younger than a nick and out swinger, but actually it's the culmination of 3 things all adding up to one sort of, I suppose, mistake from a batter. And all batters make it. All batters will nick that sort of, we sit here, or somebody in the crowd goes, nicked a straight ball. Well, it's not, because there's a lot of different things that the batter's got to work out.
Mishara waits as Overton prepares to come in around the wicket. Now that is Yorker length outside of off stump. Driven into the cover region, Rayan Ahmed will field, and there is no run.
Well, I think he missed out there. Mishara, be disappointed. He made it into a Yorker, didn't he? It was there to be it. All he had to do was miss the field. Just let it come. Went searching for it instead. Went straight to the field. Mistimed. I think he'd want to cash in on that one.
Shorter ball from Overton. It's an effort ball. And Mishara has gone at that with hands only. There was no foot movement at all, which isn't necessarily a bad thing anymore, but he's gone at it very hard. It flies down to Sam Curran down at third. Couple of bounces, and he'll get it up to the non-striker's end with a single. 26 without loss. Mentioned he's only a young lad, 24 years of age. It's his fourth one-day international. All three of the previous games were that series I mentioned earlier against Pakistan in November. He made 37, 27 and 29 in those games. He did play in the T20 series that Sri Lanka played before that and around that, as Nisanka, the more established player, drops this into the offside for no run from Overton. Sri Lanka also played Pakistan and Zimbabwe in 6 T20 games against Pakistan in Rawalpindi when he made 76. There. Nisanka, of course, far more established. 75th one-day international for him, and the 5th time that he's played against England. High score of 77 not out. First time, though, he's played against England in his home country. England not having been to Sri Lanka for a good few years now. There's a lot of players in their first appearances here. Overton to Nisanka. Nisanka in behind this. And it's a dot ball to finish the 5th over. 5 overs gone on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Sri Lanka having won the toss, 26 without loss.
I think, again, on Jamie Overton, started well here. 3 overs he's bowled, none for 12. He's got good pace, he's had good bounce, and I think he's taken so much confidence as well, because the last 2 seasons he's played in the Big Bash. He has been outstanding playing in the Big Bash, and you've got to take so much confidence from that when you go to another country and play in their competition and do well and put your name on the map, which he has now. He's one of the players now. When you look at these tournaments, you get around the world, these T20 tournaments, and people are thinking, yeah, all-rounder, good fielder, good athlete, can bowl quick, and he can smack sixes. So he's very much sought after now in these tournaments.
Yeah, I think it's just taken him a little bit of time. What's already been a lengthy career would have been a young man when he started at Somerset. But that's kind of the point I was trying to make. He's in his sweet spot now. This is where he could stay, if he stays healthy for the next 4 or 5 years, because of his natural attributes. He's got pace, hits the ball a long way, and he's a jet fielder. This is his window of sort of 3-4 years that he could really make a name for himself and leave a dent on the history of cricket.
Well, we're going to get some spin early. The 6th over. Liam Dawson's going to bowl some left arm spin around the wicket to the left-handed Mishara, and that one is a good distance outside of leg stump. Mishara tries to push it into the leg side, and there is no run. So Liam Dawson in early. 2 close catches are a close catching mid-wicket and a short extra cover. Again, he's attacking the leg stump line, and it's turned to Harry Brook, who's the mid-wicket of the 2 fielders. Liam Dawson's been playing with the Giants in the IL T20 and the Abu Dhabi Tens competition, and he's bowling across the left-handed Mishara this occasion. It's gone past Ben Duckett at cover. Duckett will go back to within 5 or 6 metres of the rope and will do the fielding, and they will take a couple. 28 without loss halfway through the 6th here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. So spin already, Bats.
Yeah, I think the obvious statement is with 2 seamers you've got to do. I'm surprised it didn't open the bowling, but you could understand why. See if there's any movement for the big boys.
Dawson in. Again, that is leg side-ish. Mishara's taken that off of his 5 pad out to deep square leg. Single taken, 29 without loss.
The one thing you get with Dawson is one of the better sort of holding spinners, and I mean that with the utmost respect. He's very economical. He's very, you can almost plan where his 10 overs are going to be, what they're going to be for, and on his day he takes his wickets and balls. You know, you can plan your team around him. He's Mr. Dependable, and I mean that as an absolute compliment, nothing more than that. So him coming on now, you know what you're getting is around the wicket to cramp the left-hander, to not give the width, and he will take his wickets on the back of that.
Staying around the wicket to the right-handed Mishra, and Nissanka, and there is a slip in place, and Nissanka comes forward and pushes back to the bowler, no run. Liam Dawson's 7th one-day international. His debut came all the way back against Pakistan at Cardiff in September 2016. He's gone in, and this occasion it's clipped just wide of the fielder at short mid-wicket and goes to Joe Root at mid-on. Jacob Bethel went full Superman dive there. Nissanka didn't quite get to the pitch of that one, but will end up with a single from it, 29 without loss.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, doesn't he, Liam Dawson? He's a lot of people, again, were calling for him to be at the Ashes. He came in, didn't he, last year? And again, I'm with Bats. He's someone, you know what you're going to get. He's a holding spinner. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that when you go to Australia. You look at the guys who have had decent success there for the team. Ashley Giles did okay. Paul Harris from South Africa, he was very much an holding spinner for them. So the seamers could work their work. And I think he could have done a decent job in Australia, because that's, I believe, what we needed.
Overton to start the 7th over, right arm around the wicket to Mishara, the left-hander, turned on the onside, no run.
But we had this obsession with trying to find a spinner that was going to be Nathan Lyon, and didn't work out that.
The strange thing is that you'd lumped on Bashir for the best part of 2 years by hook or by crook, and then you change at the start of the race. I'm not sure. I understand fully why, but I don't understand why you've gone down that sort of backing up to that point.
Overton in once again, slightly short, and Mishara has climbed into this one through the leg side. He's absolutely, did I read that right? 141 Ks that, and he's just put it over square leg for 6, 35 without loss.
Well, I think he's pretty happy with that one as well. He had the huge smirk on his face when he walked down to greet from Overton. Bit more effort into it, didn't mean to bang it in, didn't get up as much as he thought, but he picked it up beautifully. 72 metres, about standard these days. I like it when it starts going on 110 metres.
Just got his 8-iron into the first bunker on the driving range, wasn't it?
Yeah. They enjoyed that one enough to pump the music out for a bit. Now, how does Overton follow up? And how does Mishara follow up? So let's see. Overton around the wickets. Well, he aims a big sort of chopping stroke into the offside that isn't time at all, and Bethel will field no run.
Yeah, just went back to his basics, did Jamie there. Just held his length, like Goffey had said, at that 6 to 7 metres. Because of him being around the wicket, the angle is going into off stump, so you can afford to be just outside. Because you can bring both edges in there. If it doesn't sort of carry on with the angle, you've got the outside edge. If it does, you've got the inside edge. More importantly, you're just restricting the batter.
Overton in once again, targeting full, in swinging into the left-hander. Was a cutter, that one, down at 124 kilometres now. Mishara wasn't confused by it and just plays it out on the leg side now. You probably haven't seen a lot of Mishara. There's a sort of an element of Jaiswal about him, and a similar kind of, I'm not talking batting wise here, but in terms of body shape, he's a similar kind of stature.
Well, he's left-handed.
No, but I mean his height and his stance. He's coming forward, playing defensively out onto the offside, and there's no run.
No, I do get it. Yeah. I'm having a bit of fun with you. No, definitely in his stance and the way he stands and the way he, as the ball is just about to deliver, and then it stops at the moment in time. But there is a little bit of Jaiswal there, without a doubt. But I think it's quite evens at the minute. I think England will be pretty pleased. They liked a wicket there early on, but I think Overton's been all right. None for 18 from just under 4 now. They've got spin into the attack.
In goes Overton, bowls that one with a grunt and effort ball that's hit backward of points. Down to wide third by Mashara. Sam Curran will field and sends it back in. And that will end the over with a single taken, 36 without loss of Sri Lanka. Winning the toss after 7 overs. Nisanka's got 12 from 16. Mashara 20 from 26.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Goffey thinks about what I'm about to say. Jamie Overton now has bowled his 4 overs, none for 19. But I would say probably 80% of his balls have been either cross-seam or get that reverse swing, knowing the rule changes that Macca sort of alluded to.
I think a lot of them do it now, don't they? I think that what they're scared sometimes in one-day cricket is they get a little bit of movement, it gives width to the batter. So a lot of them bowl cross-seam now because they don't back themselves to get the line right. But they also do it obviously to get that if there's any uneven bounce as well on a drier wicket. One might skid through, one might bounce more, but I think a lot of people do it purely because they want to bowl wicket to wicket.
Right, Liam Dawson is about to come in for his next over, but batter isn't satisfied with the sight screen behind Dawson, so we'll just have to wait. Dawson will go back, regather himself. In he comes, left arm around the wicket, weight on the back foot for Nisanka on this occasion, straight to the fielder at point, and there is no run. Liam Dawson's first one-day international since November of 22. He played against Australia at the MCG. And here he is, bowling in the 8th over of the game, and he's pitching that one round about middle and leg to the right-handed. Nisanka plays defensively, no run.
It is a strange one, isn't it, with Liam Dawson? They kind of go to him, he's the best one at it, then they get him out of the team, then they're bringing him back again, and it seems to be the story of his career, to be honest. In fact, it's for most spinners being English.
In goes Dawson, quicker into the pitch, that one onto the pads in a hurry. Nisanka turns it leg side, no run.
They're always searching for that golden nugget, aren't they? And let's say they thought they found it with Bashir. They played him in all those test matches building up to the Ashes and then didn't play him in one. Now sent him out to the under-19s to get some bowling practice with a leg spinning coach. Don't make sense to me.
Dawson around the wicket. Nisanka gets just inside the line of that one, so he can play it down to Sam Curran at long off for a single.
They could have sent him to bats. You'd only have to go to London, wouldn't have to go business class all the way to a Harare. He's got an English coach here who's had success at Surrey. He could just on his doorstep.
He does have Mike Yardy with the under-19s, who sort of evolved his spin over the years, but
left arm spin.
Yeah, still got an idea about it.
Dawson into bowl to Mashara, and this is full and played straight down the line to long on for a comfortable single. Sam Curran's managed to find some shade down at long on, thanks to the big stands at the Primadasa Stadium. 35,000 capacity stadium this, so there are some big stands. If you can get yourself into the shade, very much appreciate Dawson, and it's hit by Nisanka straight to the fielder at point, and it ends the 8th over. Just under 5 and over, Sri Lanka going, having won the toss and batted 39 without loss after 8. Here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, Liam Dawson going about his work as you'd expect, like you'd expect any quality spinner, predominantly holding the stumps in play, changing his angle on the crease. But the last ball, his 12th ball that he's bowled today, was just outside off stump, and it was the first sign of just a hint of spin. Just held a little bit. It was back of a length, so generally you're driving it into the surface, so you get a bit more sort of torque on the ball, so it does just grip sometimes. It's that sort of short ball in club cricketers, when you bowl that long up as an off spin, it always spins. It ends up in the car park, but it always spins. You kind of bowl it fuller in a better area. Liam, obviously, quality bowler that is, it was only just back of a length, but there was just a bit of shape there.
Time for a change in the commentary box. Time for Steve Harmison, and a very welcome back to TalkSport to Roshan Abhisingham.
Thank you very much indeed. It is a lovely afternoon here at the R. Premadasa International Stadium, and Sri Lanka, no surprises that they're batting first after they won the toss, 39 without loss, into the 9th over. So it's been a kind of a solid start. Curran it is. And Mishara has been the watchful one. And a good afternoon to Steve Harmison. It's still, I think, a pretty good morning in England.
Yeah, it is a good morning. A cold morning in England. A cold morning in England. Not to tease Goffey too much, but it's beautiful out here. There's 3 or 4 clouds in the sky. Temperatures in its mid-30s. It is beautiful. I think it's been a good start for both sides. I think England have bowled some good lines and good lengths. Started with a new ball. So Sri Lanka.
Nicely driven. 1 is the call. And 1 is what they get.
And Sri Lanka have started very nicely. They've waited on a ball which has been a touch wide. Not been many. Sam Curran slightly over pitch, got driven for 4. Jamie Overton just a little bit more back of length on line more than anything else, was pulled for 6. But apart from that, I think England have bowled nicely. I think Overton's hit the deck hard. He's bowled good lines and good lengths. Dawson started nicely, not much spin, a little bit of swing for Sam Curran, but I think all in all, I think both sides will be relatively happy going into the end of the power play.
From round the wicket, Curran, that's pulled over mid-wicket by Pathum Nissanka. Didn't time it. They'll come for 2. Really didn't get that sweet spot or middle of the bat. Curran is not the paciest. I'm not sure whether he bowled it into the pitch, but the ball really didn't arrive.
Slightly, I think he run his fingers across it. From Sam Curran. Very difficult to time. I think when batters when they're losing their shape and trying to hit it too hard, they're just clothing it. Keep their shape balanced and they're timing it lovely.
Around the wicket and driven beautifully, but can't beat mid-off. Nissanka seemed to be in very good touch. Love the way he's moving, lovely stride. He pounces on anything short. Mishara, on the other hand, hasn't looked as fluid as Nissanka.
No, he hasn't. The left-handers, he has looked to hit the ball a little bit too hard. And I just wondered if that 6 over square leg was just going to light the blue touch paper and get him off and running.
Curran it is. And drop and run. This is good batting. Just testing the field, challenging the field, with the fielders being set almost at that edge of the 30-yard circle, so plenty singles if you want to. So good opening partnership, 43 without loss, going at just under 5 runs and over. Sri Lanka's strategy would be to try and build a solid foundation and then maybe look to get to that 260, 270, because we do know that pitchers here can kind of assist the spin bowlers going forward.
Yeah, it's the challenge from when the toss comes, that you have the music's on. I think the DJ is expecting the over to be bowled, but Rod Tucker not a happy man at this moment in time. He's got his hands on his hips. He's very disappointed with the
poor coordination.
Yeah, very poor coordination.
I think he lost his count. He thought it's a 5-ball over from over the wicket now. Curran, driven, finds the man at mid-off. So that's the end of the over. It is 43 without loss, and you're on TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
You're talking about what's a good score, and 260, 270, and captains wanting to get the toss in their favour and bat first, but England might feel with the artillery they've got and the batting unit they have, as long as the wicket doesn't deteriorate too much, then England will like to chase, because I think England are better when the game's in front of them. I don't think they're very good front runners. Likewise, I don't think Sri Lanka are very good front runners and assessing what a good score is and then going out and executing it. I think both sides are more happy chasing, and I think with what England have got in their sort of lower to middle order, even if it is a 260, 270 par score, England will still feel as though they've got enough in the changing rooms to chase that.
Dawson it is with a slip in. That's nicely bowled. I think the key here, pace the ball. I mean, you get spinners coming in and looking to fire the ball in, but I like that last delivery, nicely looped.
Yeah, he does. And I think that's the challenge for Liam Dawson, especially when it's not turning at this moment in time. Getting his pace right and utilising the one that just skids on with the new ball. but you have to get the batter set up for that. So you've got to get the ball leading into that at the right pace and the right length.
This is the left-hander. That's a good line. That's a good length as well. And that pace is 93, but that's fine. That is fine, because as long as you keep mixing it up.
And he's an experienced character as Liam Dawson. Played a lot of cricket, both red and white ball cricket. A lot of people will be wondering why he wasn't on the Ashes trip. A lot of people, I think Goffey was just alluding to it earlier, about Shoaib Bashir.
He looks to swing it away on the onside, and he gets it down to deep mid-wicket. You took words out of my mouth. I was going to ask you the same question. I mean, you've got someone who seemed to understand spin bowling, especially the way he bowls. And Shoaib Bashir, unfortunately, early days, and struggled a little bit at the highest level. So you sometimes wonder how these things happen. We'll talk about it. Here's Dawson coming in. Slip in. Oh, that's well bowled. That is well bowled. He was searching for some turn. He was giving himself a bit of room.
And that's what Liam Dawson is. That's the ball that he's looking to slide on with the newer ball. With it, the lacquer still on that newer ball. You can see the writing as it goes down. And that's where Liam Dawson's in the game, and he's dangerous. The slower before leading up, and that one there just skidding on nicely.
That's clever. But runs here. Runs! Because that was a delivery with a bit of width. And Pathum Nissanka needed no second invitation. It's a boundary and a welcome boundary.
Yeah, that was the similar length, the similar line, but a lot slower from Liam Dawson. Nissanka can just hold his shot for a split second longer, open his body up, and beautiful hands through backward point.
Dot to end the over. So 10 overs done. The power play is done. Sri Lanka 49 without loss. And just to remind you, this is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, the conundrum for the England selectors was they'd backed Shoaib Bashir so much that they probably had to keep backing him and take him. And I don't understand why they didn't take Liam Dawson. I think he would complement the fast bowling unit that England were building for a 2-year period to get themselves in a position to go and hit Australia on what surfaces England thought they were going to play on. And they actually got a completely different surface. But I think Dawson would have complemented England's seam bowlers, the selection that they had. I think he's got a lot of qualities, a lot of good qualities. He's got a good wicket-taking ball, high release point. He drives the ball into the surface, but he's still young. He's still learning his art, and I think he could do a little bit of time in county cricket.
Current bowls and short delivery, swung away on the leg side. The England 50s up. Oh, could have been trouble had they come for that second run, but the 50s up for Sri Lanka off that short ball. See, you make a very valid point about Shoaib Bashir and also Dawson. My point is, what is the role you expect with that bowling unit? Are you expecting your spinner to come in and get you 5 wickets? Or are you expecting your spinner to just close up one end and support your fast bowler? So it's a role that you'll expect your bowler to play as Curran comes in, round the wicket. And that's played late, waiting for the ball to come to him, Nissanka.
Yeah, and that role is a key role, and I think the spin bowling option, the key role of that is how your seamers look. And I think England went all eggs in one basket. They wanted tall release point, 90 mile an hour. And for me, then your spinner has to complement that, and he has to go at 2 and over. And we had Ashley Giles bowled over the wicket and held an end up and held some pressure when things weren't happening.
Now the slow one, and this should be taken. It's taken. That is a very good catch. Hit flat and hard. Pathum Nissanka was deceived a bit by the slower delivery. Went for the slog sweep, or the slog swing, as you might call it, and found the man at mid-on. And England have struck, and they've got the first wicket.
Yeah, that was Sam Curran's slower ball. It's a moon ball from Sam Curran, 49 miles per hour. Into the stand for 6, but unfortunately he's only able to pick out Liam Dawson, and England have got their first wicket, and a deserved wicket, because I think England have bowled quite well. in this power play. I really do. I think the seamers have hit the deck hard. Dawson's been effective. Sam Curran probably the least pick of the three bowlers so far, but he gets the breakthrough as he often does and makes something happen. Does Sam Curran? It's a good wicket for England.
Very good wicket, I'll tell you. Nissanka has been their go-to player. Sri Lanka, he's an all-format player. Very good with both the with the white ball and the red ball. Has been extremely consistent, but still a pretty decent start for Sri Lanka. They need to build on this. Kusal Mendis comes in, one player that has promised a lot. The numbers, average still in the mid-30s. Has a best of 143, just 600s in 149 innings career. You'd expect a little bit more than that.
Yeah, you would from your number three. Your number three predominantly is your best player in the 50-over format of cricket, 3 and 4, and you say 100, like you say, Roshan, 149 innings. That's not a great return.
Curran comes in, bowls a ball that's quicker around the off stump. That's about the pace Curran bowls, mid 120s to the high 120s. But he brings in so much of control, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. And then just seeing the replay of the slower ball. It was a good catch from Liam Dawson, because I'm not sure he thought it was going to get there. It's just died on him right at the last minute. And a big wicket for England.
Curran again from round the wicket. Mendis gets a ball that he bowls into the pitch. He's clever, I'll tell you. Curran has really developed so much of skill in his bowling. That last delivery, 114 Ks, but you could see that he ran his fingers around it, a little bit into the pitch, a bit of grip, clever bowling.
Yeah, very clever bowling, and I don't want to keep harping on about preparation, because I think we've said enough about that when talking about the Ashes. But Sam Curran's preparation, he's on good form. ILT20 winner, captain.
Very good bowling. That ends the over. Sri Lanka 50 for 1. That's a wicket-taking over. 11 overs done. And Sri Lanka, as I said, 50 for 1. Kusal Mendis here to get off the mark. Mishara, 25 of 33. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, big wicket for Sam Curran coming into this series and playing T20 cricket in the UAE. A winner there. Went out to Sydney to play in the BBL for the Big Bash for a little bit of a time. I think 3 or 4 games. His last game he picked up some wickets, picked up some runs, and hot-footed back to Sri Lanka. So he's in a bit of form. Jamie Overton as well. You see a bowling action which has been bowling out in Adelaide for the strikers, and he's gone. He said he hasn't had the runs that he would want, but he said he's felt as though he's bowled quite well, and he did. He utilised the new ball very, very well there. And in come Nadil Rashid.
Good contest here. Bowls to the left-hander. Mishara just gives himself a bit of room and gets a single. And Adil Rashid, I love watching leg spinners bowl. I mean, wrist spinners, wicket takers, wonderful record. 5 for 27 is best. That's what's on the screen here. Almost 1.5 wickets per game. That's a good strike rate. Decent average as well.
Yeah, he's an absolute champion for England. He really has been, along with Mo and Ali, 2 very influential cricketers in England over the last sort of 10-15 years.
Beautifully bowled from Rashid. You could see that dip. So much of revs on the ball. Mendis coming forward and 78 Ks. So he's just bowling a little bit slow and within himself. Rashid again gets through his overs quickly. Slip in. Again, beautifully flighted. You could see that bit of hint of turn from Rashid's leg spin.
You can also see Kusal Mendis wanting to come out of his crease. You can see he's itching to come out. No off 5 balls. He's a shot player. He's a shot maker. Adil Rashid throwing the ball above the eye line.
Comes in again, very close to the stumps, and bowls around the off stump. And Mendis again, as you said, restraining himself. He's got a deep extra cover and a long off, so he's got to pick that gap. But he's still not trusting himself to play that shot. 2 balls to go in the over. Rashid comes in. Bowles and Mendes plays it back up the pitch. And still that pace is in the high 70s.
Yeah, it's in the high 70s, and that's a leg spinner that's just a bit slower above the eye line, setting him up for what he does normally with a googly, a little bit quicker.
Excellent over, very, very good over as he finishes it with a dot. The last 2 overs have been good for England. 51 for 1 in 12 overs. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
This is what we want to see. We talk about, the master at work in Adil Rashid. He's been a brilliant performer. 235 one-day wickets for England, and somebody who's in the infancy of his career. A lot of people in England want to see Rehan Ahmed get a run in the side. He's now going to come on to bowl, and because of the illness of Will Jacks, he's been brought into this team, and hopefully for Rehan he gets a good run in the side, because not only just being around Adil Rashid is going to enhance his education in the white ball game, but playing with him, bowling alongside him, on the field, talking to him, I think that could be so invaluable while Adil Rashid's still playing.
Starts off with the wrong and short of a length and gets on the back foot. Kamil Mishara punches it down towards deep cover. Now this will be interesting. Rehan is very early in his career, and how the Sri Lankan pair of batters would take to him. Would they kind of go after him, not let him bowl? So these are little things, tactical moments of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'll maybe have a look at him, because
bowls again, that's well bowled. Nicely looped around the off stump. I think the key is also the control, isn't it? As a spinner, you need to be able to control it.
And I think that's the challenge for Rehan, getting the right pace and the right lens on these slower surfaces.
And see, that's pushed off the back foot. If you look at Rehan and if you look at Adil Rashid, two very different bowlers. Rehan seemed to be rushing through. Adil Rashid nicely relaxed as he gets to the crease. Rehan Ahmed comes in again, bowls, but so far 4 deliveries. His pace is in the high 80s and he's landed in the right spot as Mendes comes forward.
Yeah, he's bowled. He started off with a googly, which was short, and then he's gone 3 leg spinners. What he controls best.
That's well bowled again. Just played off the back foot into that short gully position.
And he's had more control on them because he's bowled them a little bit quicker, and that's the challenge for Rehan, to get the right lines and the right lengths on this surface. It's a lot different to what he's been playing on.
Oh, Ray, it's lovely, Ray!
So 53 for 1 at the end of 13 overs. And this is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. And I think it's time to head back to John Norman.
Thank you very much, Roshan. Lovely to hear your dulcet tones back on the airwaves on TalkSport 2. Taking me back to 2018 when you were first part of the team. Lovely to have you. Harmy as well. What a get-up. If you haven't seen the outfit Harmy's wearing, head over to TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, take a look. But I'm sure the producer Scott Taylor out there, I'm sure he's already putting that up on the socials. I mean, why wouldn't he? Instagram and X. I'm joined in the commentary box by Gareth Batty and also Jared Kimber as Adil Rashid continuing, and this is down the leg side, attempted sweep by Kusal Mendes, couldn't connect, and I imagine that's been called a wide unless he got just a touch on it. It's been fielded by first slip running round Harry Brook, who's at first slip. No, he must have got something on it, as again on leg stump. This is swept away for a single. It's great to see Rehan Ahmed back in the side. I know he's only in the side bats because Will Jacks got a bit poorly, but he's travelled around the world with England and he just hasn't played. I don't know how much training he's done either, but essentially we want to see him. And if England are going to be successful on the subcontinent, players like that have got to be brought through. Forward is Mishara and pushed out to short mid-wicket. No run. You're listening to TalkSport 2. You're following us at the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. If you're just with us, Sri Lanka won the toss and decided to bat first. They're 54 for 1. As you could call that 54 for 2. Adil Rashid again continuing to bowl this very leg stump line, but this time to the left-handed Mishara, and he's been bowled around his legs. He's got to go for 27, and England have struck again. Sri Lanka 54 for 2. and we're midway point of the 14th over.
Adil Rashid reading the surface very quickly. He's only sort of 9-10 balls into his spell, but he's seen there's a little bit of spin, so hence why he's just holding that leg stump line just to hold the batter honest. Thinks he can sweep, chucks it outside leg stump. It's the wrong one. You miss it, I'm hitting. And that's exactly what happened there from Adil Rashid. It would have spun a good 6 inches, ended up hitting middle stump from pitching outside leg.
How many times in all of our combined cricket watching lives have we seen a right arm leg spinner bowl a left-hander around his legs with a wrong in? It's not a normal thing. Part of it, Bats, was it was so full. It could go, because it spun 6 inches, but it's not like it ragged like a Shane Warne behind your legs ball. But it was so full. It probably wasn't the right ball to sweep or anything. He made a mistake there, but I can't think of too many times I've ever seen anyone bowl anyone around their legs with a wrong in.
Yeah, I'm going to give Adil the credit, but I reckon he took a little bit of sting out of the ball. By that I mean, he just popped the balloon. It wasn't as quick. The trajectory was a bit more sort of loopy, shall we say, and it just sort of got him in a bad position. In the end, he started trying to hit it a long way in front of himself, and by that point, it's committed, misses the ball, and it's bowled in.
Okay, Dhananjaya De Silva is back in the 50-over side for Sri Lanka. He's had a spell on the sidelines, and his first delivery is just defended out to mid-wicket. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jared. I can't remember seeing this dismissal. And what's also interesting is he's essentially adopting the same tactic as a little bit of width this time. This is guided nicely to the left of Bethel at short cover for a run. But essentially he was trying the same tactic against both left-handers and right-handers, but essentially mixing up the googly with the legs, the leg break.
I mean, Bats is right. He took the pace off it. It's very hard to sweep a ball when it goes up that high, and I think that he obviously saw that he was going to go for the sweep, so he put it that little bit high, and he got the drop. And when you bowl it wrong, and you get more top spin on the ball, so it drops more. But he also moved like a computer game character just enough away to give himself a leg stump, whereas it probably Bats for the same reason we were saying. You're not expecting, if you're a left-hander, to be bowled around your legs by a wrong one. So he's thinking, well, I'll just give myself a little bit more room. If I sweep this, I can beat the sweeper, maybe fine. And in the end, he's beaten leg stump.
Rayan Ahmed this time. First ball of his second over. This is tossed up and draws Dhananjaya De Silva forward, defends back to the bowler. 55 for 2 here on Talk Sport 2. And I was making mention of Rayan Ahmed before that wicket. This one, just a touch of turn away from the right-handed Dhananjaya, but he comes forward and defends. Who did you learn from when you were coming through? Did you have it must have been an experienced pro at either of your counties, as you are, again, plenty of air this time, wider, and Dhananjaya just eases forward, and it's almost like a half sweep. Just flicks the ball square of the wicket for a single. 56 for 2. I'm just thinking Rayan Ahmed bowling with Adil Rashid. You're going to learn a lot bowling in tandem with someone like that. Just wondering who you were looking up to, who taught you the tricks of the trade as you made your way through. You played alongside some top spinners at Surrey, that's for sure. This is carved away. Kusal Mendes has just given himself almost too much room. He's on the cut and then just realises he holds the position and just steers this past the fielder at backward point and away to the boundary for 4. Sri Lanka move to 60 for 2, and we're in the 15th over.
Yeah, I think this is Rayan Ahmed's sort of his growth within his game. If he can just eradicate this, the ball that just breaks the shackles from a batting point of view.
Again, aims for the same shot. He's going to get the same rewards. It's almost identical delivery, but this time Kusal Mendes didn't hit the ball quite as hard, didn't need to. Quite deft, guided the ball past the lone fielder station there inside the circle and away to the boundary for another 4.
I'd say that Kusal Mendes is probably the best back foot player to spin in world cricket. He's about 4 foot high, so his ability to get back and deep means he can play the cut shot and the pull shot so much. And Rayan Ahmed generally bowls a little bit shorter than other spinners.
This is on off stump, touch fuller, and it's crunched. Just pushed up to long off, where it's fielded by Sam Curran for another single, and the score moves to 65 for 2.
I think when we were in Colombo, when he made runs in maybe the 3rd test, was it Colombo we were in? Can't remember, but back when he was young, that was the first time I noticed it. he does this thing that a lot of Asian batters do is when they're short, is they just sort of make themselves shorter when they're playing the pull shot so they can pull and cut off any length, which means you have to over pitch to them and then they punch you down the ground. But if you let him do it, he will hit fours outside off stump, very, very safely, and then eventually he'll start playing the big powerful pull shots as well. So you've got to get him coming forward, and it's very hard, especially for a younger spinner and for a wrist spinner.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got good centre mass, hasn't he, which gives him ground force.
Oh, that's an absolute beauty from Adil Rashid. Draws Kusal Mendes forward. He thinks he's just playing this defensively and he's basically defending the line of the spin, but then suddenly, that's extravagant turn away from the right-hander. He would have done well to have edged that. Oh, he's a little bit more watchful. This is a touch straighter and defended to straight mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I mean, Adil Rashid got the wicket with the googly, the wrong one. But actually, when he's at his best, when his leg spinner's just got that bit of curve towards leg stump and then that cut off the surface that we saw there.
Oh, this is very, very a flighted delivery, over-flighted really. It goes well outside the eye line. And is a single taken through to mid-wicket. 66 for 2. Adil Rashid has already struck 4 runs coming from his 2.3 overs, and it's Dhananjaya De Silva just gets ready. Ooh, quite slow to get the bat down on the line of off stump. No run.
Yeah, he was waiting for the big spin there, wasn't he? But he plays it so late.
Dhananjaya De Silva, you're right, by the way. 86 he scored at the SSC in Colombo, one of Colombo's 17 Test grounds. Dhananjaya De Silva has enough of defending on off stump, and he's just eased this really. Up and over the bowler and away for a boundary. Quite gracefully done. And Rashid walks back to his mark. 4 more runs added to the score then, Sri Lanka. Have lost 2 wickets, but they've moved into the 60s now. This was the leg spinner, but it was well played by the batter.
Yeah, I think that's just showing that Adil Rashid's feeling pretty good today. It's just a little bit, just getting a fraction too carried away.
This is on leg stump, and Dhananjaya De Silva just almost follows the spin, almost clears his left leg and clips it away for a single. Good little battle that, and a decent over. 6 runs coming from it, and Sri Lanka move on to 71 for 2. So yeah, who are the bowlers that you bowled alongside and learnt from, really?
I suppose the initial thing that I did as a young man when I finished playing sort of age group cricket, I left Yorkshire much to the disgruntlement of, what would there be, 9 million people live in Yorkshire, whatever. It's just unheard of to do that, to come to Surrey to learn off Sackley, Mushtaq and Ian Salisbury.
Good lad.
And play on surfaces where spin came into it. At the time, Yorkshire had this wonderful pace attack and a battery of lads waiting, several of them to play for England. It was an easy thing for me to do, and then I was fortunate to go from there to Worcester to play. I learnt up Tom Moody, who wasn't even a spinner, but the way he spoke about spin and got other people in to talk to. I mean, over the years, it's just so many people you play with. You're always learning. It doesn't matter what you do, and particularly as a spinner.
Liam Dawson has been brought back into the attack. He replaces Rayan Ahmed, so we're going to see a bit of slow left arm. He's already bowled 3 overs that have gone for 11, and this first delivery is clipped away for a single. Tom Moody's a guy that you've got a lot of, I know, speaking to you, a lot of respect as a coach.
Yeah, I think the way he talks to players with experiences that he's had as a player, as a coach, as a director of cricket, his experiences around the game and as a human being, he's able to hit pretty much every mark, every tone for each player to get the best out of them.
72 for 2, and Dawson continuing. He's bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Kusal Mendes. Sri Lanka rocked a touch, 2 quick wickets, and this is defended to the leg side. Jared, you were about to say something, were you, before I jumped in? This is Dawson continuing. This is punched and fielded by Bethel, close to the bat at extra cover, no run.
It's quite an important innings for Dhananjaya De Silva coming back into the side. Obviously, a very important person in the Test team. he really should be a limited overs cricketer. He's got every skill required to be one.
Dawson again, and this is clipped fine. There's a chase for Brook at first slip, and I think the ball's going to win. Chase for Overton as well, the two combining, and wide called as well. So no runs from the bat. The ball will have to be bowled again, and Sri Lanka move on to 77 for 2.
Yeah, I think in some ways, just carrying on from Gerard's point about Dhananjaya, this sort of situation, this surface is kind of perfect for him, because you're allowed to build an innings, because the par score being 246, 247, depending on which number you want to look at, means that there's an accumulation period within this game. It can't just be crash bang wallop, which the modern game is kind of built on. You have to earn the right, you have to go through the process if you want to get consistent scores. Now anybody can have a good day out, of course.
Mendes is in, and again we've seen this similar shot to Rayan Ahmed. It's this time bowled by Liam Dawson. It's just that fielder at short third, and anything a fraction wide allows a batter just to play deep in his crease, open the blade and guide it past the fielder and away to the boundary for 4, and that's what's occurred here again.
I mean, it wasn't wide in the end. It actually went straight on, but see the way he moves his, what did you call it before, bats, his centre mass down. He just basically shrinks himself, so he makes that into a short wide ball when it is a length ball on off stump.
This time on the stumps, touch fuller, and it's pushed up to long off. It was probably fourth stump line, maybe just between fourth stump and off stump.
Yeah,
so
that sort of, it might not have quite clipped off stump, but it was close enough to it. But he makes that decision so early, and he's so quick with his feet as well. Once he makes that decision, he plays the ball he wants to play rather than the one you've bowled to him, which is what great players of spin do.
On leg stump this time, and Dhananjaya De Silva hurried just a touch, pushed to mid-on where it's fielded, no run, 82 for 2.
So De Silva, so far in his career, has played 91 ODIs with 1,800 runs, average of 26 and strike rate of 78. That's why he's been out of the side for the last little while, because he struggled. But bats, he's opened 7 times, he's batted first drop once, this is his 18th occasion at number 4, 10 at number 5, 32 at number 6, 11 at number 7, 4 at number 8 and 1 at number 9. It's fair to say they've never given him a role. And I think that's the biggest issue with him, is because he can field, he's probably the best fielder in Sri Lanka. He can bowl a little bit. He's not a frontline bowler, but he can get you 5 overs at any stage, and he's quite a clever bowler, and he has batting talent.
Here's Rashid, touch short, and the direction is a little bit leg side, allows Kusal Mendes just to rock back and pull. Does so powerfully, but it's fielded by Crawley on the boundary at mid-wicket for a single. 83 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
So a little bit like what happened with Moeen Ali in the Test side. You know, it's like, well, it makes sense, so we're going to play him, but they haven't given him a role to actually play, and they just keep changing it on him.
Oh, beating Dhananjaya De Silva almost in slow motion there. Big turn again. The leg spinner from Rashid beats the outside edge, and he's getting decent bounce as well, Babs.
Yeah, he's able to hold that ball back in the air by having great hip control, which makes it never really arrive, and then it bites off the surface.
Touch fuller, this is edge, but down into the ground where it's fielded by Brook. It was slower as well from Rashid.
Yeah, that's two in a row. That's at that sort of 43, 44 miles an hour. Generally operates about 46, 47 for his stock ball, so he's confident to take the pace off, but it's not going up. It's just not arriving.
Steps away from the wicket there. Does Dhananjaya De Silva, trust his eye. There's a little bit of movement, and it's just punched to cover, and Dhananjaya speeds through for a single. He moves to 9. Kusal Mendes is 18. He's picked up 3 boundaries so far, all through vacant third. 84 for 2 then, midway point of the 18th over, and again Mendes is going to get that ball through the gap. There's a chase on for Curran, and the ball's going to win. This is fantastic. A little bit of chess going on at the moment, and Mendes moves into the 20s. He's got a bit of a smile on. Sri Lanka 88 for 2.
Yeah, it's the front of the handball which generally travels that bit quicker. It marries up with how he's constructed his over so far, where he's had a bit more drop, a bit more loop, the ball not quite arriving. This one really travels at the batter, but if it's not straight like we see there, Kusal Mendes even he could do it off the stumps. This time it's about 5th off stump, and he just runs it down to that 3rd man area.
This time gracefully done by Kusal Mendes, takes a comfortable single out to the fielder on the cover boundary. Wow, probably about 15 yards in. And Sri Lanka move along, 89 for 2.
I think the most interesting thing from that cut shot, Bats, is that ball was 2/3 of the way up the stumps. That's a Brian Lara-like cut shot, right? Where it doesn't really matter what the length is. He's decided he's going to play the shot. And that's what makes him so hard to bowl to. They've gone with one person behind point on the offside the whole time with the slip. They're probably going to have to make a decision with him whether they want to keep attacking or just try and keep him on strike a little bit more.
Right, that's me done for the day. I've got to go see my psychiatrist again.
Oh,
Thanks
sorry.
very much for bringing Brian into it.
He's very good. He was very good at cutting, Brian Lara, wasn't he? I don't know if you
I know,
ever
he did it
noticed.
400 times.
Death by 1,000 cuts or 400 cuts. Kusal Mendes runs from back foot against spin and all cricket. 2,330 runs at 72.
Yeah, ridiculous. And as I said, usually you would have 2 behind point to him.
Here is Dawson continuing. This is pushed away by Kusal Mendes, who's looked very assured in his short stay at the crease so far. 90 for 2.
So you obviously spent a lot of time with my boys when they were younger, but before they knew a lot about cricket. Now the middle one knows a lot about cricket. He's desperate to talk to you about Brian Lara.
Punched and caught, dropped. Does Bethel put that down, or was it bounce ball? We'll have to have a look.
I thought it just bounced before him.
I tell you what, you've got amazing eyesight if you saw that.
It was the way it went up off him. Although now we're seeing a replay of a random ball. But
yeah, we're watching a replay of the Sam Curran dismissal, the moon ball. We'll have to wait again. This is driven back to Liam Dawson. Maybe just stopped in the track, possibly a slower delivery. Either way, Dhananjaya De Silva was on the ball too soon. And now we're going to see a replay of the dismissal of Mishara. Plenty of flight there from Liam Dawson in and around off stump, and it's pushed up to mid-on. No run. Decent over this, just 1 run coming from it. 90 for 2. We're in the 19th over. And Dhananjaya would have had his heart in his mouth as that ball looped up towards Jacob Bethel. As again, Dhananjaya, who's just looking a touch anxious at the crease, pushes this out to cover. No run. England is zipping through the overs. Might actually finish early for once. Last ball of the over, and Dhananjaya is squared up a touch, just a touch. Deals it comfortably enough. 90 for 2 at the end of the 19th, and we still haven't seen a replay of that potential drop by Jacob Bethel. Reaction from the fielders, and Jared's keen eyes suggest it did drop short, but a little moment of that anxiety.
Definitely close, wasn't it? We've got drinks here as well, do we, at the moment? Yeah, so Bats, during the summer, we were hanging out with Harmy, and my son was there, and one of the first things he asked was the ball to second slip, about how Harmy started the Ashes. And then I said, you can't just start with these things, you need to talk to these guys. And he's like, yeah, but I need to know about all the big things. I need to know about Gareth batting bowling to Brian Lara. And I said, I just don't think you start the conversation there, maybe you slip it in when you've known him for a little while.
Tell him to ask away. No dramas. Dramas.
I remember looking at Brian Lara making the 100 against South Africa in the 96 World Cup. So they dropped Alan Donald, which has to be one of the most interesting selection decisions of all time, and they brought in Paul Adams. And Paul Adams is obviously spinning the ball away from Lara, but he's pitching it on off stump, and he's bowling almost half volleys, and Brian Lara is still cutting it. And it's that ability to move all the way back, give yourself room, and then just squat down and play that shot. How hard is it when you're a spinner, when someone is that quick and also can sort of change their shape at the crease? Because your best ball is no longer your best ball.
Yeah, I think the best players are able to change your length by their ability to move up and down the wicket. So within the width of the stumps, they're able to move right at you, so to take the ball fuller than you're trying to get it. But they're able to go right back to change a length that they can either get under it or manipulate a position, which makes it very difficult. The best spinners generally hold length, and your line will change depending on the surface that you're bowling on. But their command of that length is kind of, it doesn't go anywhere, and they change it because they want to, not because of anything else. So generally the guys with a smaller centre mass, so the shorter guys, or the very tall guys who've got longer levers, generally they're more a sort of hit you over the top stroke lap slog, so they hit your best ball top of the bounce and just hit it up and out. The shorter guys are generally the harder because there's no significant change, because they've got all the energy loaded in their legs because they're little and there's a bit of a squat going on. They're able to go up and down very quick, so it's almost like a fencer going in and out of position to strike or to retreat. So I think those guys are harder because they give you no cues. The big guys give you a pretty good cue that I'm coming at you and this is me or you. The shorter guys are a bit smarter about it.
I don't know if you've seen any of the New Zealand-India series going on at the moment, but Kuldeep Yadav's been bowling to Daryl Mitchell. And he can't bowl to Daryl Mitchell because his best ball is pitching on off stump on about a 4.5 metre length, spinning back into the stumps. And that's basically Daryl Mitchell's arc. And so Daryl Mitchell just flicks straight through it with the line every time. All he needs is a high front elbow. And you could see Kuldeep Yadav going, well, what do I bowl to him? Do I bowl wider? Do I bowl wrong uns? Do I bowl shorter?
I think the problem with the player that you picked, Kuldeep Yadav, he's picked in the team to take wickets. So his way of finding a solution is to get the bloke out. If somebody's got your badge, you just have to find a way of them not being able to do what they want. And you've almost got to play on their ego. You're not going to hit it for 4 or 6. Now I'm back in the game. Because you're reversing it. And I don't think that's spoken about a lot because it's seen as negative. Is it? Heck, you're not getting it into the stand, so you might get another over.
Okay, we're back, and it's Adil Rashid continuing, pushed out to cover for a single. Sri Lanka 91 for 2, start of the 20th over. Kusal Mendes is 25, and Dhananjaya De Silva is 9 not out. Rashid with one of the 2 wickets to fall. Sri Lanka 50 without loss, becoming 54 for 2 in short time. Both openers gone, and this is on the pads of Dhananjaya De Silva, who will take a single. And he moves into double figures on his return to the Sri Lankan 50-over side. His first 50-over game in over 2 years. Hasn't played since 2023 in the ODI World Cup in India. But it's Kusal Mendes facing with Harry Brook a touch wider at first slip. Maybe trying to cut this... maybe that's what they're trying to do. Just trying to prevent Kusal Mendes from just opening the face and guiding the ball down to third. So we'll see if it works. Rashid has bowled really well, as he normally does, as this is on the pads and swept, and there's a chase of Rayan Ahmed, but it's hit powerfully, and possibly Rayan Ahmed is a touch slow to get going at long leg, possibly thinking the fielder at deep forward of deep square was going to cut the ball off. Either way, the ball's won, and Sri Lanka move on to 96 for 2.
Yeah, I think in Rayan Ahmed's defence, I think he's expected to spin back towards him. You know, that old club cricket, watch the spin, watch the spin. Anyway, Kusal Mendes, this is a bit of a masterclass in how to play the ball spinning away from you. Anything that's been at off stump and outside is cut. So he's making him ball straighter, and then he's able to use that centre mass to hold that beautiful position to get down, squat, and then sweep it hard, square. And the ball's always taken with the angle just behind. It was a wonderful piece of play, a wonderful sort of craftsman innings so far from Kusal Mendes.
Yeah, he's an experienced player for Sri Lanka, one of their go-to men, over 150 ODIs, as he's pushed out to Jacob Bethel, no run. And a real touch of class about the way he goes about his game, and he knows his game. 29 from 33, and Rashid is in again, and on one knee is Mendes, and he'll take a single down to Rayan Ahmed. But, fine leg for another single. 97 for 2.
Yeah, and I think also with a player like Kusal Mendes or a player like Daryl Mitchell we were talking about before, these are guys who have lots of different options to spin as well. So if you get to a point where, okay, we're going to stop you playing the cut shot, and so they do that for a couple of balls, and Kusal Mendes is like, great, well, you're now going to bowl fuller and straighter, so I know I can bring the sweep into option, and then later he'll use his feet if he has to as well.
Yeah, I think this is the thing that isn't spoken about in modern day cricket. Everybody can whack one out of the ground, but generally they have one area that they can hit.
Yeah.
So you stick your fielder back there, and then you have a ball which stops them doing it. What's your plan B? Why have you moved that fielder to open up another area? Why are you manipulating the bowler's field?
Dawson continuing. It's Kusal Mendes defending back to the bowler. He's been playing 50-over cricket for a decade now, as Kusal Mendes, and the vast majority of his innings, certainly the last 3 or 4 years, have been at 3. It's where he's scored the majority of his runs, as Dawson is in. And again, decent step forward from Mendes. Slip has been taken out and it's pushed back to the bowler. No run.
You can just see now the slowness of the surface. Dawson's predominantly operating within the stumps.
Little flex of the knees by Mendes, who again doesn't try to rotate the strike, doesn't go for the big shot, plenty of time, and just opens the face of the bat just a touch and pushes it to another number 3 in Test cricket, Jacob Bethel, who fields, and Dawson's got the ball in his hand, and again continuing to bowl round the wicket to Mendes, who tries to push this up to long off, but Dawson fields, and it's 4 dot balls at the start of Dawson's 6th over. Sri Lanka in the 21st over of 50, 97 for 2 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, as this is again pushed out to Jacob Bethel, who's close to the bat in the covers. No run. 1 ball left of the over. Can Liam Dawson see the over out? He's in now. And again, on off stump, defended by Kushal Mendes, who remains 30 not out, and the score remains 97 for 2.
A maiden. Who'd have thought it? The world that we live in now, white ball cricket, a maiden. Wonderful. Constructed over there from Dawson, but as I was talking halfway through, it's the speed of the surface. So the ball generating pace out of it, there isn't too much of it. It's quite a slow surface. So if you hold the stumps in play as a left arm spinner taking the ball away from a right hander, there's significant risk to get off strike. You're either playing across the ball of a good length with a sweep, or you're looking to play across the ball into that onside, because he's got a mid-off which is set on the fence. He's got a straight extra cover, which if he holds length, you've got to do well to push it past him, and he's got the 2 backward points now.
Here's Rashid, and he's bowling to Dhananjaya De Silva, who defends. It's been beaten a couple of occasions with big spinning leg breaks past the outside edge, but covers the line of the spin and defends.
71 kilometres an hour. Genuine 1930s speeds.
Yeah, because we do have a bowler who will be bowling a little bit later, who's much quicker. Oh, he's been hit on the pad. He's almost walking. Dhananjaya De Silva's been given out leg before wicket. He's basically played all around a full delivery, which has pinned him on the boot, and he almost started walking before the umpire's finger had gone up, before even Adil Rashid's appeal had finished.
Yeah, he gave himself out there. I don't think there's any doubt on that. He might have also fallen over because he tried to play like a standing sweep in the end. So he might have just lost his balance. It was over-pitched, just a leg spinner. And yeah, he was trying to do a standing sweep, but he lost his balance, took half a step and made it look like he was walking, whether he was or not. He knew he was out, Bats. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah, it was that sort of dab to 45. He was trying to get Adil Rashid off his length. And yeah, I mean, that might be a conversation with the coach to work on your body language, pal, because you didn't really do anything to err the umpire into giving you not out there. You pretty much told him you were out.
I think some of it was he was falling over, but then the coach would also say, well, why were you falling over playing a sweep? Why did you not get... Who plays a standing sweep? They played 2 ridiculous shots to get out here. Both the sweep shots we've seen there. But you're right, he looked as guilty as anyone ever has. To be fair to him, I don't think there was anything saving him.
No, absolutely not. And I think the one thing I want to sort of mention, the spinners union part, Liam Dawson there, bowling a maiden. He doesn't get the wicket, but it creates some pressure for our man, who's the go-to wicket taker, Rashid, to not have to do anything extravagant to take his wicket. And it is bowling in partnerships. It is doing some of the hard yards that possibly goes unnoticed at times for Adil, who is our striker and our best spinner, well, arguably ever in white ball cricket, to go and take the wickets.
Yeah, I don't want to bring up the A word, but it was very noticeable in the Ashes that there wasn't pressure from the other end for anyone, right? And you're 100%. There's no doubt there. You know, you look at the way that Mendes was batting. He was trying to get off strike, and Dawson just wasn't allowing it.
So the captain's at the crease, Lanka, who was sacked from this job about 2 months ago and is now back. And he defends his first delivery as Rashid, who's picked up 2 wickets, to fall.
It's such a bad shot. I don't understand if you're playing that shot, Bats, why you don't get down on your knee. Why weren't you doing that with your head up high?
Always been struck on the pad, but possibly doing too much. Lanka defends, but beaten past the inside edge. I mean, Danijaya Da Silva is back in the side, according to his captain, who's just replaced him at the crease, to regain some rhythm and confidence ahead of the T20s. Well, it didn't look like he had any rhythm, and I'm not sure he's going to have much confidence after that. Lanka readies himself, left-hander with the leg slip in place. He's been hit on the pad, on the sweep. And Rashid looks interested, as does Harry Brook. But there'll just be a couple of question marks where it pitched and hit, and whether it was doing too much. But Harry Brook's signalled he wants to go upstairs.
Yeah, they didn't look very keen, did they? They were all standing around each other, and I thought they were about to go, nah, it's not worth it. And then suddenly Brook turned around and just did it. There's not a lot of energy within the England camp that this is out. It had to have hit him outside off stump, Bats.
Yeah, the naked eye, real time, you're saying, no, he's got outside the line, it's outside off stump. But there's a different way to use DRS, and it's him on the glove as well, so it's not out in any way, shape or form, as we see the replay.
It might have hit him on the wrist. It's the wrist isn't the glove. I mean, just above the wristband, I meant. But yeah, it doesn't. It's looking less likely now than we thought it was a minute ago.
I was about to go down the route of second-guessing sort of modern technology, etc., on a way of how you review, but
it has hit the glove.
When you punch it like that, you can't be LBW.
It was closer to off stump than we thought. That's going to be a hard one to pick up. At least they played a sweep shot with their legs down.
Just waiting for ultra edge.
Do we need ultra edge here? Being that we can see the ball rebounding off the wrist.
Macca suggests.
Keep running through all the way through, please.
What? I don't really understand what the ultra edge is telling us here.
Well, it's clearly not hit the bat.
Just freeze it there. Just one frame forward.
Why do we need to walk one frame forward? We can see what's happened. It's hit his glove.
Yeah, it's clear.
It's wonderful for the sponsors, though, isn't it? A freeze on all those badges. They must be making a fortune.
Not from radio advertising, they're not.
Shout out to Green Nichols there.
Are we allowed to do that?
Right, so it's not out. And the score remains 97 for 3. I think I've seen a familiar face from the Barmy Army on the screen as well. As this turns into Lanka, the left-hander, a leg spinner from Rashid, and it's pushed away square of the wicket for a run. Lanka gets off the mark. He's also got a proud record at number 5 for Sri Lanka, despite all the hoo-ha that's been going on behind the scenes over the last few months.
He hasn't played a lot, has he? He's 28 now, and this will be his 81st game, but his record's fantastic. He's averaging over 40 with a strike rate of 95 hundredths, which is good for someone coming down a little bit further down the order. But they've got a lot of guys like him who don't quite score quick enough to put pressure back on you as well. So, unfortunately for them, that's one of the other issues. It's not the quality of the batters, it's the type of batters that they have.
He's got a good record at the Prima Dasa as well. 4 of his hundreds have taken place at this ground, 2 against Australia as well, 2 of them in 2025. He's going at an average of over 50. As Rain Ahmed brought back into the attack, he's bowling very wide of the crease. He's bowling to Lanka, and this is push to cover, and Lanka scampers through for a single. 99 for 3. Sri Lanka pushing 100 then here on Talk Sport 2. Andrew McKenna ready to come in at the end of this over. And Rain Ahmed, who scored a lot of runs, didn't he, in 2025? Took a couple of wickets as well. This is punched away by Kusal Mendis, who was at the other end for much of the last over. No run. He's still 30. Lanka is 2. 99 for 3. As Mendes comes forward, and there's a loud yelp as he calls Asalenka through for the single. Pushed up to mid-on. Comfortably done. That ball did just drop short of Jacob Bethel about 3 overs ago, by the way. I haven't seen a replay, but I just had a look on Quick Info.
He was quite close too, and it sort of popped up. It was surprising he didn't make it through to the fielder. It's a good fielder though, Bethel.
Ahmed continuing, and Asalenka quickly down on the sweep. He's hit it quite well along the ground, and it's fielded at deep square leg by Adil Rashid.
I think if you're playing a team that is pretty good athletically, and their best bowler is about 40, I think you've got to push for the 2 there a little bit more, because that was quite wide of Adil Rashid, and they made that. You could hear how early they made the no call on the second one.
Very, very wide slip now. In fact, it's more of a gully, really, for Brook, because he's been pushed out. Again, England mindful of that guided steer through vacant third. 101 for 3 Sri Lanka, last ball of the 23rd. And this turns into Mendes, and he pulls it towards a mid-wicket boundary where Ben Duckett does really well to prevent 2. I'm not sure why there wasn't 2 runs there. It was hit hard. He got down quickly, and across did Duckett. And that's a single to end the over. So, end of over number 23 here on TalkSport 2. And to talk you through the next passage of play will be Andrew McKenna. Goffey's back for bats, and Jared Kimber's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I think that's another perfect example. It sounds, just listening to the stump mics, like it's Asalenka who's just come to the crease, who said no to both of those extra runs. And I think perhaps he doesn't understand how tough this wicket is, and how tough it is to score. But on both of those occasions, there was probably a second run if they wanted them, and he decided very early on not to go for them. Macca, you would have taken both of those down.
Oh, hell yeah. Got him easily as well. Even in this heat. Right, new over for Adil Rashid, is 7th, and he's pulled by Mendes through mid-wicket. Oh, that's a great shot. Just sort of rocked onto the back foot, pulled it away, and it looked like it was going to be a couple out to the deep fielder, but he's found the gap perfectly, and it goes away for the boundary. 11th 4 of the innings, 106 for 3, first ball of the 24th here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Welcome back, Goffey, as well.
Yeah, good time to be back. Congratulations. Adil Rashid is now past me as ODI wickets. He's now the second highest wicket taker for England, behind Jimmy Anderson.
In comes the bowler, and it's pushed out on the offside. Rashid 2 for 28.
There aren't many commentators who come with their own stats, Macca, about themselves, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm right. You'll be able to check. That's where you sat there. That's where I looked at you.
In goes Rashid outside of off stump to Mendes. This is a lovely cover drive again. Deep fielder stationed out there, though, means it is only 107 for 3.
He's such a good operator, though. Adil Rashid picks wickets up all the time. Fantastic bowler. And just got better with age. He really, really has. I remember when he first started, mainly a batter who could bowl a little bit of part-time leg spin, and he turned himself into an absolute beaut.
I remember they used to say he was a roller. He spins it a long way for someone who rolls the ball out of his fingers.
Rashid to the left-handed Asalenka, turn to Bethel at short mid-wicket, and they sneak a single. They'll get through for that one, 108 for 3.
Yeah, you used to bowl a lot of googlies, but he's batting back in the when he was a young lad, 18, 19 years old. He was fantastic, man. Really was a proper batter.
One thing I would say is I think he went past you in a previous game, but he's at 237 wickets, and you were at 234.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, sorry, you did, yeah. So, no, I was thinking I got 235, one for the rest of the world.
Rashid goes in, and Mendes is deep in his crease, cuts to point. Sam Curran fields no run.
So he would have been level with you then coming in. Yeah, I'm just looking at England wickets, you're right.
Yeah, so I got 235 ODI wickets, one for the rest of the world. Correct, you're right.
Who'd you get out in the rest of the world?
Sangakkara.
That's not bad. Surely that one counts double.
It was a young Sangakkara, though. We still keep him back then. Before he got good, Goffey.
No, it's when he was tops. I'll tell you what it was. It was the tsunami game in Melbourne. It was it was Asia 11 versus rest of the world 11. Yeah.
Rashid for the final ball of the over. There's a little bit of air on that one. Mendes forward, pushes into the offside, and there is no run. 24 overs have been bowled, Sri Lanka. 108 for 3 in this first one-day international. Yep. Adil Rashid, it's his 159th one-dayer today. Started the day on 235 wickets. He's now up to 237. Taking him at 31.5. Best of 5 for 27. He's taken 5 twice. And away from home, 95 wickets, as I say, before today, a hair's breadth under 30. Best 5 for 85. So he has done it in all conditions, in all places, Jared.
The same amount of games as Darren Goff as well. I'm just having a look at the records. He takes these wickets every 33 balls, and you're at every 35.9, which tells you how much one-day cricket has changed. Because in the old days, spinners never took them this fast.
Rayan Ahmed around the wicket with his leg spin to the left-handed Asalanka. Has been pushed into the covers, and it's not been fielded cleanly by Harry Brook, so Sri Lanka can steal a single. 109 for 3.
You're not going to get done as number 3 for a while, though. Just looking at this list, there's no one coming up on the outside. You've got Broad behind you, so you're fine. Wokes, neither of them are coming. Everyone else is old and retired. I don't think is David Willey still going to play in the ODI?
Rayan Ahmed in with a leg spinner over the wicket to the right-handed Mendes. Is swept hard to duck it at deep square leg, and they'll take a single.
I'll tell you what, just on this game for a second, they're going quite well, actually, Sri Lanka. They could have done with that last wicket, Dhananjaya falling over one, but I think they've kept the scoreboard ticking along, despite losing 3 wickets.
Yeah, Mendes' boundaries are the way he's played spin, either sweeping, cutting or pulling.
Rayan Ahmed in to the left-handed Asalanka. A drive with no timing to Dawson and mid-off, no run.
It's probably kept them in this part of the game, Goffey, especially because Dhananjaya didn't really get going. And now with Asalanka coming in, the two of them can certainly move.
Asalanka backs away to the leg side, tries to carve it back with a point. The throw back in from Overton to Rayan Ahmed leaps off the surface, almost takes Rayan's head off. 111 for 3.
I think, again, Asalanka said no then, and this time Mendes just called him through, and there was an apology from Asalanka afterwards. They're running in 2 different games at the moment.
Well, I mean, these are 2 of the most experienced players in the squad. In goes Rayan Ahmed. That's a lovely leg break to Mendes. Takes the outside half of the bat down into the gully, and there's no run. Asalanka's played before today 81 dayers. And this is Dhananjaya de Silva's 91st. Mendes has also been there or thereabouts. This is his 28th. So there's no real explanation as to why it's quite so chaotic. Last ball of the over is just pushed quietly, and there's no run. So 3 singles from Rayan Ahmed's 4th over. 0 for 19 he's gone for. We are at the halfway stage. 111 for 3 Sri Lanka, having won the toss and batted. Here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Darren Goff, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think England will pretty be happy the way it's going for them at the moment. I think the spinners have been good, have been effective. They've not bowled any real bad deliveries. Obviously, Adil Rashid, the pick, he's been absolutely outstanding. Liam Dawson came in and did what he does really well. Come on, after 6-7 overs, and just bowled that tight lines to the left-hander. Opening up with the 2 seamers, Jamie Overton bowled terrific pace. Sam Curran does what he does, a little bit of swing early on, and then bowled a lot of his slow balls, getting a wicket with his moon ball. But I think Sri Lanka as well, without that last wicket, just knocked him a little bit. But I think 111 for 3. If they can get a partnership going here, they'll be up somewhere near that average score that we were talking about. But I still think they probably need a little bit more than that. I think they'll be looking for around 265, 270, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's not their greatest bowling lineup today, so I think you're right. I think they need a little bit of extra runs. They do bat to number 8, so at number 6 and number 7, they have 2 guys who make a lot of runs in first-class cricket, not proven as much in ODI cricket, and then they have Walalage at number 8, who I think by the end of his career is probably a number 5 or a number 6 as well. He's just quite young at the moment, so they certainly have some more talent available down the order, but I think Goffey's right. They probably have to go 20 past par just looking at their bowling lineup. They got Van der Sey back. He's about 50, isn't he?
Well, Jamie Overton's going to come in for his 3rd spell, his 5th over, and around the wicket. Asalanka's edged it, and it's gone straight through where slip would have been, but there isn't one, and it's away for 4. 140 kilometre an hour delivery, regulation, Nick, and it's away for 4. 115 for 3.
Yeah, it's good to see. I've said it when I was on last comms. I mean, Jamie Overton coming into the side now, and he looks the real deal as a cricketer. He looks fit, he looks strong. And we know he's had lots of injuries in his career, decided to step back from red ball cricket, but had a great big bash. And now he's here, now bowling, opening the bowling. Would you have ever thought it?
In he goes once again. This is shorter and wider. Slapped. Well, not far from Rayan Ahmed. And it goes away for another 4. And it's one of those where us three in the commentary box all look at each other and go, how's he not stopped that?
Well, he looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He had the little arms out.
What I think has happened is sometimes the outfield here, they think it's just going to skid on, but it doesn't. Because it had height on it, the ball, it stopped almost, like it spun, didn't it? Like a golf ball you were chipping. So it stopped, and I think that's what stuffed him. He thought it was just going to kick on and run on.
In goes Overton around the wicket. This time it's defensively played by Lanka back to Overton, and there is no run.
I tell you what, he's lucky that Ryan Sidebottom and Graham Swan and Stuart Broad aren't bowling there, because there's a lot of bowlers in previous years that would have had to go at him there, because you're right, he did think it was going to skid on, but he didn't really have his hand ready in case it didn't, and he easily could have stopped that.
Don't worry, he'd have got it off me as well.
Sidebottom was one of the grumpiest though, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
Always.
Jimmy Anderson.
In fairness, most bowlers are grumpy, aren't they? Because none of them like runs coming off of their bowling. Overton is in. That one's edged again by Lanka. This time, though, it will go slightly wider, and Adil Rashid down at third will go tumbling away to his right-hand side and will stop the ball. 120 for 3. 25 overs and 4 balls have been sent down. So this is Overton's 5th. He's got 0 for 29. Sam Curran 1 for 15 from his 4. Liam Dawson sent down 6, 0 for 23. Adil Rashid 7 have yielded 2 for 30, and Rayan Ahmed 4 overs have gone 0 for 19 so far.
It's weird the way his hand came off the bat on that one. It must be the slowness of the wicket maybe, and his hands are going through a little bit, but he's hit one beautiful shot through the offside and 2 edges so far off Overton. He's probably happy to be off strike.
Mendes waits, right-handed, gets hit on the pad. One but's nipping back by Overton, surely doing too much. And, well, the briefest of conversations about what are they going to do with that one, and the answer is not very much.
Yeah, probably just heading down the leg side. This over, he's got, 1 ball to go in this over at the moment, Macca. And anyone who's looking at this over will be like, they brought Overton back and he went for 9 or 10. And he's actually bowled a ripper. He's got 2 outside edges and he's blasted through the set batter here, but just not quite got the line right on it.
He's bowling well. He had a very good spell with the strikers in the BBL. In he goes once again. Takes the outside half of Mendes' bat, pushes into the offside, and they will take a single to end the 26th over, 121 for 3. But Overton was sending down some serious heat. One of the games I watched in the BBL, they were doing one of the interviews mid-match with one of his teammates, and he'd sent down 1 over and every ball was over 140. And they were like, he's bowled really quick at the moment. You do not want to face him in the net. And they were saying, why do we think that is? Why did he go to... He said, he got fined the other week because apparently when he was out, he went into the tunnel area and started bashing up all sorts, so it cost him a few dollars. So he said, we think that's probably what's done it. If that's the case, find him a punch bag somewhere and just wheel that out, because at the moment he is absolutely sending it down.
Does Bats know about this?
Well,
maybe just every 3 games you come up with something. What's the old one from The Simpsons? You've got the wrong haircut, you can't play in the next game.
I think he's just got into a spell of playing some consistent cricket and staying fit. And when you can stay fit and bowl overs, this is what can happen. And the problem is we had this witness, but none of our bowlers were match fit.
Rayan Ahmed to start a new over, and Kusal Mendes slap drives him out to the deep cover fielder for a single. Mendes goes to 40 from 55. Sri Lanka 122 for 3. Lanka will be on strike. He's got 15 from 14.
No, I think you're right, Goffey. I think there's some guys who can bowl at 90% fitness, and there are some guys who are at 100. I think when Overton's at 100, he's a really good bowler. But if he's not near 100, he can really go for runs.
Rayan Ahmed in once again. That's the googly. Lanka's the left-hander plays it. He grazes the outside edge of the bat. Goes down to third. Overton scurrying after that one will pull it back in, and they'll take a couple. 124 for 3.
I'll tell you what, he played this really well, actually. It was the googly, and he just opened his face on it. Really played it well. That's Lanka. Good fielding as well from Jamie Overton. A proper athlete. Bat, bowl and field.
Rayan Ahmed around the wicket. Where's that gone? It's gone miles up in the air. What did it come off? It's either glove or bat, and Rayan Ahmed has the wicket of Lanka. It went very slowly, very high, and the ball took an age to come down. It was caught by the England fielders, who simply went, thank you very much, we'll take the wicket, and Sri Lanka are 124 for 4. Rayan Ahmed has his first, he's got 1 for 22.
Yeah, it was a big aggressive sweep, and it might have even hit the helmet on the way out, and Josh Butler and Lanka had absolutely no idea where this ball was at all. And luckily the one person who knew was Harry Brook, and he took a couple of steps up. That should have been a wicketkeeper's catch, but if you look at Butler, he's looking left and right. Lanka's looking out towards the deep mid-wicket where he thought he's hit the ball. And I don't know if you saw, Goff, it might have just flicked the helmet on the way up, and that's why it went straight up in the air. It was a big bit of wood on it to start with.
Absolutely caught Brook. Ball Rayan Ahmed for 17, and that's a huge wicket. They were going well, Sri Lanka. Both teams, it's even Stevens at the moment. Sri Lanka are now in a position, they've got to build a partnership. 124 for 4, the boundaries are coming, but the wickets keep falling. And England so far have managed to get 4 Sri Lankan wickets. And Rayan Ahmed, who come into the side for Will Jacks, has picked up his wicket, 1 for 22, of just over 4 overs.
That's the 3rd wicket in a row to sweep shot as well, Maka. 3 different kinds of sweeps, but certainly they've decided to sweep England today, and it hasn't worked so far.
Janeth Leanaga is the new man, and his 11th one-day international. He's not a youngster though, 30 years of age, and he is taking guard now. Not played against England before, and Rayan Ahmed starts him off with a big googly. Oh, it's turned too much down the leg side. It's been called wide. God, Rod Tucker's in a harsh mood today. In he comes once again. Big stride forward for the right-handed Leanaga. Pushes to backward point, and there is no run. I think I said it's his 11th. It's his 31st. Today. Well, he's wasted no time coming down the pitch to Rayan Ahmed on this occasion. Played a perfectly respectable defensive shot the ball before, and now he comes back, smacks him back over his head for 4. 129 for 4.
Well, that's the way to play, isn't it? It's entertaining. I say nowhere near that. I mean, it was a proper hack. Leanaga just come to the crease, just talking about the importance of a partnership, but he gets somewhere near it, but he was a bit of a googly, I think, as well. But he managed to get enough on it.
On the back foot this occasion to one that's slightly shorter, pushed out to the cover region, and there's no run to end the 27th over, 129 for 4. Yeah, Leanaga's played 10 one-dayers in the calendar year of 2025. That's where I got the 10 from. 337 runs at 48.1. His highest score was 78, but he got 3 50s and 3 not-outs in that, so that was why he pulled up some decent numbers.
He's a very good player. The issue is he's very similar to someone like Lanka, and he's another guy who can average 40 in one-day cricket, but doing it at a strike rate of, 85, 90? Like, he's not putting any pressure back on. He's a very good player of spin, though. He averages 60 against the spinning ball in ODI so far, but at a strike rate of 79, Coffee. So maybe someone said to him, mate, can you just go out and whack it, because that is not the sort of shot he would normally play against spin.
Yeah, his career strike rate in ODIs is 85.9. In home ODIs, 20 of his 30 games have been played at home, 78, which is remarkable.
It can be difficult. People think Sri Lanka is just going to be flat. It can be very, very difficult to get.
New over starts, and Mendes is ducking underneath this one from Overton, no run.
It can be very difficult, especially under the lights there, batting second, day-night games, the amount of spin as the game goes on as well. So it can be a difficult place to bat in the middle order, especially when you're chasing.
Yeah, we're just seeing the replay of Lanka. So he's gone for the big slog sweep, and he's top-edged that into the helmet. It's gone straight up in the air, and luckily for Josh Butler, Harry Brook was awake.
Overton, right arm over to Mendes, and he will turn it on the onside to square leggish, and will take a single. 130 for 4.
If they didn't have a slip in, that's not out, Coffee, because I don't think Butler picked that up at all. It would have landed next to him too.
Yeah, Butler had no idea. That's the problem. Sometimes when you keep with an helmet on, once you lose it, you're not getting it back either. You can see, look, he's looking, but he's no idea with the helmet. Harry Brook, just a cap on, sunglasses. He says, thanks very much. It's an easy one for him.
Butler was actually going to start off to run past the batter, wasn't he? He thought it had gone forward.
Yeah, I was going to say, he was thinking it was ahead, wasn't he? As Goffey said, it went above his head so he couldn't see it with the helmet.
Another in-swinging delivery from Overton at over 140 kilometres an hour. Leoniger turns it on the onside, and there is no run. 27.5 overs sent down, so we are a good chunk past the halfway stage. The average score, as we mentioned, on this ground, 247. Feels like it. It's a bit more than that today. Overton in once again. Defensively played by Leoniger, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's been a interesting pitch, hasn't it? There's a little bit there with the new ball, a little bit of seam, a little bit of swing. It carried without doubt, and that's why Jamie Overton were getting the ball through to the keeper. Spin, we've seen a little bit of spin, and it's not going to be easy, but if they can get anywhere around that 260 mark, it gives them a chance.
Overton, again, short, dug in. A real effort ball played defensively by the batter, and there's no run.
But for Sri Lanka, it's now about partnerships, it really is. Unfortunately for them, they're losing wickets at regular intervals, because the spinners have bowled well for England, and they've got to get a partnership together, and Kusal Mendes is the main man. He really is. We know what a terrific player he is, especially with a white ball, and he's got to deliver for his team.
Kusal Mendes coming up on 4,800 runs in one-day internationals. Overton will finish the over with a short one, and that is 28 overs completed, 130 for 4. You're listening on TalkSport 2, watching on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, where you will find all 3 of these one-day internationals, and then the 3 T20 games that follow that. The one-day internationals all in Colombo, and then it's up to Pellekele, just on the outskirts of Kandy, for the T20 games. So slightly different conditions for England as they, all the teams prepare for this T20 World Cup. Split location, of course, India and Sri Lanka for that. England's games getting underway shortly. First ball of Rayan Ahmed's new over. Mendes pushes into the offside, and there's no run. Rayan in once again. Mendes using his feet to get to the pitch of this one. Pushes out to Sam Curran, and then we will take a single. So England's World Cup campaign gets underway on the 8th of February against Nepal. Wankhede Stadium. Using his feet is Leoniger. Again, it's out to Curran, out on the boundary edge. Single taken, 132 for 4.
I'll tell you what, Nepal, I've gone and worked out there and commentated out there on their Premier League, and I'll tell you what, they'll not be easy. They're a good side. They really
Still
are.
got England as slight favourites in that one.
I would say they're a slight favourite.
I would hope they are. I mean, but it's not been the happiest of hunting grounds. Oh, lovely shot from Mendes. Rayan Ahmed gives him a ball to drive through extra cover, and he does just that. 15th 4 of the innings, 136 for 4. And Mendes, that's a lovely, lovely shot. That's 4 more to his total and the team's.
Yeah, I said before he'll eventually go to using his feet, because he can't play the cut anymore because of the way they're bowling. He doesn't want to keep sweeping, so he's using his feet again.
and he goes over mid-on this time to get to 50. 50 from 61 balls, raises the bat out of 140 for 4. 28 overs and 5 balls. Mendes brings up another half century, his 35th in this form of the game.
Yeah, fantastic knock. 50 from 61 from Kusal Mendes, the important man now for Sri Lanka. And I think they've decided that Rayan's the one's got to go, the 5th bowler for England. Make him use a 6th and 7th bowler.
Coming forward, just pushing quietly into the offside on this occasion, and that will complete the over. 29 in the book, 140 for 4.
Yeah, Nepal it's an interesting side, isn't it, Coffee? Because they're a little bit like what Afghanistan was a few years ago, where they've got lots of guys who can score at 2 runs a ball. They don't always have the depth to be able to do normal innings, but they can do a lot of damage, and then lots of different guys who can take wickets as well.
Yeah, they ain't got no real pace. I think that's one thing they are lacking. They've got lots of bits and pieces spinners. A bit like Sri Lanka, got about 5-6 spinners in their starting lineup. A lot of medium pacers, ball wicket to wicket. But again, their batting is exciting. And they score heavily. They've got some good fielders in their side as well. Probably the best fielder I've ever seen. I forgot his name. Ari, didn't he?
He's incredible, isn't he?
Yeah, he's incredible. Probably the best fielder I've ever seen.
And he could be anything as a cricketer if he just sort of channels it all together.
Overton to start the 30th over will be pulled gently out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Oh, I apologise. I'm very sorry. Mr. Harmison and Mr. Abasinger are on commentary duties now. I've done 1 ball too many. So I'll go off to the naughty chair. Gentlemen, you take it away.
Thank you, Andrew. That's fine. You sounded so good, I felt like listening to you even more. Right, so England have been good. They've been knocking at the Sri Lankan batting. 141 for 4 at the moment. It's Overton. He's bowling with good pace. Definitely good heat. High 130s. And Harmy, what England have done well, they've just not let Sri Lanka settle in with a partnership.
Yeah, they've not let them settle in, but they've also, I think, they've been helped out, England. I think Sri Lanka have really helped England out by, I think 2 of the 3 sweep shots were, I think, poorly execution. And I think at that point, just taking some responsibility and moving the game on and understanding where England's bowlers are, I think would have been the right course. I think England have been helped out by some poor batting from Sri Lanka.
Overton again bowling on a length. And played back up the pitch by Janit Lianage, who's looked very impressive in the recent past, I must say. He made his debut in T20 cricket and then fell away a bit. He was a bit overwhelmed by the fact that he was at the highest level, but now a little bit more maturity shown as a cricketer. He's come in, he's made this one-day spot his own, and now he's starting to gradually move into T20 cricket. He's on 6. Short delivery down the leg side, that's a wide. That's not great bowling.
Yeah, he's looked comfortable when he came in. It was a good shot against Rian Ahmed to try and put pressure on him when he run down the wicket, and didn't quite get all of it. 1 bounce 4. Overton's been good, but I'm looking at these overs. England probably need to inject that 6th bowler. Karun's only bowled 4, Dawson 6, Rashid 7, Rian Ahmed 7. Overton into his 7th over.
He's hitting the bat hard, I'll tell you. He's running in, bending his back. It's not the easiest to come in here in these hot conditions and on those rather brown and docile tracks.
Yeah, and I think it's important, and I think from England's point of view now, if they can sort of keep Kusal Mendes at the non-striker's end after the first ball or the second ball, put pressure on the new batter, and especially the way Jamie Overton's bowling, the lines and the lengths that he's bowling, you might see him finish his overs off here. He's going nicely.
Again, he's at the batter. That's the good thing. He's just slightly back of a length, and he's bowling wicket to wicket. That's the key. He's not giving that width that the batter's looking for.
Yeah, he struggled first up when he first came on. He conceded 10 runs off that first over, but that was at Asalanka, the left-hander. He just didn't quite get his line right from around the wicket. But to the right-hander, he's bowled beautifully. His lengths have been good, but his line's been absolutely spot on. And on the surface like this, ball's getting older. It's difficult to hit through the line of the ball, especially at his release point, big and tall. And the pace that Jamie Overton's bowling, he's really bowled a come back. He's come back well after that first over, and I'd continue him going. I'd bowl him out from here.
Last ball of the over. And again, you could see that pace, the bounce. It is the end of the over. It is very, very good bowling. 143 for 4. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel with Sri Lanka batting first. 143 for 4 at the end of 30 overs. Just a quick question to you. World Cup round the corner, the T20 World Cup. England playing their first game against Nepal, of course, you know us. But the real test or the real preparation will be, you think, when the T20 starts, or this is a good build-up?
You would have said that this would be a good build-up, but if you look at the England side, you've got England's top 3. You've got Crawley, Duckett, and Root. Crawley and Root aren't going to the World Cup, so England are basically looking this is a little bit in isolation. Zach Crawley's not in the World Cup squad. Neither's Joe Root. So I thought it would be a good preparation from that point of view, but Phil Salt will come into the reckoning, who has been excellent for England in T20 cricket. So I think when they get up to Kandy and play them 3 T20 games there, I think that's when they'll sort of identify as that's the preparation period for the T20 World Cup. They start with a nice game against Nepal, but I think they're in a tough group. I really do think they're in a tough group. In with Bangladesh and the West Indies.
Starting a first over is Bethel, left arm. Such a versatile cricketer, isn't he? Jacob Bethel, I mean, heard so much about him as a batter, did see the way he batted against Australia, and spoken of very highly. And let's play it again on the offside. This time a single. And if I'm not mistaken, I remember Jeff Boycott saying that when he toured the West Indies in the 60s, he played against Jacob Bethel's father.
Yeah, I think Jacob Bethel, his background is from Barbados. His family were, I think, working over there, so he spent his informative years in Caribbean, speaks with a Caribbean accent.
Hit. This time on a quick single, good running, very good running. That was going to be my question, because it's a different accent.
Correct,
completely different accent.
It's like Tony Cozier, isn't it?
Yeah. There are times that I don't understand some of the things they say.
Well, you sit next to me, so I can't understand. I mean, you'll be surprised you understand a word I say coming from the northeast of England.
So far, so good.
Oh, good. That's good. That is good.
Bethel again that time. A bit of bounce. There is a bit of grip. Now that will encourage the Sri Lankan spinners. But again, Hami, I believe it's very important the pace you bowl on this surface.
Yeah, and I think that's what Jacob, I think, he's got right straight up, especially as a 6 bowler.
Short and wide. Oh, that time Kusal Mendes will be kicking himself. That was 4. That was 4 written all over it. But good fielding at backward point.
Yeah, that was the release ball. That was the ball he didn't quite get right and just dragged down. It comes every now and again.
Good over. Very, very good over so far. And just 2 runs off it. It's 145 for 4. It's TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Good for Bethel. England probably need him to make up a couple of overs of Sam Curran. You look at the overs that England have bowled so far. The 20 overs, 19 overs left in this first innings. Overton's got 3, Curran's got 6, Dawson, who was going to come on and about to bowl now, who's got 4 left, Rashid 3 left, Rian Ahmed with 3 left. So I think it was important that Harry Brook got Bethel into it, and he started very, very well. Went for 2 off that over. One of them he should have stopped. He'd be disappointed with that, and he got away with a short and wide one. But it was a good start from Jacob Bethel and England's part-time bowlers. Mention about being all-rounders that England have got. We've got some good sort of bits and pieces cricketers, and I think they're going to come in handy in these next 4 or 5 overs as Sri Lanka set up possibly a grandstand finish with 10 overs to go.
Yeah, this is awesome. That's a wide, I think, unless it brushed nothing, so it's not a wide. See, always in any wide ball format, the middle overs are so important. You just should go into the last 10 overs if you're a batting side.
Oh, nice, Dawson!
Played forward, no run.
One's coming here, Dawson.
With wickets in hand, at least a minimum one set batter. So now, if this partnership kicks on, that will be perfect for Sri Lanka going into that last 10 overs. Here's Dawson again.
Oh.
One thing about Dawson is that he's bowling within his limitations, if that's the right word. He's not looking to turn the ball much, but he's firing it in and looking to bowl wicket to wicket, just a touch back of a length.
Yeah, he's looking to contain. He's not looking to bowl the $1 million ball. He's looking to contain and basically say to the batter, you're going to have to take a big risk to score off me. If you want to play a big shot, I'm happy for you to come and try.
At the moment, Sri Lanka looking to milk him, just pushing it around. Another single. Kusal Mendis getting on the front foot. But important phase for both teams. If England can get 2 wickets here, that's game on for them. But if Sri Lanka gets through this little bit, last 10 overs, they got an opportunity to launch. So let's see. Little moments in the game, so important. Here comes Dawson. And another dot.
Yeah, I mean, the current run rate is 4.6. That gets him to 230. I think they'll want more than that. 6 and over from here, 255. That's probably par score, I would say. Par score. So anything more than that, that's what Sri Lanka be looking for.
Well bowled again. This is very clever bowling. Another very good over. It's 147 for 4. You're on TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
And I also think it's good captaincy this from Harry Brook, because I think he's identifying as the quiet passage while the 2 Sri Lankan batters get set to go for that sort of grandstand finish. So he's not only is he getting through the overs quickly, and it's not costing him that much. Bethel bowls his over quickly, Dawson bowls his over quickly. So all of a sudden, with a blink of an eye, there could be 4 overs just taken out of the game, 10 runs scored, and all of a sudden that 250 target that Sri Lanka will be looking for becomes even harder to get.
The bowls down the leg side. It's played fine. Should be looking for 2. And they will get 2. That was just sliding down the leg side. The point you make is very valid. You get 2 spinners bowling in tandem, and you get through cheap overs, and you get through your overs quickly. And suddenly, you don't realize it as a batting unit. And you would see that you just, played a few cheap overs and suddenly 40 overs. Here comes Bethel again. And he's looking to get a bit busy. This is good cricket. Not about just hitting boundaries, but just opening up areas. This time on the offside for a single.
And that's the important thing. While this sort of quiet period is going, it's important you rotation of strike. Take a risk every now and again to keep the scoring rate going with the boundary, but making sure that you aren't just sitting there and letting England dictate terms. I think Adil Rashid will come on. I think England might identify this passage to go, right, we need a strike to get a wicket.
150 is up, and here goes the sweep. A slog sweep from Lianage, only a single. But at the moment, what England have done well, they have dried out the boundaries. They bowl more dots, they build more dots. But Sri Lanka, on the other hand, are playing smart cricket. They're looking to knock it around, do it in singles. So at the moment, that appears to be the pattern of players. Bethel comes in again. This time to Mendis, who is not finding the gap. Goes to the man at cover just behind point.
Very frustrating from Mendes. That's twice now he's missed out on 2 short and wide ones, hitting them straight to Rian Ahmed at backward point. And I think this is why I'd bring Rashid into the play.
Bethel goes again, and this is short and wide. It's a drag down, but only a single. And Kusal Mendis gets off strike. 151 for 4, 1 ball to go in the over.
Boundaries aren't coming. Run rate's just slowing down a little bit. I think the Sri Lankan batters are seeing that, and they're trying to go through the gears a little bit. And England's dangerous bowler needs to come on now.
Another single. Lianage, lovely stride out, hitting it through mid-off for a single. It is 153 for 4, 33 overs done. And you're listening to TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. And at this point, what I would like to ask you, Harmy, is as we got a little bit of time before the next over starts, England's policy in the last 2 years have been pace and genuine pace. But Archer's gone. When I say gone, he's injured. Wood seemed to be injured. So where is the next set of 90 miles an hour plus bowlers for England? During your time, you had those guys, and then England just kept following.
Yeah, but I think I'm all for having the 90 mile an hour bowlers, but I think you've got to have a balanced attack. I think you've got to have a variation of your attack. If you've got 4 bowlers that can bowl 90 mile an hour, different release points and different angles and got different skill sets, I played in an attack like that, then that's great.
This is Dawson, first delivery, finds the man at mid-wicket.
The frustrating thing I had from the winter, the Australian series, the Ashes series, I thought we had 5 or 6 90 mile an hour bowlers, but bowled in an individual way, didn't bowl as an attack.
Here is Dawson again, tossing it up, straight to the bowler again, no run. And they look quite similar, isn't it, in their lengths?
Yeah, very similar, but they also didn't have a spinner that sort of complemented the seam attack very, very well. So I thought the England looked like a bowling unit which were very individualistic.
Dawson bowls now 28 deliveries without a boundary for Sri Lanka. Another single. So that tells you that England have managed to kind of pull it back a little bit, bringing some control. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, just wanting some stability, want a partnership. So, as I said, important phase of the game. Here is Dawson again. Comes in off a few steps. Kusal Mendes will get another single. So that is the pattern of play. 57, 58 now of 74 balls. Lianage 11 of 24. So that tells you the kind of pressure England have applied, and also the way Sri Lanka is looking to build this and maybe get out of this situation.
Been very disciplined from England. It really has. It's been good. Now about time to strike.
Well bowled, beautifully bowled. That is clever bowling. Drew the batter. Lovely flight.
Good from Dawson. Good from Brook as well. I don't think England's ground fielding has been at its best, at its sharpest. Missed out on a couple of ones that.
Right, they'll get a single off the last ball, and Lianage will keep the strike. It's 156 for 4, and it's time now to join John Norman and the rest of the team.
Thank you very much, Roshan. Yep, 156 for 4. And much riding on Kusal Mendes from a Sri Lankan perspective. If he sticks around for the next 16 overs, then Sri Lanka, you imagine, will get up to that score, 230, 240, possibly even in excess of that. It's been a while since we've had a boundary. Just 3 runs coming from Liam Dawson's 8th over. He's absolutely on it. 28 balls since the last boundary. I'm joined in the commentary box by Gareth Batty, head coach at Surrey, and former managing director of Yorkshire, and of course England legend Darren Gough. 2 for 30 from Rashid 7. This has reminded me of an extended T20, the way that Harry Brook has chopped and changed his spinners. We've seen a bit of Bethel, we've seen a bit of Rashid, a bit of Dawson, a bit of Ahmed, and they've just been all interchanging, slotting in. And just as soon as you think someone's bowling a 3-4 over spell, then somebody else comes on. And you know what, Goffey? It's kind of worked.
It has kind of worked, and they've done really well, the spinners between them. I think Sri Lanka decided to have a little dip at Rayan Ahmed, not let him settle.
There's Rashid, and stretching forward is Lianage, smothering the spin. 12 from 27, that tells its own tale, doesn't it? It's been really tricky to get the ball away, and England continuing to mix and match. 2 Surrey pacemen opening the bowling as Lianage. Oh, I wonder whether his back leg was just over the line there as Harry Brook pinged the ball back at the stumps after fielding at first slip. We'll have a look again, but it's been all spin apart from those two, Overton and Curran, who shared the new ball. Overton was brought back for a little dip, but he was expensive, so taken out again as this is pushed into mid-wicket for another run. Liana Gate moves to 13 and Kusha Mendes is 58. 157 for 4 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
It's quite impressive from Harry Brook. It's not as easy as you think to rotate spinners more than 2. To try and get 3 in is really, really difficult. And to get 4 through without, you know, anybody questioning should he be bowling, shouldn't he, I think it's quite impressive from an England point of view.
This is another decent turning leg break from Adil Rashid, which is fired in and around the big leg, the big pad on the leg stump line of Kushal Mendes, who comes forward and just blocks it out. He's been in no real rush this time. Oh, I thought that was drifting towards off stump, but kind of pitched more middle. And again, can't get the ball away. Can't beat the field on the leg side. 1 ball left of the over. It's only gone for a single. Kushal Mendes, 58 not out. Gets ready, and this time swivels and pulls. And he will face the first ball of over number 36 with the score 158 for 4.
But one thing I will say, Bats, it's a bit easier to rotate than when you've only got 2 seamers, so you haven't really got an option. But I'm with you totally. When you've, as a skipper, and you've got 4 seamers, then you've got 3 spinners, and you notice he starts to turn, it's then, oh wow, how do I get him in here and get him on at the right time and rotate it, and so it doesn't become easy for the batters, so it can be difficult.
There's also the flip side of your spinners not feeling like they're getting a spell. The spinners generally, when you come on, you get a bit of a spell. You get your 4, 5, 6 overs. So to get the spinners comfortable with almost doing it like the seamers do a bit, you come in for 3 or 4, then you come out of the attack. Getting Bethel in before the 34th, 33rd over is really positive.
It is Bethel, start of his 3rd over, and again, that fielder, Dawson, I think it is, stationed at short mid-wicket fields. If you've got a question for Goffey or Bats, drop it in the chat facility on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. You do need to subscribe first, and I'll pose the question. As Kusal Mendes just eases forward, opens up his stance and plays this towards point for a single front of point. He moves to 60 and the score 159 for 4. I mean, there's not been big turn there. I mean, Rashid's span some, hasn't he? But the other 3, it's all just been about flight and variation and accuracy. So I wonder how Sri Lanka are going to go about things. As on the sweep is Liana Gay, and Bethel has his head in his hands, because if that had missed, it would have probably hit him slap bang in front of the stumps. Here is Bethel again. And this is defended out to cover, and Mendes is about 5 paces down the track. Liana Gay is going nowhere. He's just ball watching, but I'm not sure there was a single there anyway. Possibly signs of the pressure that's started to build on Sri Lanka. They're being squeezed. Liana Gate 13 from 31 rather, comes down the track, lofts Bethel up over his head. Easy as you like for 6.
Oh, wonderful batting there. Skip down the pitch, quick feet, shimmied down, got to the pitch of the ball, managed just to lean back on contact to get it up and over Bethel, straight to the side screen for wonderful batting. Sweep before, so he's changing length, changing how he's looking to score his runs. Oh, nicely played there.
We've had somebody ask you a question, well, both of you a question. Why didn't Adil Rashid make more of an impact in England's red ball team over the years? There's a question for you Goffey and Bats. I mean, I think we talked at length. He did have a bit of an injury, didn't he? Which meant that he felt he couldn't play much red ball cricket towards the back end of his career. As Bethel might have picked up a wicket here. No, just drops in front of Crawley, who was running around at mid-wicket on the boundary, and just at the minute he thought he could put in the dive, and suddenly seemed to be caught between making a decision to field or take the catch, and in the end he did neither.
Well, he valued his teeth, I think there. It was a bit of a pull out at the last second there. without a doubt. He's such a good fielder normally. He's got great hands, we know that. And he run round and he realised it was going to be dangerous, and he decided not to go for it. But on the Adil Rashid thing, it's interesting, isn't it? I think he packed in the red ball too early. He's another one I think could have played at least another 3 or 4 years Test cricket, and he would have got the best out, because he's become a better bowler. He really has, but he was worried about the shoulder. He was worried about the injuries and the niggles. And if you speak to him now, he just said he's fresh all the time. He looks fit, doesn't he? He has time to work on his fitness, and he just looks the part. And he's going to play probably another 2 or 3 years.
Sam Curran has been brought back into the attack. His first 4 overs went for 15, and he picked up the wicket of Nissanka at 50 for 1 when Nissanka was completely undone by what is being called a moon ball. It's a very, very slower, fuller delivery from Sam Curran. I imagine you would have seen him practice that in training bats along the way. Is that delivery you see much when Surrey are playing red ball cricket? Punched through the covers and fielded by Brook on the edge of the circle at mid-off, so it's just a single. 170 for 4, Sri Lanka.
I'm laughing because we had a bit of a joke about it in practice. He ran up and bowled it, and I said, blimey, if I see that in a game and it don't go for 6, I'll be amazed. That's a terrible ball. And he bowled it the first T20 game and got a wicket first time with it. Laughed in my face, and he's probably about 25 wickets deep with it now.
Did he look to the dressing room when he took that wicket? Did he look up? Wide of the crease, down the track is Lianagay, and this is powerfully hit by Sexterfield at cover and mid-off, and away to the boundary for 4. Lianagay suddenly, he's on the charge. 174 for 4 Sri Lanka. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the first of 3 ODIs between Sri Lanka and England on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think he's realised Lianagay, but he's got to put his foot on the pedal. He's got Kusal Mendes at the other end, who's hopefully going to bat through for him.
Oh, he's been struck on the pads. There's a big shout. Bat's finger's gone up. I wonder if there was a little inside edge. It looked slap bang in front, didn't it? And doesn't look like England are going to go for the review. So not out is the call, and the score remains 174 for 4.
On Sam Curran, you know, and this is the perfect pitch for Sam Curran, by the way. This is where he is really, really good. He's fantastic on these sort of pitches. Slow in nature, mixes his pace up really well. Very clever bowler, knows his field. He knows he's an organised cricketer, knows what field he wants. And this is where he is dangerous. And such a good one-day bowler.
Curran again. And that is the slower delivery, isn't it? Or one of many slower deliveries. It's on the pad, 79 kilometres an hour. So you're going to see spinners bowl faster than that later today. Tikshana will bowl faster. He'll bowl faster spin bowler bowling than that later today. It's just a single, 175 for 4. We've just seen a replay of that impassioned plea for LBW. We'd all given it... Well, Goffey hadn't. Just a little bit of bat on that one. More bat than pad, that's for sure. Punched to Bethel in the covers, no run. End of the over, a boundary from it. 3 boundaries from the last 8 deliveries. Lianagay's 28 from 36, Kushal Mendes 61 from 82. Sri Lanka 175 for 4, 13 overs remaining in the innings. And we've been talking about 230, 240. That seems a little light to me, especially with England's batting.
Yeah, I think pretty comfortable. I just think as soon as I saw it, that first few overs, I think realistically they need another 90. 100 would be unbelievable, but another 90 from here, very gettable. I think Sri Lanka are here. But the problem they've lost 4 wickets. And we know what it's like on these sort of pitches, a new batter coming in with the spinners on, and it's hard, no pace in the pitch, and trying to knock it around for 1s and 2s, you can get behind it, can't you? You've got to get in front, someone's got to be there and bat through, and if Mendes is there at the end, he's 61 not out from 82 deliveries, they're going to be somewhere around that mark.
Yeah, it's an old school formula, isn't it? You have somebody that bats through the innings and other people come in and chip in. And obviously the bigger chip, if that 28 and 36 turns into 60, in 60, all of a sudden you get to where you're talking about, Goffey, and you're at that sort of perfect scenario, 275. You push the button too early and you're 240 all out. Because that's the nature of the beast with these surfaces. It's the slowness, it's the turgid nature of it that actually challenges your assessment of risk and when you should take your risk, which is something that England generally just go into gear 6 from whatever point, and that's it. We ain't changing gear. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about it. There's nothing wrong with going gear 6 because you might knock them off and have 5 overs to spare, and there's method in that, absolutely. But I think the consistent method is having a Mendes, having a route that gets you a substantial score and then other people chip in around it.
Obviously conditions are going to be completely different next year. Probably different personnel, possibly, for the ODI World Cup in South Africa, Namibia and Zimbabwe. So there's no point in looking ahead to that. But lessons to learn for the T20 World Cup coming up from what you've seen so far? There'll be some crossover with the teams, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're going to have to understand that the very small periods when you get to 2020, but there are very small periods that you have to manage within the game to allow launch pads. And you go back as simple as how Sri Lanka won it back in the day, in the 90s. They went hard up front. Somebody keeps going if they get a score to get you to that exceptional score, but you had players in the middle, classy players, who could churn out when it got difficult to be able to rotate strike, to allow then somebody to have a bit of a whoop at the end.
I think the England team, I think T20 side at the minute is probably pretty solid. I think we covered on all bases. I think the 50 over side, we're going through a bad period, aren't we? It's kind of, we almost went down that period under Owen Morgan a little bit towards the end, where we were trying to play it like a T20 game. You need a little bit more than that. In this game, like I said, assessing the conditions, and on some pitches, you have to have a batter who bats through, and that's why Joe Root's come back into the side, and that's why it's so important. You need players like that who know and assess the pitch and know what needs to be done to get a good score on the board.
We're talking about senior players, Goffey, and I think, if people want to have their opinion on the Ashes that's just gone, England went into it without that senior structure, those senior pillars throughout the team, which give you that structure, which give you those KPIs, which give you that number that says, well, look, if our senior players score at their average, this is what score we get first and is then second, and you have some younger players in that raise that average if they're good players, hopefully. But it gives you a base, gives you a structure.
Well, we just had a dance break. Floodlights are coming on. We won't talk about nightclubs. Rayan Ahmed, start of his 7th over. This pitch is wide and goes even wider. In the end, Mendes has to reach for the ball and he'll just take a single. So the score moves on, 177 for 4. Question on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel chat facility. Would Rashid have made a difference in Australia in the Ashes just gone? I'll ask you that, Goffey.
Well, no. Because the spinners didn't bowl. They hardly bowled it over in both sides.
Down the track comes Mendes and has to readjust at the last minute, but steers this to point for a single. That brings Lianage back on strike. He's hit a few lusty blows in the last couple of overs, so his approach to Rayan Ahmed is going to be fascinating to see. 177 for 4, and he's about to face his first delivery. 29 from 37. And Rayan Ahmed, the leg spinner, in the side ahead of Will Jacks. Oh! Butler's gone up for the caught behind. Rayan Ahmed wants it. The umpire doesn't think it's out. Brooks having a word. Suddenly they don't look quite as confident. Shrug of the shoulders from Harry Brook. Butler throws the ball back to Rayan Ahmed, and after all that, you can answer the question, Goffey.
Yeah, so when games are only lasting 2-3 days, the spinners are not going to make any difference to any competition, and we saw that with the pitchers in Australia. The favoured seam bowlers now for probably a couple of years, so as good as Adil Rashid is, he wouldn't have had any impact in Australia whatsoever.
Ahmed again. And seemed to surprise Lianage a touch. Tries to open the face of the bat, it does do, but it hits him quite high up on the bat and reaches him a touch quicker. Hurried with the shot. Ahmed continuing on the sweep, and that comes off the pad. It's going to beat Rashid, who's stationed quite wide from Butler, and races away for 4. Leg buys will be the call. The umpire's just waiting to see whether England want to go up for LBW, but never going to happen. 177 for 4 Sri Lanka.
Yeah, yet again we see, I'm going to get this pronunciation wrong, so apologies, Lianage, being the aggressor, being the man that's trying to impose himself on the bowlers, and I think that's absolutely right. He has to be the one starting the charge so that Mendes can keep batting through the innings.
This is on leg stump, and that is thumped to the boundary. Really good shot from Lianage. Steps across the crease and hammers that to the boundary, backward as square. Fielder's got no chance, and the score moves on again. 185 for 4.
Yeah, good shot from Lianage, really was. He's playing catch-up, isn't he? 33 now from 41. And Mendes, 62 from 83. We know how good he is. He's the one who's got to be there at the end and build this partnership. 185 for 4 now. Sam Curran has been good, been excellent for England. He really has. And on that 5th bowler, kind of shared it, haven't they? Whether it be Rehan Ahmed, they've tried to bring Jacob Bethel on. Probably bowled him one too many, as you sometimes can do with a spinner. It's an hard one, that, isn't it? Managing your spinners, knowing when to take them off, knowing when the batter's going to go.
What will happen to Shoaib Bashir now? It's another question. Well, he's just signed a contract, hasn't he? So he's going to hopefully be playing a bit of second division cricket for the next couple of years at least. Short delivery from Curran. It's well wide, and Kushal Mendes, who's 62 from 83, seems to have plenty of time to ride the bounce and pull this towards the leg side, but in the end it's so slow, it takes so long to get to him. In the end he just kind of dead bats it, and it's no run.
I can answer that question without any shadow of a doubt. He's going to move to Derby.
I just said that.
Is he going to play?
He's going to live in Derby.
He's going to move there as well.
I don't know, you would do, wouldn't you?
Well, I don't know. Goff used to get a helicopter to work.
Yeah, but we're talking about Bashir, not Goff.
He just needs to play. It's as simple as that, isn't it?
Look, no matter what's been said about him, he was the quickest spinner. What, 50 test wickets?
Curran is in, and this is on the drive from Kushal Mendes. Big step forward. And just steers this past the fielder at extra cover and away to the boundary. 189 for 4, Sri Lanka. Start the 39th over.
What I will say here about Sam Curran bowling round the wickets to the right-hander, I think it opens up both sides of the wicket for him. I don't think on this sort of pitch he needs to do it. I think he could bowl over and still bowl his slow balls and make it very difficult to hit him on either side of the wicket. But I think bowling round, it makes it a lot easier for him.
He's continuing to really mix and match his pace here. This is pushed out to cover, no run from Mendes, who's 66.
It's Sam's greatest asset. He competes and he puts himself against his opposite number. And I think I'm in agreement with you, Goffey, that coming around the wicket opens up both sides of the wicket. But I think it's because first ball he just saw that little bit of tail on the outside edge of the bat that he thought it could be the answer.
Going to have a little bit of hold up in play because Kushal Mendes, and he was a touch squared up by that last delivery from Sam Curran, played the ball a touch awkwardly, and he's now on his back, and he's just holding the base of his back on the right side, and he looks like he's struggling a bit. 189 for 4, so the physio has just ran on. So yeah, so Shoaib Bashir will bowl some cricket, bowl for Derbyshire. I won't ask you, Bats, but I'll ask you, Goffey. Will he be England's spinner for the first test against New Zealand in June? I mean, look, if he
I'd be
tears it up,
amazed, mate, if he's England's spinner. I mean, I get why they didn't play him in the last test match, purely because if he'd have got 5 for, they would have looked fools. If he would have played in Sydney and took wickets, it would have been an embarrassment on how the old tour's gone. So they were never going to play him in that 5th test, right? The only way he gets in that first Test match is if he goes to Derby and he plays early season and he takes wickets. That's the only way he can play. When you say that, I mean, you've got to now take some value on county cricket and go from there. And if he performs for Derby, he deserves another shot.
I think the only drama and caveat to that is for the last 3-4 years, there has been less, if nothing, placed on county cricket. If you look good on an Instagram, you're a better chance of being selected than doing well in a first-class fixture, which they're going to have to change process, which I don't have a problem with picking somebody off Instagram if that's your thing. But flipping and crossing over and changing how you're then going to judge players and how good they are, you need to tell everybody that actually we do value this now.
But I think with him, because of all the publicity that's surrounding it, and I agree with you, I don't think they can do that now with Bashir. I think because he didn't play in any of the tests over in Australia, and they've sent him out now to Zimbabwe under-19s to go work in the nets over there. I think if he plays now for Derby, and he's going to have to play, by the way, he's got to take wickets, because his record playing first-class cricket, not Test cricket, is not very good. What's the average? At 80? Something like 80. So he's got to play. He's got to play and take some wickets. And if he does, give him another chance. I've no problem. He's took 50 Test wickets plus. He's not a bad bowler, but he's just been managed terribly over this last 7 months, 8 months since the injury.
I think therein lies your answer of why Adil Rashid isn't still playing red ball cricket, because of the management of players possibly. Then he had the shoulder thing and he just thought, actually, I'm looked after with Owen Morgan, I'll just stick to the white ball stuff.
We are back and Kushal Mendis is batting. Sam Curran bowling, continuing his 6th over off that little hold up, and Mendis doesn't look happy at all. This has been pushed out to backward point, no run. Mendis is 66, Leonagate half of that, 33, 189 for 4 Sri Lanka, so they're certainly getting the run rate up a touch more. We've got 11 overs to go. Cameras picked up Jayasuriya. The coach on the sidelines as Curran comes in, and forward is Mendis trying to drive, but this is going square of the wicket, and he doesn't look right, does he?
Is it my eyes deceiving me, or was this sort of not a puff of dust, that's a bit too elaborate, but was there some sort of disturbance on the surface there? Almost like it's well, like back in the day when you had Canary at Chelmsford, you put a bit of sand on it, you see the odd bit of sand come up.
Well, that's why they batted first, mate, because this is what happens, and this is why it's difficult.
Wide of the crease is Sam Curran, and Kushal Mendis gingerly, well, I don't know, he's not running at all. He's basically walking singles now because he's got a back problem, and it looks like Sri Lanka are having a discussion whether to take him off, because if he can't run, doesn't matter how well he's hitting it, unless he can start really peppering the boundary, and he hasn't really played like that in his innings so far. This might be a hindrance for Sri Lanka. 190 for 4. The cameras are picking up an ambulance. Don't think it's going to be quite that bad just yet.
He's the keeper as well, so what's going to happen there? Who's their standing keeper? They've probably got someone.
Everyone's a keeper these days, aren't they?
You're allowed to replace aren't you, keeper with it being specialist. I think so. I think that's the new rule. Might not be ICC actually. Apologies.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. 39 overs in. Liam Dawson set to continue, and Mendis will face the first ball of the 40th over. He's 67 from 89. And we'll wait and see how long he sticks around for. Shadows just starting to affect the pitch. Floodlights have come on, the Prima Dasa, and Liam Dawson bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Kushal Mendis. This is fielded by Harry Brook. Short cover, short extra cover, no run. Got another question for you guys before we go off air. This is punched again, fielded again, no run again. How do England and other countries build and develop ODI teams for World Cups going forward? With the lack of one-day games, how can you properly assess a player's role in a team? That's a very prescient question, especially for England, because their players just don't really play that much of it, do they? Dawson again, and this time it's punched up to long off for a single. Now, before the game, captain of Sri Lanka put forward the point that what you really want are players who played about 80 ODIs. Ideally, as Sri Lanka said, you want players who played around 100, 120 ODIs going into a World Cup. You want that level of experience. And we know going into the 2019 World Cup, as this ball is fielded by Bethel at mid-wicket, no run. England had a lot of experience in that side. But of course they haven't played much 50-over cricket. And if you look at the matches played by this one-day squad, there's only Jos Buttler, who would have played over 200 matches by the time the World Cup comes around. Adil Rashid, who'll be pushing 175. And Joe Root, who'll be pushing 200. Down the track comes Leon Gay, and it just dropped short of Harry Brook in the covers. And Dawson, for the second time in this match, has seen a ball just die on a fielder. Last ball of the over. Leon Gay, 33, and wanting to get on with things, but he'd be mindful that Kushal Mendis might not be around for long. He's still looking like a gunslinger from a Western, as he's crunched to Brook again. One run coming from the over. Sri Lanka 40 overs in here on TalkSport 2, 191 for 4. So going back to the point, guys, England, and I'm trying to think, is there anybody else that's going to come into this side for that World Cup? Is there anybody on the sidelines? Essentially, they're going to be going to the World Cup with a team that doesn't have 80 ODIs, let alone 100, 120, or the vast majority of them. So how do you do that?
Well, the thing is, we're going to have a lot of players who are quite experienced in playing white ball. That's the added advantage of all these other competitions around the world. And most of us have been brought up playing 50 overs of some type. And even now in the county game, we have the Metro Bank Trophy now, it's 50 overs. And all the younger players, the ones who are not quite picked up for anybody in the 100, can play in that competition. And I enjoyed being around that competition. You saw some good players do come on leaps and bounds by playing in competitive matches, playing 50 overs. Yes, it would have been better if you'd have had some of the big dogs, but the 100 obviously has taken care of that.
Good! Brian Ahmed! Oh, this has just died on Ahmed as well. There's been another couple of caught and bowled opportunities where the ball has just dropped short. Brian Ahmed dives to his left, rolls, fields, and he's got the ball in his hand. 1 for 43 from his 7 overs. As he has got a ball to rip past the outside edge of Kushal Mendis' bat. Jos Buttler takes the stumps. We'll have a look for the review, and I think you might have just heard the stump might pick up Jos Buttler saying he's just in.
Yeah, just Jos Buttler's reaction was excitement of taking the bails off, but also a realisation that Kushal Mendis had not dragged his foot enough to get that side of the line, but technology is there to be used.
Zach Crawley, I mean, going back to the point we're making, this is his first list A game. This is his first 50 over match since he last played for England.
The wickets are broken. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Back in December 2023. Not out is the call. And Kushal Mendis continues. Ahmed is in, and this is a misfield, and I think it's Adil Rashid who's dived over one, and Kushal Mendis picks up another 4 through third, and the score moves on to 195 for 4.
Just a fraction wide from Ryan Ahmed. It's not particularly a bad ball, but to Kushal Mendis it's enough width. We know that he's looking for that. I think it's just as simple as Adil Rashid is, or it's Root.
It was Root, wasn't it? It wasn't Rashid. Just did him a service, and you can hear ironic cheers from the Barmy Army as Root does field at backward point and cuts off a single 195 for 4.
Well, they were both from Yorkshire, you got half of it right.
There's a lot of Yorkshire in our commentary team. Swept away for a single. Score now 196 for 4.
I was about to say the bounce was awkward off the surface, but I breathe south now, so it's just rubbish fielding.
Last ball of Reynolm is over, and this is punched away, fielded on the boundary at cover, and it's another run to the score. 197 for 4. Crucial Mendes is 73, Liana gave 34. How do you think Reynolm has bowled today?
Yeah, it's been okay, steady, hasn't he? I think they've decided Sri Lanka is the one that had to knock around. He hasn't bowled badly, but I think when you do your planning, you look at the attack, you say, I think realistically is the player we're going to have to get after, because Adil Rashid is in fine form.
Yeah, it is actually really difficult for him, almost following Adil Rashid, whether he's bowling with him or taking the ball off him and Adil rested for a period, because of the skill set that Adil now has, and he's earned that over a very long time. He's fresh off playing in the Big Bash for Tasmania, so he's been playing a different format, which is a different skill again. This is smack in the middle of Test cricket and T20, which it requires some skills of Test cricket, which is a bit more of the purist of the game, and it requires the nous of T20 not to get smacked. He's bowled no step hits, but I would suggest that's because his trajectory is generally top of the stumps. But he just needs to.
This is a very wide delivery from Sam Curran. It's angling down the leg side. It's almost like a standing sweep from Liana Gay, trying to help the ball fine. And he must have got something on it. It's been fielded by Butler. Not been given as a wide.
Yeah, but just finishing off Rian, I just think it's his match management. Get in the first ball, get in the last ball of the over, to not have that boundary, and then all of a sudden we got ourselves somebody who's, not quite Adil, but close.
This is cut away front of square by Liana Gate, who moves to 35. 198 for 4 Sri Lanka. They won the toss, decided to bat first. They got off to a decent start, 50 without loss before losing 2 wickets. Sam Curran dismissing Nasanka for 21. Mashara was bowled round his legs for 27. Dhananjay's innings was a touch painful to watch. He was LBW Rashid and walked off before the appeal had even been completed. Asalanka top edge on the sweep for 17. Since then, Liana Gay started slowly but started to accelerate as Mendes steps forward and gingerly pushes this ball through mid-off for a single. Sri Lanka moved to 199 for 4. We've got 8.3 overs remaining. Liana readies himself. It seems like it's on him really to go for the big shots. He digs this one out, no run.
I think we're going to see fireworks after this Sam Curran over. I think whoever's bowling the next over, I really do think now Sri Lanka are going to put the foot on the pedal. We're approaching the 200 mark. But we're approaching the ladder stages, and it's time to put the foot on the pedal now to get up to that 270 plus.
Well, they definitely take 270. It's Curran again, continuing round the wicket, and flat-footed attempted cut by Liana Gay. Misses the ball. Butler does well standing up behind the stumps.
Certainly shown through these sort of 28 to now present. Not easy to rotate the strike. You've got to work very hard just to rotate the strike. So it may actually fall into England's plan of actually putting a bit more pressure on the bowlers to hit the ball, to put more positivity in your footwork.
Oh, I tell you what, this is a slow delivery from Curran. It's been dispatched, smashed for 6, and it's that. Well, we'll have to have a look. It looked like the moon ball. It was over pitched, and Sri Lanka's 200 is up. 205 for 4. 42 overs it.
It was the moon ball, and it got what it deserved. Absolutely. If you're a batter, sometimes it's the shock of it. I remember when an off spinner called Jeremy Snape used to do it. And we all used to laugh at it and thought, how do you not hit it for 6? But it's that slow and you actually lose your shape, don't you? You try and hit it too hard. And they had a big boundary on the leg side and everybody kept dragging it through to the longest boundary at mid-wicket, and he got so many wickets with it. And all you have to do is use your feet and hit it straight and to the shorter boundaries at Grace Road, and you would have been alright. But you try and hit it almost too hard, don't you?
Yeah, it's the thing. If that was bowled on club cricket on a Saturday, it goes out the ground every time. But do it at this level, people struggle to deal with it.
Here is Rashid, and this is very, very leg side of Kushal Mendis, who's still hobbling around. I'm kind of surprised he's still out there, to be honest, because it's not like he's smashing it into the stands.
Get on with it. He's got a little bit of a niggle on his back, and he's...
Well, either get on with it or get off. Right?
Absolutely. That's my point. If he's injured, go off.
This is helped away by Lianagay, moves across the stumps, and if Rashid's going to continue to bowl so leg side, well, he's just going to help it on its way for 4.
I'll tell you what, this is wonderful batting from Lianagay. He's basically got his right foot across to off stump, which then gives his alignment and straight mid-wicket. As soon as Adil goes at his front pad there, he's opened up behind square. So he played like a hybrid sweep slog behind square, which is very difficult to do. Wonderful batting.
Trying to put a little bit of pressure on. This is the leg spinner from Rashid, turning away from the right-handed Lianagay, who eases this away. In front of point, through cover point for a single. So good stuff here from Lianagay. He's 46 from 52. He's taking the fight to England, and we'll just sing a replay of that sweep shot. He jumped back behind the crease. It was really well done. Single from the bat of Kushal Mendis. Elegantly played through mid-off and up to Sam Curran on the boundary. 212 for 4.
He'll be thinking here now, Kushal Mendis, 76 from 100. If I can get to 100.
Lianagay with an eye on 50, hits it back to the bowler. And Adil Rashid completes the catch. There won't be 50 for Lianagay. He'll be disappointed with that. But Rashid has struck his 3rd wicket in the innings, and just as Sri Lanka look to accelerate, they lose a wicket. 212 for 5. Pleased to say that TalkSport listeners join us just at the moment that Adil Rashid has struck. He's gone past Goffey in the all-time list of wicket takers for England in one-day international cricket. Only Jimmy Anderson above him, and he's just completed a smart return catch from his own bowling. That was hit really, really hard by Janith Lianagay, who has to walk off for 46. Goffey, Sri Lanka 212 for 5.
Yeah, good little innings. Got lost at times, didn't he? But they needed a partnership when he came in, so it was vitally important that he got some runs on the board. And 46, there, the most important thing for Sri Lanka is that Kushal Mendis is still at the crease. He's got a good score to his name. Rashid has been excellent. 3 for 39 now from just under 9. 1 ball to go as his 9th over. And yeah, Sri Lanka will be still looking for that magic marker, won't they, around that 270. And I think they'll be pretty pleased with that. But I don't think England will be upset. I think it looks a decent pitch. I think they like to get off to a flyer. I think it'll be difficult in the middle overs with Sri Lanka spinners. And it will get difficult as the game goes on.
The game has almost gone to the pattern of the numbers suggested at the start of the game. I suppose this is the point where can England break that sort of number sequence and bowl Sri Lanka out for 235, 240 to be on the right end of it.
Pavan Ratnayake is the new batter. He's playing in just his 3rd ODI. And he's about to face Adil Rashid, and he's down the track and almost scoops it back to the bowler first ball. It gets off the mark though, and the score England sees Sri Lanka, who won the toss and decided to bat first, 213 for 5. And I'm pleased to say we can cross out to the Pre-Madasa, where Steve Harmison and Roshan Abhisinga are waiting to pick up commentary.
Thank you very much, John. We're down to the last 7 overs, and I think England have done very well. They've just broken a threatening partnership. Janith Lianagay hitting it back to Adil Rashid, who's bowled a wonderful spell, getting 3 wickets for England and turning out to be such a useful performer such an important cog in the England bowling wheel. And Rehan Ahmed, 1 for 49, going at little over 6 runs and over. Pawan Ratnayaka, the batter, on strike. And he is pushing it into the gap. Now this is good cricket because Ratnayaka is just in. It's important now that Kusal Mendis takes the leadership here, in the batting leadership. Well, from a Sri Lankan point of view, one might hope that his back is all right. But this is the time that Kusal Mendis needs to be that aggressor. And he looks to go on the leg side, and only a single.
Yeah, he needs to be the aggressor, but he also needs to just hang around for another 8, 10, 12 balls just to make sure that they build the partnership. The last thing that Sri Lanka need now is 2 new batters in, and England really squeeze with the spin bowling.
I think the word aggressor is wrong there. Just a single down to long on. It's more like Kusal Mendis controlling it a little bit more, because Pawan Ratnayaka will need a bit of time to settle in, and he's doing the right thing by knocking it into gaps. So Mendis back on strike. Here comes Rehan Ahmed. Again, just a bit of bounce. And he's now starting to move a little bit better, isn't he? He's running more freely. So that's a good sign for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, he's I think it was just a little bit of a spasm. He just seemed to be off balance when he faced that delivery from Sam Curran, and all of a sudden he just lost his balance, and it seemed as though something shooting in his back.
That's thrown up a bit wide. Another single. Pawan Ratnayaka comes into the side with a great reputation. Plenty of runs in his domestic career, first class. And the list stays very, very prolific. And in the side, because of the weight of runs. Now this is uppish, and the fielder lost it in the deep. He didn't really attack it. That's Sam Curran. I think the sun was in his eyes, but there was a chance if he opted to attack it. Instead, he went round it.
Yeah, I think Sam Curran's completely lost that there. Ball's gone straight up in the air. A little bit like Zach Crawley 1 or 2 overs earlier when he made a complete hash of it and it went for 4. I think this time Sam Curran straight away, as soon as he's seen the ball come off the bat, and the minute he looked up, he's got sunglasses on top of his hat, but even that, going straight into the sun, you could see was what his first initial thought was: protect the boundary. He wasn't looking to try and come in and try and take the catch. It was to give himself some room, go back onto the boundary and wait for the ball bouncing.
Rashid will continue. What a bowler he's turning out to be, Adil Rashid. He's been a champion in his own right, and also into his last over, 3 for 41. Just pushed down the ground for a single by Kusal Mendis. Pawan Ratnayaka on strike. I would like to see the field coming in a little bit tighter, and Rashid bowling a bit more to Pawan Ratnayaka. I don't mind long on being out and mid-wicket being out. But you reckon a slip? Maybe we'll talk about it. Rashid comes in, tossing it up. Taken on the full this time by Pawan Ratnayaka. They'll be happy with 1.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think I probably would have tried to bring the field in, because this is Harry Brook is your wicket-taking option, is Adil Rashid. He is your gun bowler, he's your strike bowler. If he's got 4 balls left, possibly take a risk to bring a bit of a fielder in to see if one of the batters wants to take that risk against Rashid.
Well bowled, very well bowled. He was looking to sweep, bowl slower. This is really clever bowling.
But it's also, from Sri Lanka's point of view, it's just see through him. He's got 3 balls left. England's biggest danger: get through these 3 balls, don't give him a wicket.
Again, just looping it. Nice flight. Interestingly, Sri Lanka has rested Vanidu Hasaranga and Mahesh Deekshana, their 2 premier spin bowlers. They've gone to Jeffrey Van der Sey. I mean, that's the 3rd choice, but still, every time he's been given an opportunity, he's done well. Rashid comes in. Forcing off the back foot is Kusal Mendis for a single.
Is that largely down to what's coming up? Hasaranga given a chance to sort of get himself ready for the T20 World Cup, not needing to play in the sort of 50-over format.
I'm just wondering whether he had a little niggle when he played against Pakistan. He did. Appeared to struggle a bit. in the T20 series, so he's been given an extended rest. I feel we might see him in the one-day format at some stage. Last ball of the over. Rashid bowls. And another single. Pawan Ratnayaka keeps the strike with a single. Rashid ends a very, very good spell where he's got 3 wickets for 44 in 10, 223 for 5. And this is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, been a great set of 10 overs from Adil Rashid. I think Harry Brooks had a really good first 45 overs of this contest. He needs to see it through. His decision making. He's not give the Sri Lankan batters too much sight of a consistent same bowler. Every 2, 3, 4 overs there's been a different bowler, and I think he's changed his angles very well in the field. I think Harry Brook has done well with the spin bowlers that he's had at his disposal.
This is Rehan Ahmed. They want 2 here, pushing away on the onside. Kusal Mendy's not really pushing himself. They'll be happy with 1 because Pawan Ratnayaka gets off strike. Now we're down to the last 30 deliveries. At 6 runs and over 253, I think Sri Lanka will be now looking for about 260 and a little bit beyond. As here comes Rehan Ahmed. Bowls to Mendes, who sweeps and finds the fielder at backward square leg. Another single.
I think he's played that shot really, really well today. Kusal Mendes, the sweep shot, when the ball's been really full, I think he's executed that shot on a wicket where a lot of the batters, Sri Lanka's batters, have struggled to play the sweep shot. Mendes has played it brilliantly.
Again, just knocking it into gaps. That's just back of a length. Brilliant running, really good running. This is clever cricket. Good cricket by Sri Lanka. They get 2, just back of a length. This is Pawan Ratnayaka's game. He's not someone who's going to be taking you on and hitting 4s and 6s at the start, but he'll kind of build an innings in this manner. He's on strike again, bowls, and this time Rehan Ahmed gets a dot in, a precious dot.
That's where England fielders, I mean, it's difficult on the leg side. We're watching, Sam Curran, he's got his hands up against the sun. Both Jacob Bethel, Sam Curran looking into the sun.
Another easy single. They're just looking to milk him. Rehan Ahmed has conceded 5 runs so far into his last over. He's going at more than 6 runs an over at the moment, which can be a worry from an England point of view, because the rest of the spin bowlers have been very good. Rashid getting wickets. Here is Rehan Ahmed, bowls again. Played off the back foot this time. Down to long on. And they'll get a single. And that concludes his 10-over spell. 1 for 61 is what he gets as a return. And we're down to 46 overs, 229 for 5. And just to remind you, this is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube, Channel 1.
Yeah, a good set of 10 overs from Rehan Ahmed. Remember, he's still a young man, learning the game, his, trying to apply his trade. He's just had a pat on the back there from Adil Rashid, a quiet conversation from Adil Rashid. Somebody who has got huge excitement, huge potential, has Rehan Ahmed, and he's somebody I think throughout the next sort of 4 or 5 years will establish himself in England's white ball team and take over the mantle from Adil Rashid. So it's been a great experience for him in this. Remember, he wasn't playing up until this morning. Will Jacks was in the side. He didn't make the game because he's poorly. So Rehan Ahmed for me, 10 overs for 60, not bad.
It's overturned. Oh, trouble here now. They managed to recover. Why I say trouble was, it was played to short third, the non-striker was running, and the batter on strike was not looking in the direction of the non-striker. So Adil Rashid aiming for the stumps, misses it, and an overthrow allows Kusal Mendes the single.
Ratnayaka has nearly ran 3 there. Got himself 3/4 of the way down, stopped, turned, went back, and then they finished and continued the single.
Overturn it is. And Ratnayaka is finding those gaps on the offside, but still only singles. That's 142 Ks. That's good pace in these tough bowling conditions. A single to deep extra cover, so England haven't conceded those boundaries, which is good. But this is the time Sri Lankan batters will need at least one big over. Here is Overton coming in. Mendes on strike. Oh, he goes for that scoop. And that's clever. And he gets it over short fine leg for 4. That's pace off. And Kusal Mendes read it and picked the length.
Yeah, good shot from Mendes. He's seen I think Jamie Overton has seen, I think they've both predicted that this was going to happen. Mendes seen fine leg come inside the circle, and Jamie Overton went to the slower ball very, very quickly. You could see him, I think before he even got into his bowling action, you could just see, just before he got into the sort of bound and gather, he just got himself the ball into the palm of his hand to try and run his fingers across the seam. And whether Kusal Mendes has seen that or he was going to play that anywhere, it was a well executed shot.
Overton bowls that time fuller off the pads of Kusal Mendes. They will get a single. That was pace on that time. Sri Lanka looking for that over, isn't it? This is over number 47, and they have got the boundary they were looking for in the over. They're going at better than 5 runs an over. They're left with 21 legitimate deliveries as Overton turns. And to Pavan Ratnaik on strike, short 13. And he gets it. Doesn't time it. But looks to pull it away on the onside to deep mid wicket for a single.
Yeah, we look at the score at this moment in time, 237 for 5. I think finishing the 50 overs, Sri Lanka have got a par score. We're in and around that sort of 248 to 255 will be a par score. Like you say, Roshan, a big over. Can it get to 265? That potentially takes England away from the game.
Swings it away on the onside. That's back of a length. Will it beat? It doesn't. But they'll come back for 2. They've got 10 in that over. Pace off that time. And it's over number 47 done. Sri Lanka 239 for 5. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Good over for Sri Lanka. 10 off the over. Playing in a simple way, trying to look at the gap on the leg side. There's a big gap on the leg side, and Jamie Overton's bowling. The fielders are out on the deep or on the boundary. Just wonder, the message could be sent out from the dugout, from the coach, fielding coach or whatever, just to come in 2 or 3 yards to try and protect that second run, because the ball is hard at the time. It's not rocketing to the boundary. The big shot's not there. So even when they're trying to play the big shot, they're clothing it and they're getting it just outside the 30-yard circle, and they're comfortably getting back for 2. So can Jacob Bethel at mid-wicket for Liam Dawson. Tom Banton's on now, down here right in front of us. Sam Curran at deep square leg. Can they come in 5 yards and say, right, I don't think you can hit it over my head. I'm going to try and protect the second run and make Sri Lanka potentially go for that big shot, try and hit it over their head and it not being on.
Last over for Dawson, who's bowled extremely well and bowls a dot the first delivery. It's pushed through a little bit quicker. It's a tight offside field, short third, a cover and a short extra cover, but plenty of spaces on the leg side. 3 boundary runners. Dawson, and a little chip over the top, but he'll find the fielder, and he does. And Dawson gets the wicket, and Pavan Ratnayaka has to walk back. He was looking for the gap at extra cover, and eventually found the man at long off, Overton, and an important wicket for England.
Yeah, and a good one for Liam Dawson. I think he's bowled excellent. I really think Liam Dawson has bowled very, very well today. He's held his line, and he's not done it with any mystery. All he's done is he's done the simple thing well, and I think that sometimes gets missed in 50 over cricket. If you've got a bowler that can do the simple thing for long enough and say to the batter, well, I'm going to put you in a position where you have to take more risks in the high risk shot. And that's what Ratnaik has done there. He wasn't anywhere near the pitch of the ball, and he found Jamie Overton in a little bit of no man's land. But another fine start of an over for Dawson, which he's done quite regularly throughout this 9.2 overs that he's bowled, and that's given him confidence to finish the over off strong, keep the pressure on, and Harry Brook can turn to his left arm spin bowler, knowing that he's given him proper control.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's played a big role because he's I believe, partnerships not just in batting but bowling as well. And I thought Adil Rashid had in Dawson a very good foil. Just blocked it at the other end, allowed Rashid to attack as a wrist spinner, and you see results at both ends. Dawson bowling economically and Rashid getting wickets. Dunit Velalage, he's a new batter, has a best of 67 into his 32nd match, 386 runs. The left hand averages little over 20. And Dawson it is. He's got 4 balls left. 1 for 29. Sri Lanka 239 for 6. Into the 48th over. Dawson comes in. Velalage is off the mark. This is good cricket. That's the role you'll expect him to play. Just keep knocking it into gaps unless you get a full toss or really bad ball. But get Kusal Mendis on strike.
Yeah, 100%, and that's the importance. And now, from Sri Lanka's point of view, to take it from a par score into a above par score, 240 this moment in time, 2.5 overs left. Mendes has to face as many as he can.
At the moment, he too is just nudging it around like he's just done that, just short of a length on the back foot. So they are very, very watchful against spin.
I just think that just respecting Dawson and finishing his over off, knowing that you've got 2 overs of seam to come, and that's where Mendes can cash in.
He doesn't find the gap that time, Velalage, as Dawson just bowls another good tight delivery. Finds the field at short mid-wicket. So far, 5 deliveries, 2 singles and a wicket, 2 dots. It's been an excellent spell in terms of the contribution so far as Dawson comes in, and Velalage looks for the slog, misses, and Dawson ends a fine spell. He's bowled his 10 overs very, very economically, 1 for 31, and we're down to the last 2. Sri Lanka 241 for 6, and this is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Well bowled, Liam Dawson, 10 overs, 1 for 31, as you say, Roshan. He's giving England captain a good bit of control. He's said to the batter, you have to take a risk and hit me off my length. He's been relentless with his speeds, not give batter any room whatsoever. Kusal Mendis has played him the best. He tried to sweep him a few times and executed it nicely, but very, very few boundary options for the Sri Lanka batters throughout that 10 overs from Liam Dawson, and he can be pleased with his day's work and hoping that even at number 10, with all the first-class hundreds he's got, he'll be hoping he'll not be needed in the second half.
Right, we're down to the 49. Kusal Mendis on 91 of 114 balls. It's going to be Curran, short third. Now he's pushing the man who was inside the circle at backward point to deep backward point. Mid-off comes in, so you can understand what the plan is. He's got a backward square leg out, deep mid-wicket. Here comes Curran. And Mendis looks to swing, and he will sneak a single because it hit the pad hard. Curran taking pace off. And Kusal Mendis is off strike. This is perfect for England. That time from over the wicket again, bowling a cutter. Ball not arriving, and Kusal Mendis looking for that length just to try and pull it away on the onside. Right, Velalage. He's on strike with a left-hander. Short third and short backward point, continues to be inside the 30-yard circle. So is short fine leg. And the rest of the leg side fielders long on, deep mid-wicket and backward square leg as Curran comes in. And Velalage gets a good Yorker. Very, very good Yorker. And he plays it well and gets a single.
Yeah, good bowling from Sam Curran. Right on the money, 81 mile an hour. Probably one of the fastest bowls he's bowled in this 7.2 overs that he's bowled today, Sam Curran. It was right on the money, a Yorker on off stump. It's a good start because Sri Lanka have been identifying these 2 overs, one from Curran probably one from Overton, is where they sort of fast forward and take their score in excess of 260.
Or will that be called a wide? Yes, it is. Taking pace off, going full and wide. You can understand Curran's plan because he's got his fielders. He's got a deep cover and a deep backward point. So you go full and wide at best, unless it's an under edge. You get it off the middle of the bat, it's only a single.
Yeah, and making sure you get that line right and that length right, because if you don't get it quite right on this slower surface, just a little bit shorter or a little bit straighter, I think the batter can adjust and hit you straight down the ground.
It's a lovely evening at the Premadasa Stadium as here comes Curran. Goes to Mendes. A low full toss gives him a single. So these are good overs. Really good bowling by Sam Curran, because England at this stage, what they wouldn't mind, they'll trade singles for boundaries, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Absolutely, it's a great execution. That's another full delivery from Sam Curran. He's got it to the right-hander, got it to the left-hander now. He's over the wicket to the right-hander in Kusal Mendes, trying to cramp him for room, not wanting to give width.
Curran bowls and Will Alagay can only get a single again. This is good. Oh, in fact, they're coming for two. This is good running. Clever running. For a moment, I thought they'll be happy with one. But two precious runs added to the score of Sri Lanka, but take nothing away from the way Sam Curran is bowling this over.
That was another well-executed delivery. Poor fielding from Tom Banton, the sub-fielder. It's hard when you come on as sub, but he's a long way out in the deep. Didn't pick it up straight away. Then allowed the batter to get back from two, and it was a poor throw-in. Could easily have seen overthrows from there.
Curran again. Rolls short. And Will Alagay was looking for the ramp. Was looking to go over third, but I think short third, but I think it was onto him a little bit quicker. He was done for a bit of pace or maybe lack of bounce.
He's also looking at the umpires to say, was that not a little bit too high? And do you know what? I think he might have had a point. I think he might have just had a point. Borderline. So there's too much in this game, in the shortest format of the game, going in the batter's favour. So as a bowler, I'm quite happy with that.
Last ball will be over. And swung away on the leg side, only a single. So another very fine over from Sam Curran. Beg your pardon, 248 for 6, and we're down to the last over. And Will Alagay will be the batter on strike. And this is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, good from Sam Curran to finish off. What's that? 8 overs he's bowled. It was a good 8 overs as a seamer on a slow, unresponsive surface. I think he's mixed his pace up very, very well, and he's done good for the England captain, Harry Brook. This, for me, is... I don't want to put too much pressure on Jamie Overton, but this could be a match-defining over, because if this score goes above 260, then it could be an area where England might struggle to get to. If Overton can keep Sri Lanka down to 254 or 255.
Will Alagay strikes it high. Has it cleared the boundary? It has. Great start to the over. Pace off that time from Overton. And Dunit Will Alagay certainly obliging with a 6 over long off.
It's a brilliant shot. It's in the slot. It is perfectly in the slot. It was a full ball. Again, Jamie Overton going with pace off. All his fingers across the seam, but he's give Will Alagay some width there to get his hands free. Great start to the last over for Sri Lanka.
Goes again, and that's full and wide. That's called a wide as well, and they get a single. Now they'll go upstairs. That's interesting. I'm just wondering whether Will Alagay was struggling. Umpire Ravindra Vimalasiri has referred it. It's a wide. They ran on a wide, so if they're all right, they'll get 2. And Overton will have to re-bowl that. England fielders don't look all that confident. And they're just quickly marching to their places as the third umpire will look at that. A decision is pending. Let's see. I think it's fine. Will Alagay is well in.
Yeah, he's fine. He was treading water for a period. Kusal Mendes, no hesitation. The minute Overton had let go of the ball, he was getting down to the striker's end. He's sensing, Kusal Mendes is sensing 100. He's 8 short of what would be a magnificent 100 for Sri Lanka. 4 balls to go. If he gets there, that's taking Sri Lanka into a total where I think it'll be above par score.
Here comes Orton, bowls, and Mendes gets a bit of extra pace. Was looking to pull it away on the onside and came on to him a bit quicker. And he gets off strike. He need 2 boundaries, that's for sure. Velalage will have to give him the strike. They started off well in this over with a 6 off the first ball. So 4 balls left in the over. 257 for 6. Sri Lanka getting close to that 260 mark. Here comes Orton, and that's in the gap. Velalage will get a boundary, I think. Yes, he does. Short and wide. And Dunit Velalage goes hard at it with those hands and picks the gap.
Jacob Bethel will be disappointed when he sees that again. England's ground fielding hasn't been the greatest, I must admit. It was a short and wide ball outside off stump that deserved to go towards the boundary. It wasn't massively timed. All of a sudden, now this potentially with 3 balls to go.
Balls again. Oh, clever. Has it gone all the way? No, it's 1 bounce for 4. Well, that was just short of a length. Inside the line did he get and just helped it on its way. He spoke about that big over England Sri Lanka is after, and the 50th over seemed to be that.
Yeah, that was a good shot, well executed from Velalage. He's gone. It looked as though he was going to go leg side to give himself some room, but all he's doing is getting himself in a position where he can get his left foot behind the crease to open his body up and scoop that, help it over the top of Josh Butler.
Okay, he's Overton again. Another short one. Now he's gone for the pull shot. And we're just wondering whether it's 4 or 6. I think it's a 4. This is a big over. He's got 20 runs including the wide in the over. What a time for Sri Lanka to find that big over thereafter. Kusal Mendes can kiss that 100 goodbye because Velalage is getting busy.
Yeah, I think he'll be quite happy now, Kusal Mendes, watching Velalage to bat the way he's batted from the non-striker's end, because he's came in and given this innings the final last sort of booster that it's needed to get themselves in a position to be above par score. This has been really a gem of an innings. 23 off 11 balls. Waited for the last 2 overs of these two. They've waited for the current and for the Overton over. The New England were short when it comes to spinners to sort of fit all the overs in, and boy have they capitalised.
Last ball of the over, and he swings it again on the leg side. He'll find the fielder, but they'll come back for 2. It's a massive over. They got 22 runs in that. That's the over they were after. And Sri Lanka finally finds it in the 50th. And 271 for 6. They'll be very happy and they'll take it.
Yeah, brilliant effort from Velalage towards the end of the innings. Mendes has batted fantastic throughout the innings. You know what? Jamie Overton, he's bowled 9 overs for 66, and I think 8 of them overs were absolutely superb on a wicket that was very, very unresponsive. England, well, nearly there. They were nearly there. I think at the point of that 48, at the end of the 48th over, I think England would be quite happy looking at the scoreboard thinking we are going to chase a par score. And now that last 12 balls, I think is just taking it above par score. And Sri Lanka now, with the spinners they've got, the conditions getting a bit cooler, and the surfaces going to get a little bit more spin friendly. I think 271 is a hell of a lot of runs on the board for England to chase.
Yep, Sri Lanka will be very pleased. Momentum with them, and the way they finished it, especially 22 runs in that last over, can be a high price that England have paid at this moment. And I thought Overton had bowled very well up to that point, but just erred a little bit in terms of line and length, and Velalage was excellent. And well, as you said, Harvey, with the Sri Lankan spinners, it's not going to be easy. It's already a dry surface. We've seen what the surface does. 271 for 6. Kusal Mendis making 93 not out. Nisanka and Mishara 21 and 27. Lianage, a very fine 46 for Sri Lanka. And Dunit Velalage, 25 of 12. Everyone getting starts in the Sri Lankan innings. Dhananjay De Silva making 10. Asalanka 17. Pawan Ratnayaka 12. So 271 for 6 is a very good score, and Sri Lanka will be pleased with their with that batting performance. And the bowling figures for England, well, it was obviously the bowling of the leg spinner Adil Rashid, 3 for 44. And the rest of the bowling, I thought Liam Dawson was very good, 1 for 31. But the fast bowlers, particularly Overton, none for 66. Sam Curran, 1 for 40. Jacob Bethel, none for 19. And Rehan Ahmed, 1 for 61. All of them being the bowlers used. So, Sri Lanka making a very fine score of 271. And England will need 272 to try and make or win this game in 50 overs, and that will be after the break. And for a moment, it is, in fact, we're going to take a break at the moment because it is the dinner break.
Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett's going to be opening the batting for England. And I can tell you, in terms of run chases in Colombo, 272 is doable. 292 for 4 is the highest run chase to win at Colombo. That was Sri Lanka against Australia 3 years ago. 288 for 5's also been knocked off, as is 277 for 7, 271 for 2. India beat England back in 2002-3, but England's highest total batting second to win in Sri Lanka is 240 for 5. That was at Palakkale in 2014-15. So this would be England's highest total batting second to win a one-day international in Sri Lanka. Rod Tucker has said play, so we're about to get the second innings underway, and it is Asita Fernando, the right-arm seamer, ball in hand to Zach Crawley, and Crawley allows it past him outside of the off stump. Little bit of shape on that one. So Gareth Batty, the former England spinner, and of course Surrey head coach alongside us in the commentary box. 272 the target.
Yeah, I think at one stage throughout the first innings, we probably thought they would have really struggled to get to that. So Sri Lanka would be happy to have amassed that total. England would still feel like a bit of dew on the surface now. Will it skip through? If they have a good power play, they'll feel like they'll chase this down.
Sita Fernando is on his way past umpire Tucker. It's a little bit leg-sided. Takes Crawley. It looked to me like on the thigh pad. They're screaming and shouting, wanting an LBW there. That I don't think anyone would give. Certainly not an umpire as experienced as Rod Tucker, put it that way.
Yeah, it was fractionally more begging than actually thinking it was out. The ball previously just nicely shaped from Fernando. This one just carried on with the arm and possibly going over the stumps, but I think it was missing leg stump on this occasion. And it was a plead rather than an appeal, I think.
It might have hit a 7th stump though.
I like the way it might have. Probably wouldn't have. In he comes again. In. Crawley is on the off drive. Hits it straight to mid-off though, and there is no run.
Made a really clunky sound.
Yeah, it didn't sound good, that, did it?
But it flew a bit off, so I don't know. I would have thought that. I know that Crawley might struggle with the pace at times, but not having someone who can get the angled bat that he plays might give him a chance, but he still has that chance of course, that sort of shot across the line where he misses the straight one. So that's where, if I'm Sri Lanka, I'm not worried about him outside off stump. I'm just trying to hit the top of the middle stump against Crawley.
Asita Fernando goes in. There's one slip in place. It's quite a wide slip, and this is again sort of pushed up towards mid-on. No run as the ball is fielded.
Yeah, I think with the skill set that we've seen in 4 balls that Fernando possesses, he's better off being mid-crease and looking to angle the ball off stump and just get that little bit of, he gets sort of an upper body rotation where it might just swing and just shape towards that slip, but if it doesn't, it's going to run back in to Crawley, and that's a bit of his nemesis. You would say that's a bit of a weakness of him, in fact, most batters. It's just running in from just outside off stump into that sort of top of off region.
Tito Fernando's not a big fast bowler. He's bustling his way in. Takes Crawley on the pad. That's nipping in and possibly nipping down leg side as well. Again, keeper slip. Backward pointer all running in, getting very excited. Umpire says no.
There's two noises, and I think that's the first issue here. But that's basically the ball I just said, isn't it? The top of middle stump. He'll fall over a little bit and miss it, but I think he's just got a little bit on that. Bats gave it out, but he's pulling back his decision now. Wasn't far off, though. It was a very good delivery.
Back leg, back thigh.
He's quite tall, isn't he? You hit him above the pads. Not normal.
I think it clipped both pads. That's why there was sort of that weird noise. I think it just clipped his front shin and then back shin.
To finish the first over, Crawley hits it straight back past the bowler and wallops it straight into the stumps. And England are denied a run after the first over. England 0 for 0. Crawley's faced all 6 deliveries, 2-7-2 the target. Here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
I think as much as anything, part of this run chase for England is, yes, to start well and to start on the front foot, because scoring, you would anticipate, will get harder throughout the innings. But it's also manage the theatre, manage the noise that Sri Lanka create. In their home country with their home support, it gets very noisy. You can almost tell when Sri Lanka are upbeat, because it's just constant noise and theatre around, almost trying to put pressure on the batter when there's no ball being bowled. And I think if you can control that and keep that quiet, you basically can control the innings, and you'll chase the score down.
Well, they're pumping out the music for a few seconds, and then it goes deathly silent while we prepare for the second over. Pramod Madashan is the man to bowl it. Another right arm seamer, and he is on his way. Ball that just gently shapes back in towards Ben Duckett. He pushes out towards cover, and there's no run. 7 balls of the innings, and England still looking to get underway. The batters both walk down and have a little conversation with themselves. Technology seems to confirm what Jared was saying a moment ago. It hits Zach Crawley above the knee roll on the back leg. He's a tall man, and technology says, yeah, it was indeed going over the top.
I think Bats was right, though. Looking at that again, I do think it does flick both pads, which is, I think they didn't go on it based on the bats rather than the height.
Madashan is in. Duckett coming forward, playing just gently up to mid-off. No run once again.
Yeah, Ben Duckett there after the first ball, sort of to his partner Zach Crawley, just sort of feigned to him, just showed him with the hand it's a bit skiddy. He's looking to skid the ball into the stumps. Neither of these two fast bowlers from Sri Lanka are particularly tall, so the trajectory is always going to challenge the stumps. It's going to skid. We've seen one bounce over, but I don't think that's going to be a consistent theme throughout the innings.
Madashan sets off once again, bowls to Duckett. England are underway. This one off of the hip, worked out to deep square leg. And Duckett gets a single, and as do England. One without loss, trying to make 272. Madashan, this is his 12th one-day international. Bit of a strange quirk that all of the one-day internationals that he's played so far have been in Asia. So not necessarily all home games. In fact, 6 out of the 11 have been at home. But they've also played Afghanistan, Pakistan. So all Asian games. Took 0 for 62 and 0 for 56 against Pakistan back in November. Best of 4 for 75, which came against Afghanistan back in February of 2024. Oh, and he's also almost got a wicket there. Swinging it away from Crawley, who's playing with no foot movement, all hand-eye coordination, and it shapes away past the outside edge through to the keeper, no run.
When I said they didn't need to worry about bowling outside off stump, I was assuming normal cricket shots would be played. I'm not sure what happened there. As we say in Australia, his feet were in the toilet. He was absolutely nowhere near that. He was trying to drive that. It's almost like when you're playing a video game and you forget to move the feet, but you just move the bat. That was the shot it played.
swing. You just press the button to play the shot. In goes Marasham once again. This time Crawley is turning this through mid-wicket, and we'll get a couple. As the ball comes back in, so 3 without loss England. 1 ball left of the second over. The Premadasa Stadium is all in darkness, so there's no natural light at all. It's all now floodlit.
Do you remember halfway through his innings when Kusal Mendes couldn't move? And now he's out wicket keeping and he batted all the way through. He really worked himself through whatever with the stiffness that he had, or the cramps.
It was either a tweak of a hip flexor or something like that, wasn't it? This one's full straight. Crawley's gone across that one slightly, but it's away for 4 through wide mid-on. And Zach Crawley has 6 from 9 all of a sudden. England 7 without loss after 2 as they tried to make 272 to win the first one-day international. Exclusively live at this series on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Gareth Bass.
Yeah, Pramod just sliding up a bit too full. And on this occasion, Zach Crawley's sort of technical, I suppose, thing that he does where he gets his feet crossed over works for him. It allows him to sort of squeeze that ball through a wide mid-on. So he's got that crossed-off nature with his feet, but he gets a good inside half of the bat through that wide area, and with his long levers, he gets good power through the shot and gets his boundary account up and running.
Sita Fernando will bowl his second over, the third of the innings. To Duckett, starts him with a full in-swinging full toss that's just punched away through point and 4. Just over-pitched it, and Duckett picked it all the way. England into double figures, 11 without loss.
Yeah, trademark Ben Duckett this. Holds his position, holds the energy in his legs, so his legs are bent, it's a fullish ball, and he just climbs into it, throws his hands at it. The positive is he's hit it straight into the deck, so he's able to hold his weight on his back foot, which is not easy to hit those sort of low full tosses stroke Yorkers. It's kind of Ben Duckett at his best, being able to shift his weight between his feet. This time a square drive for 4. Again, boundary count open for Duckett now.
No slips in place already. Duckett defends. Masita just pushes it back down the pitch. No run. Sita Fernando finished the county season with Glamorgan in September. Since then, played a couple of ODIs against Pakistan in November as he took 1 for 42 and 0 for 66. He's also played 4 first-class games for the Colombo Cricket Club. Best of 4 for 31. He's also had 4 for 40 in the same game, actually, against Chilor. So he's been concentrating more on the red ball stuff lately. And then he is about chest high, actually, to Duckett. Duckett rides the bounce, turns it backward of square, takes a single, and England can just move on a little bit further. Just saw the great Lasith Malinga down in the dugout area when the Sri Lankan setup. What a player he was. And imagine, going to be a significant part of the future for Sri Lankan cricket. Wonderful style of bowling. Still looks exactly as he did all those years ago. Hasn't changed one bit. Crawley waits, bat raise, halfway through the third over. Slip in place for him. Always one nipped back over the top of off stump. It's through to the keeper. And Zach Crawley just sort of nods his head as if to say, well, okay. On another day, he's taking his gloves off, tucking his bat under his arm and wandering. And Mendes behind the stumps has got that look on his face as if to say, how have we not got something in the wicket column?
I can't believe it on this surface to be bouncing over the top of off stump there. He will find himself feeling a bit hard done by. Fernando, the bowler. It's a perfect ball. Started just outside off stump and ran it back at Crawley, kind of his nemesis.
In he goes once again, edged and caught behind. Crawley goes for 6. Another one wide out of off stump, draws him into the drive. Regulation nick, caught behind, England 12 for 1.
I mean, I'm putting this down to a wonderful piece of bowling. The follow-up from the ball before, where he's challenged off stump. This time he doesn't put it in that slot. Doesn't put it in that sort of slot that Crawley's beautifully aligned to, which is 4th off stump, and he'd be whacking that. He gets it wider, he gets it at 5th, 6th off stump, and swinging away to drag his hands further away from his body. It's a big, lavish drive, and he finds the nick. I'm suggesting that is a beautiful setup from Fernando. That's a fine piece of bowling.
It is a fine piece of bowling. It was an awful shots. It's about the 4th time we've seen him. What did he face? 11 balls, Macca? And in those 11 balls before, we saw 4 times when it looked like he had forgotten how to keep his shape, how to use his feet, how to move, and how to hit the ball properly. That was a dirty slog. That looked like a pinch hitter rather than a top order batter, I think, on that one. I think you're right. I think he's so worried about the full ball, well, not the full ball, but that ball at the top of off stump, leg stump, because he's missed a couple of them already. He's so worried about that. He's seen the wide one. He's like, great, I've got a free swing at this and I take it away. It was a good delivery as well, as you said. It swung away. But that wasn't well executed. And he didn't execute very well for the majority of that innings. That was a very, very poor innings from Zach Crawley, all things considered. I think he'd be pretty disappointed if him and the analysts or the coaches go back and look at that. He might be like, I think this one's on me.
Joseph Edward-Root strides to the crease at number 3 for England for his 187th one-day international. His 30th ODI against Sri Lanka. Averages 62 against Sri Lanka. 64 when those matches are played on the island. Here he is facing, gets one down the leg side from Asita, who may well have to bowl that one again. He does. Rod Tucker raises the arms. It was just angled down leg side, and therefore one more to the total and bowl it again. Joe Root, 1178 runs at 62 against Sri Lanka, but in Sri Lanka 513 runs in 12 ODIs at 64.1. 104 not out his best. Also had 3 other scores of over 50. He's just good. That's not breaking news to anyone. Let's have a go for the final ball of the over once again, and Joe Root is trying to guide this backward of point, and of course he does so. He gets it down to 3rd. He has a single. England, after 3 overs, 14 for 1, trying to make 272.
Yeah, losing that early wicket, probably not what England were after. They were looking for a fast start. But there's one thing about Joe Root. He's somebody that turns over the strike. His strike rate, even in Test cricket, is high. I mean, he's in the 70s. And he's very similar of a high strike rate without taking risk in ODI cricket. It'd be near enough 90, it'd be the late 80s.
87.7.
Yeah,
well
I mean,
done,
that's 88 for me. So you kind of round it up and you're saying, you know, this guy is, when he finishes, he'll be a great of the game and he'll go down. But it's how he accumulates his runs, and that first ball just shows it. It's all about the alignment, it's all about the prowess. He didn't open the face, he just let the ball come into his area and it ran off the face down to 3rd man. It's, you know, it's not all bad for England.
Pramod's going to bowl the 2nd over. Now again, he's just played that shot where open the face, use the wrist, guide it down to 3rd, get up to the other end, take your single, dot in, thank you very much, 15 for 1.
I think Joe Root's probably happy not to be in Australia, because that's the shot he can't play as much in Australia. That's one he gets caught behind on, and that's one of the reasons he doesn't. Not that he has a terrible record in Australia. The whole 100 thing is a ridiculous conversation for another day, but that's why he struggles, I think, because consistently he wants to play that shot to get off strike and it doesn't work. Whereas in Asia, he loves it, doesn't it? He's just going to hit the bat, it's going to dribble out, and he's going to get runs every time.
400 runs at 44.4 Joe Root made in the Ashes. He's at the non-strikers end, watching Ben Duckett almost chop onto his stumps. Pramod pitched that one up inside edge and it just misses the poles and runs to the fielder at short fine leg inside the 30-metre circle, no run.
Yeah, I think just to finish off the Joe Root sort of comment, Gerard, is just that it's the difference amount of bounce that you get in Australia compared to the subcontinent. It's that extra bounce that creates the nick. Goodness knows why. There's somebody far more intelligent than me that can explain it, but it is a fact. get him subcontinent where the ball skids a bit more and it's not quite as bouncy. It's an off-strike option for him.
Prabha Madashan is on his way to Duckett. Bowls right arm over once again. Duckett is forward, pushes into the offside, and there's no run. Just that one to Duckett there, just seeing the replay, did seem to come back in off the seam, that one. So there's definite still some movement around.
Yeah, Jamie Overton got a couple to go, didn't he, around the wicket, which is a harder skill to then get it to leave the left-hander, but he got a couple early on, in the sort of peak sun time. So you would think in an evening game you might just get a little bit off the seam.
Madashan goes in, inside edge from Duckett this time, wide of the stumps. Keeper takes it, diving back to his right-hand side, going down the leg side. No run again. Full bat is getting the work out at the moment.
Yeah, it's just the difference in surfaces, like we touched on with Joe Root. It's skidding a bit more, so you've got to hold your ground force. You've got to hold the energy in your legs. You've got to keep that. For a left-hander, it's the left foot in the ground and your left hand hitting the ball. Just get it hitting in that middle bit of your shirt, your contact area. It's good signs for Duckett. A couple could have nicked on and he's not. Get through this period and then he's off and running.
Madashan goes in. Duckett plays this one out on the onside, up to the fielder at shortish mid-wicket. It seemed to hit quite low on the bat now. I think it might have stayed down a little bit. Or was that just the exaggerated way that Duckett played it? Anyway, one ball left of the fourth over. 272 the target. 271 for 6 is what Sri Lanka put on the board earlier on. Above par in terms of history, but probably about par in terms of modern day games for the Premadasa Stadium. And they had a big last over 20 off of Overton that boosted them up to that. Can they now chase it down, England? Duckett again is trying to force this into the offside, and it's a big inside edge onto his leg. Dribbles out on the offside down towards the gully, and there's no run. 4 overs gone, 15 for 1. England's trying to score at 5.5 to win this, and they're pursuit at 272. Jared Kimber.
Just wonder that he's trying to force this on the offside, and it's skidding, and then it's just coming back in. I know it might seem counterintuitive because that ball's slightly outside off stump, but he might be better off just trying to flick it on the leg side, right? Even if he turns it for 1. Because I know he'll get a boundary if he keeps doing this, but he does look like a big chance of just running one back onto his stumps as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The length that's been bowled, good luck getting it leg side.
I sort of more meant maybe shuffle across beforehand.
Get across the crease.
Not from where, if he was standing there hitting it to leg side, he would have hit it back onto his stumps. But I'm just saying, if he's going to bowl that good to you, you might need to just change the angle that he's looking at as a bowler.
Asita Fernando is going to start the 5th over and bowls to Joe Root. Root almost walking into that one. Pushes out quietly on the onside and there's no run.
I feel like it's that whole sort of conversation piece that he's bowled 3, 4, 5 nice balls in a nice area. I don't feel the need to be getting too carried away. He's allowed to bowl 2 decent balls. Keep yourself in good remedial position. You've got plenty of time in this game, haven't you? It's 272. People do that standing on their head nowadays. I think you can absorb some pressure a bit more and use the gears a bit more.
Asita Fernando goes in. Joe Root stepping into a lovely looking cover drive. 2 in the ring. Goes between them. And there's only one outcome when that happens. It is 4 runs. Joe Root goes to 6. England 19 for 1. Trademark Joe Root shot.
Just classical, wasn't it? It's the tempo of way he bats. He moved beautifully. But there's no over movement. Left foot goes somewhere near the pitch of the ball. Left elbow's high, and then that right hand comes in just to dissect where the fielders aren't with a clean bat path. A beautiful off drive. Looked absolutely easy as pie. And there's something to say about the ball before where he defended it. Still looking to score off it, but you're out to bowl a good ball. Next ball misses, gone. Striking at 300.
And proof that you don't need to be thrashing it everywhere. Sita goes in again. Joe Root, very compact defensive shot. Plays the ball right under his nose, drops it down. No worry there. 19 for 1.
So that last one, he did play right under his eyes. Have you noticed anything when you're coaching of different kinds of batters who probably are more natural at hitting the ball in front of themselves and some that are more under? So I think someone like KP didn't hit the ball under his eyes all that often. He was quite often in front. Is that something that you're working on with batters?
I would say that KP, when he was playing at his best, gave himself the choice to hit it early or wait for the ball to come. When you don't have the choice, you're in a bad position.
That's me.
A seat of Fernando Bells to Joe Root. Joe Root.
I didn't know there was a choice.
News just in, folks. Turn to square leg and there's no run.
It's the simplistic thing. You know, when we're kids, we're told, get on the front foot, get on the front foot. But actually, that's almost the worst thing you can do if you get on the front foot and isolate yourself there. So yes, press. Yes, get forward. Absolutely. If you want to be a good back foot player, you want to get forward to then push back into your position to whack it out the ground. But if you watch a Joe Root, he's light on his feet. He's able to go forward and backward. And I think that enables you to hit the ball between the width of your hips. Left hip to right hip, let the ball travel, or play it early. It's fine.
Root is waiting. Bat raised and now takes a couple of steps into the ball. Pushes to mid-off. Isn't a run there. Stays at home. 19 for 1 remain England. Root just makes things look so simple. And maybe that's the mark of the greatest. They do very complicated things but make them look so simple.
That is the basic rule of sport. You speak to forgotten his Ian McGeechan, I think, talked about doing the basic things better than anybody else, and you'll probably win more than you lose.
Yeah, if Geach says that, I'll go along with it. Very few things in this life he doesn't get right. Asita goes in. Root pushes into the offside, completes 5 overs. England 19 for 1. Root's got 6. Duckett's got 6. Root's faced 8 balls for his. Duckett 11 for his. Of course, England are trying to pick themselves up in this form of the game. 2025 was not really their friend. They played 15 one-day internationals, winning 4 and losing 11. They've actually lost their last 3 in this format. They haven't lost 4 consecutive in this format since November 24 to February 25, when they actually lost 7 in a row. But of course there was a significant tournament which is part of that and why there were so many in that run. But they've only won 1 of their last 10 away at one-day internationals, in the West Indies in November of 2024. So away games haven't been particularly friendly. And now we've got early spin once again. Dhananjaya de Silva is going to be into the attack to bowl some of his off breaks around the wicket to Ben Duckett. Slip in place, Duckett comes forward, pushes back down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, he doesn't mind bowling with the new ball, which is probably the reason that they brought him on first rather than some of the other specialists. And he likes to slide it on a little bit more, so this suits his bowling a lot.
Around the wicket he goes once again. Duckett is straight out with the reverse. Now it takes him on the fact Dhananjaya is saying, well, hang on, lads, is that not close to LBW?
It wasn't.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
I would suggest somebody sends him a WhatsApp message on the rules of what is and isn't an LBW.
I mean,
in or out.
You say that. I'd also say, doesn't it have to be near the stumps? I'm not even sure that the laws of the game have that. Of like that almost was a wide.
Dhananjaya goes in. Duckett backs away, beats the man at short extra, and they will take. No, they won't take the second because there's a fielder at long on. Thought they were going to get through, but they won't. Actually, just going back to that previous appeal, it was nearer to bowling Duckett off of his own thigh pad as it sort of deviated and went down towards the stumps than it would have been to actually being LBW.
I think the red line that they have on the crease for the wides, I actually think it hits him outside of that. But you're right, it did end up closer to the stumps.
Yeah, he got tangled up, didn't it? It almost hit his hands or his bat or something as he's trying to go for the reverse. It sort of collected itself on the way through and ended up at 45.
Joe Root drops down onto one knee to play the little paddle reverse to Dhananjaya's 4th ball. Just going to be a single, well fielded down at short third. Dhananjaya's first ODI actually in
well, just over a couple of years. Last time he played was in the November 23 World Cup, when he played against New Zealand in Bengaluru. So that's why he's playing this form of the game, to get himself some cricket time back ahead of the 20-over World Cup, is what we were told. And then he comes and bowls. Duckett is down on the reverse again, and he's not trying to lap that, he's trying a full shot, and the ball has bounced up and hit him in the grill. That one, so Joe Root on the reverse is sort of all sereneness. Duckett is a little more energetic, I think we'll say.
Yeah, I think he was looking for the boundary, wasn't he? The swing of the blade was open first. He was looking to get it up and over the fielders at backward point. And this time, the ball from Dhananjaya just stayed in the surface. It bounced a little bit. I think it sort of copped him in the head as to why the umpires have said we might need to get a physio in here just to do a concussion test.
It's one of these mandatory things now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, safety of players is paramount, and we don't want to see anybody badly hurt. But I think well, no, just keep it mandatory. Let's not have any grey area. I think that's a simple thing.
To be fair, that actually hits him a little bit harder on the helmet than I thought, and it hits him in that awkward spot. So it's probably worth having a look at. I mean, I'm sure he's fine, but if you see the helmet sort of jag around like that,
yeah, absolutely. You know, we've all sat here and moaned about games taking 9 hours or whatever that they shouldn't do. 30 seconds to make sure that a player who's just been hit in the head, I've got no problem with 30 seconds for that. I've got an awful lot of problems with other things, bit taking too long in the game, but I've got no issue with this whatsoever.
A little bit embarrassing for Duckett to get bounced out by Dhananjaya de Silva, but
I mean, that's the other part of it, obviously. Right, he's been checked out and he's all fine. That's the main thing. So the game can continue. And Dhananjaya will go in around the wicket. Duckett stays leg side of this one and hammers it past the cover fielder. I think he's all right, folks. It's away for 4. England go to 25 for 1. Duckett's got 11 from 16, and that Dhananjaya over ends up costing 6 with the boundary off the last ball.
Yeah, Ben Duckett at his best. He has a very varied way of playing spin. Yes, he likes his sweeps, but this time he gets deep in the crease, goes back very quickly, picks the length and lashes it through that offside, sort of a square drive cut, finds the gap, which is the sign of a quality player, not to be hitting the field, and another boundary to his name.
England's bowling figures, if you haven't been with us since the starts: Adil Rashid 3 for 44 from his 10, was the most successful bowler. Curran, Dawson and Rayan Ahmed all chipping in with 1. Sri Lanka put 2-7-1 for 6 on the board. Asita Fernando's going to bowl his 4th and will start over the wickets to Roots, turns to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Three ODIs before 3 T20s. So the second ODI is Saturday and the third one is Tuesday, and then it's up to Pallekele for the T20s, Friday, Sunday and Tuesday. So Tuesday the 3rd, the final game, and England will play the first game at the T20 World Cup 5 days later at the Wankhede Stadium against Nepal. Joe Root is facing and guiding this to backward point. You can hear him saying, wait, wait, wait. He just wanted to see whether Dhananjaya would be able to get away to his left-hand side and field that ball, and he was able to. No run there. England 25 for 1, which puts them 10 behind where Sri Lanka were at this stage. But of course, chasing is always a slightly different thing because you know the rate you need to score at.
Yeah, and it's one sign of a good team when they field well and put pressure on the batters to overhit the ball rather than that sort of freebie rotate the strike. A wonderful piece of fielding there, throwing himself to his left and getting up on his feet and getting the ball back in.
Asita Fernando is in again. Joe Root just a little pace into the ball, trying to get some momentum into it, but his shot through mid-wicket picks out the fielder, and he's not able to beat him. Fielder at mid-wicket is Bernard Welliger. chipped in with a very handy 25 from 12 balls at the end of the innings for Sri Lanka. Came in and wielded the willow late on. Sita Fernando is in. Joe Root again is looking towards the leg side. This time gets it between mid-on and mid-wicket. And they are able to scamper their way through for a single. 26 for 1. Root's got 8 from 30.
Yeah, it's that late order contribution. 25 off 12 in a game like this it's almost like a man of the match performance in the context of it all. You know, you're never getting on the podium for it, but what it adds to your team, both in runs but in impetus, is significant, and it's not to be underestimated.
Yeah, I imagine he walks back into the dressing room and the boys are absolutely buzzing, aren't they? That's exactly what you needed. Duckett waits. Bat raised. Asita's going to bowl right arm over the wicket to him and hits him on the thigh pad. And Duckett is furious with himself. He's missed out on one there, is what he's thinking. He's waving that Gunnar Moore bat all over the place and now practicing a little flick down to long leg, saying that's where it should have gone.
I was just going to say that's probably the shot I was talking about before, but he hasn't quite got enough outside off stump to play that shot at the moment. Just, you know, he's a little bit frustrated, isn't he? He's 11 off 17, he's been hitting the bonts. You know, there's some stuff going on. Inside edges back towards the stumps. Looks a little bit trickier to face the seam on this wicket than you would have expected for a pitch where everyone's gone for spinners.
Final ball of the 7th over. And in goes Asita Fernando. Duckett is turning on the onside again. Can't be well Illiger. Into the over. 7 gone, 26 for 1. It's not a tearaway start by any manner of means. Currently going at under 4s. The run rate at the start of the innings was at 5.5. That sort of crept now to sort of 5.7. But it's about having a base, and that's what England are trying to put in place. 26 for 1 after 7 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think the way that England set up and the way they want is to have a flourish at the start of the innings, but I think we need to look at recent past, and Duckett still being out there getting some time in the middle is a real positive for that player, for that human being, just to get everything back.
Dhananjaya De Silva will start his second over. Joe Root's turning to square leg, and it's not fielded cleanly, which means that England can get through and take a single. It's the skipper himself, Charitha Asalanka, who is now just stretching out a hamstring, which is either an old pros trick or a bit of a worry. I'm going for the former on that one.
Yeah, I think that's I've made a mistake there. Oh, my hamstring's sore or my knee's sore, or I'll get the violin out. Take it on the chin, move on, pal.
There's nothing new in the game, is there? Despite what we all think. Your midfield want, oh yeah, problem there. Dhananjaya around the wicket. Big stride forward from Ben Duckett, plays defensively, no run. Just wanders off, refocuses himself. And waits. Dhananjaya around the wicket. Plays that sort of wristy cover drive, almost as if it's looking to go backward a point, but it ends up at sort of more extra cover to the fielder. No run on that occasion.
It almost sounds a bit plasticine off the bat, which sort of tells you the pitch is that slow. It's taking energy out of it. It's difficult.
Dhananjaya goes straighter on this occasion. Push towards mid-on. Bowler will field in his follow-through. Throws at the stumps at the striker's end. Misses. And I think Duckett would have got home anyway. But you heard the remonstrations from Mendes, the wicketkeeper, saying get on it and throw it. Because it was just a push. Bowler in his follow-through. Got there, but I think Duckett, as I say, would have been safely out. It was a pretty ordinary throw, it has to be said. Although he was spinning at the time. Dhananjaya around the wicket to Root. Root goes even further to the leg side, but hits it straight to mid-on, no run.
good from England. They've been positive. They've not got off strike particularly. They're not really dominating the scoreboard, but the body positions the batters are getting into, they're trying to be busy. It's good. It's risk-free.
Dhananjaya completely over. Root's going to go on the reverse. And I think he Q-ends this one back towards the bowler. End of the 8th over. 28 for 1. Here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Just mention right at the outset, Gareth, the reason we're playing these one-day internationals is because England contractually owed them to Sri Lanka and have done for ages because of COVID that they weren't played earlier. So it's a make-up. And people are asking, well, why are we playing 50 overs when we've got 20 over World Cup coming up? But actually, do England sort of turn this and use it to their advantage? In fact, yeah, it might be a longer form, but it exposes us to the conditions for longer. So they can actually say, well, if you go out and bat 30 overs in this heat, or 50 overs in the field in this heat, it's going to put mileage into your legs to be ready for 10 days' time for the T20 World Cup.
Absolutely, that's how I would be thinking. I want to win, 100%. Every time you walk out there, you're doing it to win. But I'd be wanting to get something tangible out of it, and to get good movement, to get that sort of bandwidth of physicality and performance in you for a shorter game. I said on air earlier, you bat at 5 in a T20 game, you bat at 6, you bat at 7. Sometimes you only face 4 or 5 balls.
Madhushankar's going to start the 9th over, and Duckett gets it down to backward point, and there is a single. 29 for 1.
So playing a 50 over format, is good for those lads. It's also another good step towards England getting a formula for how they're going to play 50 over cricket. It needs a reset since Owen Morgan finished, and we've not quite got that sort of blend right. And I think the biggest thing over anything, England is a pretty big cricketing nation, and contractually we owe this to Sri Lanka. They require that finance, and we should be doing the right thing to give their infrastructure, to give their game that revenue to then keep pushing their case.
Madhushankar is in once again. Madhushan, and it's turned. Oh, Joe Root's timed the cover off of that. Through mid-wicket, and it rolls away for 4. That's a lovely shot from Joe Root. 5th boundary of the England innings, 33 for 1.
Yeah, that's the sort of shot that we just can't see from Zach Crawley, isn't it? It's just a different level of footwork. He's coming down a little bit as well, making sure you can't bowl your best ball to him, getting down to the position he wants, and turning a ball that there's absolutely nothing wrong with into an easy boundary for him.
Mentioned the conditions earlier today. Over 30 degrees, plus the humidity. Joe Root's only been out there 20 minutes or so. He's already got a proper bead on. I mean, this is hard work. This is another factor here. Root coming forward to Madhushan's delivery, pushes to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think that goes back to what we're talking about, that bandwidth, the fitness, physicality. T20 cricket is exhausting, but it's over a shorter period. There are different facets. So adding this sort of energy to your system, longevity to your performance, it's easy to do it for shorter periods. It's tough to have that sort of bandwidth of physicality in there. I see it as a positive, really.
Madhushan in, always given Root a little bit of width, and Joe Root has played a wonderful wristy shot backward at point for 4. That is just absolute class. What a shot. England 37 for 1, Root 17 from 19.
Earlier we talked about manufacturing a wicket with Zach Crawley and bowling in at the stumps and then giving him the wide one. Well, basically what Joe Root has done here is he's manufactured a different width, because I think what's happened is he's just walked across his stumps and the bowler's gone, he's going to hit me through the leg side again. I'll bowl it outside our stump. But of course you're making that decision as you're coming in, and he's just pushed it too wide and it's just been put away. So it looks like a horrible ball on its own, but it's actually been made because of what Joe Root has been doing. It's still a horrible ball, but very well played.
Root on this occasion is looking to whip into the leg side, finds the fielder at short mid-wicket, and is frustrated with himself. He doesn't get a run. He's 17 from 20. Slower ball. Well, yeah, significantly slower, actually. Seeing the speed gun, that I reckon it was 114 kilometres an hour. Joe Root is just asking the umpire to sort out, because there's someone who keeps moving behind the bowler's arm. Egg by Joe Root. They've taken one. They're coming back for the second. No, they bailed out on that one. Probably a wise decision. 9 overs completed. 38 for 1 are England. Root 18, Duckett 13. Some more thoughts from the boys. I'll get out of the way because John Norman's going to come in and pick up the ball by ball.
Yeah, I think Joe Root's come in, and out of everybody today, himself and Koushal Mendes, obviously Joe Root, only 21 balls into his innings, have made things look pretty simple because of the game plan, because of their skill sets. So Joe Root's, in that over, has walked down offside to hit a 4 through the leg side, which, as Gerard just said, makes the bowler bowl that stump wider and too wide of off stump to then score through both sides. But the basic premise of what I'm trying to say is Root is trying to manipulate the bowler, he's trying to manipulate the field, he's trying to play that game of chess to get the bowler to do what he wants him to do, and dominate proceedings.
Dhananjaya continuing, and Joe Root just eases forward and whips this towards mid-wicket, but can't beat the fielder. No run. 38 for 1, start the 10th over. Joe Root 18 from 22, and Ben Duckett 13 from 22. Dhananjaya again. This is targeting leg stump. And there's only 2 men out, and quite a big gap as well between mid-wicket and mid-on, but Root can't get the ball between them. Mid-wicket is quite straight, just forward square on the leg side really, and mid-on is wide. This time Root playing away from the crease and pushes this up to mid-off for a single, extra cover. 39 for 1.
Bats, what do you think the reasoning is behind this sort of round the wicket attempt? He's bowling very round arm at the moment, so I think maybe he's trying to slide it through a little bit, but it's not something you normally see, off spinner bowling round the wicket in a one-dayer to a right-hander.
This is on off stump to the left-handed Ben Duckett, who just pushes this up to the fielder, who comes in from the long off boundary. 1 run.
I think it's pretty simplistic. He's just trying to shut down the offside. He can pitch almost with the angle, he can almost pitch outside leg stump and run it across the middle and leg and say, well, I'm going to make it hit my leg side almost.
Touch more flight, dip, bounces just before Root, who takes another comfortable single. 40 for 1, and we are 1 ball shy of the 10th over here on TalkSport 2, the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us here for the first match since that. Well, the A word is how Jared described it earlier today. Again, full of flight from Dhananjaya. 50 kilometres an hour, miles an hour from Dhananjaya, and this is just pushed to the fielder at cover. So decent over, 3 runs coming from it for both sides really. Root 20, Duckett 14, England 41 for 1, chasing 2-7-2 to win.
I wonder if it's, to carry on from your conversation, Jared, I wonder if it's also to get the matchup. He's bowling because there's a left-hander in, I would assume, rather than 2 right-handers. So it's kind of like, if I go around the wicket and bowl it somewhere near leg stump, Joe Root's a wonderful player. I'll give him one, I'll get off strike, and then I'll bowl more balls at Duckett.
It's not a bad thought process. You watch Sun on Narayan. He's probably you've had him at Surrey, of course. He's probably the world's best bowler at getting people off strike when he doesn't want them on strike. The amount of times he just hits the thigh pad, and sometimes he pretends like, oh, how are they going to get that single? But he wants them to get the single so he can attack the guy at the other end.
The amount of times playing with Kumar Sangakkara where he'd grab me by the shirt and say, what are you doing? Make sure we get this guy off strike. You've got your 3 or 4 dots. Don't let him line you. Get him off strike. You have to have a get off strike ball in white ball cricket. 50 over cricket's no different.
Dunith Welalaga is about to have a bowl. Now, we saw him with the bat earlier today. 25 runs coming from the 12 balls that he faced. You were speaking about him before the match, Jared, and you were saying that his batting could take him to a top 5 or 6 position within the Sri Lankan white ball setup, when he gets on a bit. What about as a bowler?
He's a really good bowler. I think he had some success against India early on in his career, didn't he? He's bowled some fantastic spells. It'd be interesting to see with Bats here how he kind of rates his spin, but I think he's a genuine option as a frontline spinner going ahead.
Yeah, he's a left arm bowler, and that first delivery is on the pads of Root, who takes the singles through to mid wicket. 42 for 1. England chasing 272.
I think if you're looking at a cricketer that he's similar to, it's probably someone like Washington Sundar, in that, you know, he has a lot of talent on both sides of the ball, and it might be the next 4 years we work out which one is better. You know, at the moment, a very different kind of bowler because he's about half the height of Washington Sundar and left arm. But other than that, they're very similar. But they're both finger spinners who've been given an opportunity because of their bowling, but they have a lot of batting talent.
Here he is again, round the wicket. Oh, that goes across. Slants across Ben Duckett, who's kind of groping a touch. Close to the outside edge. Taken by the keeper. 42 for 1. Yeah, he did have good success. 2 fifers at this very ground against India in ODI cricket in 2023 and 2024. And he took a 4fer against Australia in July. This is a touch aerial. Dropped short of the fielder at mid-wicket. And a couple of chancy moments there for Duckett. It looks a little bit unsettled. 42 for 1. I imagine this is the first time they've come up against each other. Duckett ready. And he's on the reverse and beaten by a beauty. It moved that. I think he would have missed it even if it hadn't moved.
That's interesting, isn't it? Because that really spun, and he slid a couple past Duckett, and I think Duckett was thinking to himself, well, he's going to keep sliding them. And that one he tossed up, and it spun and bounced. That would have been a brilliant ball to a right-hander, which I suppose in the end Ben Duckett was.
A right-hander playing a cover drive. This is just tucked off the pad. Seeing it enough there already in 3 deliveries. Bats. I think that Sri Lanka might have one.
Yeah, can you tell us what he will do for the rest of his career? Go.
It's pretty soon to make a rounded assessment, but certainly the way he constructed 3 balls there at Ben Duckett. How is
last ball of the over, and Root just eases his 3-point for a single. 11 overs in. England chasing 272 here on TalkSport 2. 44 for 1.
Yeah, how the first ball he used the angle of around the wicket to take it past his outside edge without getting carried away. It still pitched on the stumps and left him off the surface. Then the very next ball, he was able to get his arm a little bit higher and almost cut in the ball, which then just made it hold, and it's almost like an over-the-top spinner. Almost Ben Duckett hit it straight to mid-wicket. Completely different balls. And then the third ball, having the presence of mind to see Ben Duckett, because the reverse, there is a movement early that you can now... Still getting the dot out of it, it's the hard bit, but you know, he saw that and he was able to change, able to drop the speed and trajectory of his ball to change the momentum for Duckett. You know, I mean, you chuck 3 like that and you delve into it, yeah, you got yourself a world beater, Jared.
See, told you. You were the person to ask. That was just from an over.
What will he what sort of notes will he have by the end of the spell? He'll be able to tell us what he does in retirement. No, he's also, just to talk about him a little bit more, he's a very good athlete. He's a very confident person, and also I think he captained the under-19 side.
Charith Asalanka brought himself onto bowl, and Joe Root again, all the time in the world, just picks this up, targets a part of the field where there isn't a fielder, and takes a single. He moves to 23. Ben Duckett is 15.
So you know, there's a lot of hype about him, but they also, because they've had Hasaranga and Tikshana, they haven't had to force him into the side. They've used him as the third spinner. You know, they haven't always put pressure on him as a batter. So that looks like they're being quite smart with someone who could be a talent for a long time to come.
And it's Asalanka again, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who drills it straight to the fielder at short cover. No run. And I wonder if Sri Lanka are going to go in a similar fashion to what we saw in England. Rotating through. Harry Brook was rotating his spinners, and they really did chop and change to good effect, especially during the middle overs as Duckett takes a single off the pads. He moves to 16. England 46 for 1. They're resting Hasaranga, aren't they, today? Which is a shame. Would have been nice to have seen him. Lalaga didn't play in the Pakistan series, the ODI series that was in November. As that Root certainly won here. Bit of a laboured run from the fielder on the edge of the circle at cover. Fielder comes in from the boundary. Root completes his second. He moves to 25. Looking very easy for Root, less so for the left-handed Ben Duckett.
Yeah, Joe Root got deep in the crease here, and it's that deep depth in the crease that gives him the time to push it past extra covers left hand. As soon as he hit it, it said 2. It said run.
This is on the pads, and they'll take 1 here. Does Root. He's just having a little chat with Ben Duckett, isn't he? Root. Constant conversation taking place out there. Did I overhear you talking about David Willey earlier today, Jared?
Yes.
Single again. This is more of a punch by Duckett, who's moving around the crease a touch, and he'll take a single to mid-on.
I think we were trying to find active bowlers. The next highest wicket-taking English bowler. I think Willie's got 70-odd. I think Jofra's at 60-odd wickets. So, but they're the only two. And David Willey, I don't know is he still an active ODI bowler? Probably not.
Walks?
Is Woke still playing? I thought he was retired.
I think they've both retired.
They're both retired, have they? Okay. So then Jofra at 68
I think Woke was
might
retired, and David Willey retired.
Okay. So that means Goffey's the third highest wicket taker for England, and there is no one coming around the outside. There's a big distance, and with the amount of ODIs that England play and how much they rotate their sides, Goffey might be the third highest wicket taker for England for a very long time.
Well, I'll get in again, and this is on the pads of Duckett, who just eases forward again and strolls through for a single. It's not the prettiest of Sri Lankan grounds, is it, the Premadasa? And there are a lot of pretty grounds.
It's a pretty part of the world, isn't it?
It's a beautiful part of the world. This is too wide and turning away from Root, and he will pick up 4. That's brilliant batting from Root, because there was a fielder stationed in the covers. There was 2 on the boundary at long off and a sweeper, and he managed to divert that ball past the first of those 3 fielders and between the second and third. But it wasn't a great ball from Welalaga, truth be told. Wide and moving wider.
The skill of the shot is to stay on the shot and not pull off it. Lots of times you see people cut, you can only hit the man out at square. But he's actually managed to get it a long way in front of square. It's great skill from Root.
Touch more flight this time from Welalaga. And Root just comes forward, he's got his boundary. 3 balls left. This is quite a comfortable start for England. Zach Crawley never really looked particularly assured. Played and missed on a couple of occasions on his return to the ODI side. As Root compact in stance and forward, punching this to extra cover, where a smart bit of fielding prevents a single. 55 for 1. Deep in his crease again. Fast feet and faster hands there as Joe Root manages to get the ball that's sort of about 4th or 5th stump and flick that to the leg side and come through for a single.
I think when he decided to play that shot, he did not expect the ball to spin and bounce the way that it did. Incredible that he still managed to hit it on the leg side.
Last ball of the over. Steps away, does Duckett. Can't beat the fielder. Shot at the stumps of the non-strikers then, but Joe Root gets back. And that's the end of the over. 6 runs coming from it. England at 56 for 1. So they're kind of where Sri Lanka were at the start of their innings.
Just wonder at the moment, Bats, if the Sri Lankan spinners aren't bowling a little bit quicker than the English spinners were. Maybe I'm just comparing that to Adil Rashid. But I even felt Liam Dawson just held the pace back a little bit and let the stickiness and ickiness of the wicket play a part. It could be under lights that it's just skidding on a little bit more and that doesn't work. But if you look at Dhananjaya and Asalanka specifically, they're sliding the ball a lot more rather than England, who is waiting for the ball to sit and rip. Is that maybe conditions? It's just changed under the lights?
Yeah, or it might just be the difference in heights of the individuals. I would suggest that the Sri Lankan spinners in stature are possibly a little bit shorter than the English spinners, so they might look a little bit quicker on the speed gun from a trajectory point of view.
Asalanka again. And this is dabbed by Joe Root, but fielded. Could be overthrows. No. Wild throw from the fielder, who's inside the circle at third, short third, or roving around. And luckily there is a fielder backing up. Root was Wasn't out of his ground. On the reverse, he's been struck on the back leg, but as Lanka says, there's a little bit of bat on the ball, so all the excitement from behind the stumps comes to an end. 56 for 1.
As a general rule, and you'll know this better than me, actual number, finger spin are generally a bit quicker through the air than wrist spin, aren't they?
Oh, struck again on the pad. There's movement, but too much actually, probably. And that's what Asalanka is saying to Mendes behind the stumps. Good start to the over. 3 dot balls. Joe Root's faced all of them.
It's like he's listened and he's slowing down as we're talking. He's down to 78 kilometres now and he's ripping it.
So again, this time Joe Root does get bat on ball, and he'll take a single to square leg.
So if you can, the best way of working this out, Bats, is looking at fast bowlers. So if you bowl a back of the hand slower ball, you lose about 33% of your pace, and I think you'll lose about 20% of your pace if you bowl a cutter. And it's because the wrist, when it comes out of the wrist, it just takes more revolutions, which slows the ball down. So generally, you're right. Finger spinners are a little bit quicker. But I even thought Liam Dawson was bowling slower, and it seems now that Asalanka's worked this out as well, where, you know, maybe, or it could just be that the dampness, you know, a little bit of dew was on the wicket.
Duckett now. This is a full ball on the pads, and he'll take another single. 58 for 1 England. Joe Root to face the final ball of the over. Bats will be off. The food's arrived. Goffey will be in. He's had his. Here is Asalanka and another. Asalanka from Sri Lanka, and it's another single to the leg side. I want to get Goffey singing like back in the day. Who was that? Sandakan, was it? $59 for 1. Jared's off. Bats is heading off to the canteen. 59 for 1. 14 overs in, with Ben Duckett 19 not out. Joe Root 33. Bit of a surprise when Crawley was picked to open the batting. It's a position that seemingly most batters in the world want to play. Certainly in T20 cricket. That's where your powerhouses, you know you're of a standard if you're opening a T20 innings in the IPL or for an international team. And I just wondered whether there weren't other options there. I'm not saying Crawley shouldn't be given a chance or be in the squad, but I don't know. I just found it slightly odd. It's not like he's coming with any great form from longer format cricket. It's his first ball by Joe Root is defended well. Alage continuing. This is his 3rd over. Certainly asked a few questions of Ben Duckett in his first over. The second one passed us by a little bit more sedately as this turns just a fraction away from Joe Root, a can't beat point. And it's a couple of dot balls at the start of the over.
Yeah, the Crawley one, you could only think is, but they like the way he plays. They like the way he goes after the new ball.
Forward, and Joe Root can't beat that fielder again at short cover, no run.
But it can't keep getting out the same way. We've said this for so long now. Test match cricket, guess what? Caught in the slips, caught keeper.
There's plenty of flight there from Alage. Joe Root again can't get off strike. Just looks a touch frustrated, but still there. 33 from 43, and he saw from Sri Lanka that it's possible to catch up later in the innings. 59 for 1 as well. Alage again. The slow left armour comes in, and there will be a single here. So Root gets off the strike. He moves to 34. Sorry, Coffey, you were saying about Crawley.
No, but the frustration for people watching is, but they all probably realise he's a very talented cricketer. He plays some wonderful shots and he goes after the new ball, and that's what England, the way they want to play when they've had success in the past with Roy and Bairstow doing it.
This is on the pads again. A little bit too leg side, and that's quite easy for Duckett just to steer away, and he will face the first ball of the 16th over with England 61 for 1 after 15.
But I've never known someone get out as much the same way, and I think that's what will frustrate many people that are listening or many people that are watching, whatever you're doing. And it's frustrating, isn't it? It's frustrating for us all because we all realise what a talented player he is. I've seen him up close and he plays some wonderful, wonderful cricket shots. He's got such a good eye. But now and again he gets that blood rush and his hands go at it early on, and bowlers are not daft. They're going to bowl it outside there on a good length, and now and again he'll get it for 4, and now and again, more often than not, he's going to nick one. And it's going to go through to the slip or keeper. And that's what's happened again today. So there'll be more and more frustration. But have the selectors picked him for this to give him one more chance?
First ball of over number 16. And it's Ben Duckett, who could do with a confidence boost himself, I think. He's had a really difficult run playing for England across most formats over the last 6 months. Lanka continuing. And Ben Duckett just gets down and tries to ramp this delivery, which is on the stumps but bouncing over. Doesn't quite get hold of it, but gets enough to push the ball over the keeper, and he comes through for a single. It's a high-risk shot for 1, though.
Absolutely brings up the 50 partnership, though, isn't it? I mean, 50 partnership now, is it? 76 deliveries. Pretty good from these two, but what he was clever there from Lanka is, but he bowled it slower. 53, so slow. So Ben Duckett had nothing really to work with, and that's why
he's on the pads again. They really are having any room whatsoever. Root gets the ball down, or the bat down rather, and takes a single to square leg. He moves to 35, scores 63 for 1. It's difficult to know what to do when a player is in a real trough, isn't it? Sometimes you need to play, sometimes you need to... On the sweep this time, Duckett, and chase on for the fielder at long leg, and that's a decent shot from Duckett. He's going to pick up a boundary. It's the first in a while, just backward a square on the leg side, and the score moves along to 71 for 1.
Yeah, we all know this. Ben Duckett's been in a bit of a rough patch as well, but he's giving himself time. He's got to the crease, hasn't he? Today he's been watchful. Yeah, it's looked frustrating at times. He looks like he's battling for form. But it's like anything. You spend time out in the middle, it will get easier. And you'll be able to play better shots.
Defended this time. I've got a conversation I'm going to be handing over to Macca in the deliveries time, on balls time. I believe you've just been on Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport, and you've thrown your hat in the ring for the selector's job, Goffey. Down the track comes Ben Duckett, and he clears at mid-off, and the ball heads to the boundary. Couple of bounces for 2 in the over. Duckett moves to 29. England into the 70s. I'll let Macca pick that conversation up over the next 20 minutes. You're welcome, by the way. And it'll be Macca and Goffey. And Harmy will be with you in a bit. Maybe you're going to go up against Harmy.
Well, I didn't exactly put my hat in the ring. I think that's the way the media is going at the minute with a nice headline out of it. I was chuckling. They asked me if I would. And I said, well, what I would say is, but if you're a selector, there's certain things that need to be done to rebuild relationships. And I think that'll be the biggest thing that needs to be done, whoever takes that job. It's relationship building and being seen around the grounds, not just going to Headingley and the Oval that do a nice hospitality. He's actually going to the grounds that matter.
Well, we'll start the new over. Runs a left arm around delivery onto Joe Root, and it's defended on the onside. But I can tell you're in the 2 o'clock sports bulletin.
Well, I thought I would be. There you go. Amazing, isn't it? But so yeah, that's the way it is. But that's a very good shot from Ben Duckett. The previous over, he hit a wonderful shot down the ground.
Well, Elligot into Root, plays defensively, no run. 71 for 1.
A nice little partnership developed in between these two. And as I said, Ben Duckett's been struggling, but he's realised he is, and he's having some time in the middle, and then he can start to attack.
Root is just pushing this into the offside. There's a tight single, but a single nonetheless. He gets down to the non-striker's end, and England take it to 72 for 1. So they are 200 away, because the target is 272 for victory in this 50 overs. Root's got 36 from 48, Duckett 29 from 40. While Elligot is bowling left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. Duckett jumps out to the leg side, thinking he can force this through the offside, but it actually turns and bounces on him, cramps him up a bit, and he ends up with no run. Gallagher again is peppering this leg stump, and maybe even just outside line. Duckett will turn it to deep square leg and will take a single. He goes to 30 from 42, 73 for 1. Just a reminder that it is very, very warm. 28 degrees at the moment, nearly 70% humidity, and Ben Duckett is already very, very warm. You can see him as he stands at the non-striker's end, watching Joe Root getting a full ball driven out to the deep cover sweeper. Root gets another single. 17 overs gone, 74 for 1, and it will be a drinks break. So just to recap that story that John and Goffey were touching on there, that England are looking for a new national men's team selector, as Luke Wright has decided that time has come to move on. Stress that the wording that comes out appears to be that's his decision. It's not something that's come out of the review, that all-encompassing review. Goffey, look, we kind of know how these things tend to work. What do you expect to happen over the next few months with all of this?
I don't think there's any rush for anything to happen. I think they've got a World Cup, and I think the team should concentrate on winning the World Cup. I think the T20 side's in a good place. It's won plenty of cricket matches. They're very talented. The boundaries will be up their street, and the tournament where it's going to be played, they've got a lot of experience in playing in India now, the guys, and they've got a good chance of winning it, or getting close to winning it. And then after that, they've got a bit of a break, and that's the time to, if they're going to make any decisions anywhere, that's the time to do it. This one is a little bit strange, but he does say he's going after the World Cup. So at least that's come out and straight. And I think the rest of the decisions will speak for themselves. They'll see how it goes this next 3 or 4 weeks, this next month, and then make some decisions. They've got the reporting, and it's up to them the way they go. I always believe the kind of jobs at the real top end tend to be 4-year cycles anyway, unless you obviously go and win the Ashes in Australia, and then you've got a little bit of margin to be going in the right direction, a little bit of leeway. But I always believe they are 4-year cycle jobs anyway. So, but look, it's not up to me. We'll see what the review says and what comes out of it.
Do you think this winter is such, though, that at least one person does need to lose their job because of it? Or can it be that we say, actually, mistakes were made, we now have identified those mistakes, we go away and rectify? Was it so bad that actually we've moved beyond that, actually now someone does have to lose their job? Was it of that nature?
I don't know, because I'm not involved in those conversations. What I will say is, but it's up to them on what their plans are and what their plans have been. Are they going to stick down the same plan route, and then that's where they go from it? Or are they going to, what I did say upstairs is, but with a selector now, are they going to go for a selector who's got a bit more say? Because I think it was quite obvious to everyone, the selector for this, the last selector who just left, and I don't really know much about it, but what I do know is, but it was very much down to the communication side. He was there to communicate with the counties and look at players, and then take them to the Brendan McCullum and Rob Keogh and Ben Stokes, and then they select from there. That's not how it should work. I think the selector should have some kind of say in selection as well. I'm not saying they should be in charge, but he should be able to challenge the other people as well, and put in what he thinks, and then you make it as a group decision. But yes, the coach and the captain have got to be happy with the team they take on the pitch. There's no doubt about that. I've been a player, I've been a captain, and I've been a director of cricket. I know how it works, but you've got to have some kind of input if you're going to be in a selector role. But I think the first thing is repairing the damage between county game and England, and that's a massive repair job. It's got to be something that's respected, and to be seen at grounds that are not fashionable. There's no point just going up to the Oval or Lords and Old Trafford. You've got to be going to the grounds, the counties out. You've got to be going down to Taunton. You've got to be going to Northants. You're going to be chatting to some of these county coaches, international coaches, a lot of them, and seeing a lot of the players, and saying what they think about conditions on tours you're going to be going on and what sort of player do you need. There's so much experience out there, and all it is communication. It's the biggest factor in any job, is communication.
Yeah, I think that quote from Buff Lehman concerned a lot of people, didn't it, when he came out and said, look, I'm the director of cricket in a county side, and I don't even know who the selectors are, let alone having spoken to them.
Yeah, I get it, and I absolutely get it, and I think...
Right, back underway after drinks, and Jeffrey van der Sey, the leg spinner, is going to be into the attack. He starts one with one wide of Joe Root's bat that gets hit out to the deep cover sweeper, and they take a single. So van der Sey into the attack, 35-year-old. It's only his 30th ODI. Best of 6 for 33, which came against in India on this ground. In he comes, bowls to Duckett, weight forward, turned on the leg side, and will take a comfortable single, 76 for 1.
Well, they're quite comfortable, England, just playing like this. They're taking no real risk. The sweep shot tends to be the one, and they're just rotating the strike, 76 for 1, 17.2 overs. New bowler into the attack. Have a quick look.
3 or 4 steps into the crease, gives that one to Met, and it bites. Joe Root's off the... It's not quite the edge, but the outside portion of the bat out to the cover sweeper. We saw Rayan Ahmed absolutely rip one earlier today, and that one has gone appreciably, shall we say. Good player in Joe Root, though, able to just guide it through. He's at the non-strikers watching Duckett, who again gets one turning back into him from the wrist spinner, turns it to square leg and will take a single.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka are just letting them score the ones at the moment, aren't they? There's nothing to panic for England. They still need under 6 and over. Well, there it is, just gone up to 6 now. But that's comfortable. They're quite happy at that. They take it down to...
Root off the back foot, finds another single. Fielder at cover point can't prevent it.
They take it down to a 20-20 game, needing even 7 and over, and they'll be quite happy. They've got wickets in hand. They've still got 9 wickets in the shed. And they're in a good place.
On this occasion, Duckett is reverse sweeping van der Sey almost in front of square. Out onto what was originally the offside becomes the leg side. Takes the single. Duckett's got 33 from 45. That's the end of the over. So 6 singles. 18 gone. England 80 for 1 in this pursuit of 272 to win the game. And just back to the England, the whole Ashes thing. You've had your say. I would be surprised if someone senior doesn't end up losing their job on this, just purely from the fact that if they don't, it almost as if the ECB says, okay, it's fair enough to lose 4-1 and be badly prepared. It feels like someone, and I don't know who, will probably need to lose their job.
Well, any other sport, yeah, we know what would happen, wouldn't we? If it was football, that'd be it. It'd have been gone 4 weeks ago. But this is cricket, slightly different. But there's got to be accountability, and someone will. You never like to hear it, but it's just that's professional sport.
Well, Oligad, the left arm spinner, will start his 5th over around the wicket to Duckett. Down the leg side, turn to short, fine leg, no run. Brendan McCullum has been asked a few times, was he prepared to change his methods and his approach as Duckett defends? And he seemed to say, well, you know me, you know how I work, which seemed to be no. Which you know, it comes back to that old thing about, well, if you make a mistake once, okay, fair enough. If you make the mistake twice, make it 3 times, that's when people get a little bit nervous. Duckett's hard sweep out to the deep leg side. They will come back for a second to make it easily. Well run. Duckett goes to 35, England 82 for 1.
Yeah, good running that. That's a bit of a risk when you pick up and throw, and I was a bit worried to start with, but got on bad throw in the end. Good sweep from Duckett. We used to see in the sweep shot, when the ball tends to be turning, that's the method that batters tend to use, sweep, cross bat shots. When there's no turn and the pitch is flat, you tend to run down the wicket and want to hit straight.
Wallinger down the leg side. Now, did Duckett get a touch on that? It's turned even further down the leg side and is running away to the boundary and crashes into the rope for 4. It is leg buys signalled by Rod Tucker. So Duckett doesn't get the value for it. England as a team do. 86 for 1. Bit of turn and bounce down the leg side, though. Keeper really didn't have much of a chance trying to stop that one. Duckett's trying to say he got something on that. Maybe he didn't. Keeper certainly didn't.
Yeah, if the keeper would have caught it, I don't think he'd have been saying he got something on it.
Go in once again from middle stump. Duckett is deep in his crease, punch into long on. And, well, Amble's a single because you don't want to be doing too much more than that in this heat and humidity. 87 for 1. Duckett 36 from 50. Root on strike for the final time. 40 from 52. In fact, Duckett at the non-strikers end, taking his helmet off and just shaking all the sweat out of the helmet. That is how warm it is. Final ball of the over. Root turns to mid-wicket and again will take a comfortable single. 88 for 1 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 19 of the 50 overs have been bowled. And delighted to say that Steve Harmison's going to be with Darren Goff and myself, Andrew McKenna, for the next few minutes. Talking of the heat and the humidity, Harmy, put it into layman's terms for us. How hard is it chugging around at the moment at 28 degrees in that?
Yeah, it's a bit hot. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a bit sweaty. We've got the air conditioning on, so enjoying that part of it. It's not air conditioned outside, so I mean the two batters and it's making it even harder because they're having to do all the work running between the wickets. This is not a flat pitch, crash bang ball up and just hit boundaries. It's a fast outfield, but England having to work hard for their runs, and I think so far so good. England are going along at 4.6 and over, and I think they've weathered the storm. Ben Duckett especially, really pleased for Ben Duckett the way he's gone. He's been in for 50 balls. Probably first 20 balls he had a real struggle to get his time in. His hands and his feet going in the right direction, but since then he's been very good.
Absolutely, played really well. Right, Jeffrey van der Sey is taken out of the attack after that 1 over, so it's Dhananjaya De Silva who's back in to bowl around the wickets, and Joe Root will turn this comfortably to mid-wicket and amble through to a single. So a 1 over experiment.
I think comfortable is the right word to use at this moment in time. I think it is comfortable for England at this moment. Like I said, Duckett, as Army's just said, has had time at the crease. He's now starting to up the tempo, and Joe Root from the off has been busy.
Dhananjaya is in, round the wicket to Duckett, plays it forward back to the bowler defensively, no run. It's exciting stuff if you're Mendes behind the stumps. He's enjoying this. Dhananjaya in, around the wicket. Duckett just pushes back past the bowler towards mid-on and there's no run.
I'm surprised Army's warm with that his attire he's got on today. I thought it was David Beckham sat in the press box.
Dhananjaya is in. Forcing shot from Duckett, played with no timing whatsoever into the offside. If you've not seen it, check out the TalkSport Cricket socials. Harmy is part of the TV commentary crew as well, which requires him to be in full appropriate garb. Duckett backing away. Dhananjaya hits him through point, partially fielded at deep point. They'll take 1. They're not going to come back for a second.
Macca, what's that saying? Jealousy's a what?
No jealousy, mate. I could have been there. I'm just glad I wasn't. Now I ain't got that outfit on. Mind you, I think it might have suited me slightly better than you. I think they got my size, not yours.
Oh dear. Final ball of the Dhananjaya over. Joe Root is down on the sweep, and it's straight to the fielder at backward point. No run. Ends the over. 20 overs have been bowled. England 90 for 1 after 20 overs. Sri Lanka were 97 for 2, so there's not a great deal in it. Harmy, some more thoughts from you.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to think about whether the seamstress had enough time and 24 hours to get an outfit for me and Darren ready. But no, the attire's very nice. It's very comfortable to wear, and it's got air conditioning in pockets, which is very, very useful. So Yeah, that's the elephant in the room of what I've got on. Yeah, you're right. England, there's not much in it between the two. I think England have weathered the storm nicely, and I think Duckett and Root. Duffy's right. Root's been busy. He's used the depth of his crease very, very well. When the ball's been on the stumps, he's played forward. When the ball's been off the stumps, been a bit wider or a bit shorter, he's obviously used the depth of his crease and played more off the back foot, not give the bowler time to settle and get into a rhythm. And Ben Duckett is slowly but surely getting into that nice rhythm now.
Absolutely. Doesn't look frantic from Duckett. Right, Van der Sey's actually swapped ends, so he's now going to be bowling from the other end. Comes in and bowls a leg break that Duckett will turn through mid-wicket. And they are able to take a single as the fielder there couldn't stop it. England going along at 4.5 and over. It started out them needing 5.5, so they're within touching distance. Only 1 wicket down. All good so far.
How old did he say this Van der Sey was? He's got a baby face, hasn't he?
35. He's obviously got a good skincare regime, Goffey. Inside half of Joe Root's bat this delivery. Out on the leg side, and they'll take a single.
Yeah, at the moment, they're doing well to get a lot of singles off Van der Sey at the moment. Like I said, Joe Root tends to be using his feet, tend to go in deep in the crease and pushing off the back foot into mid-wicket or through the offside. Ben Duckett's looking to cross bat shots. That's what he's good at. Sweep shots, reverse and normal.
Van der Sey is in, and Duckett immediately goes on to the reverse. Hits it out to what started off as deep point, and they will take a single. Duckett 39 from 56. Actually, we're not far away from Van der Sey's 36th birthday, February the 5th.
Oh, he looks young. He does. He's good skincare, without a doubt.
Growing up, I never thought I'd be discussing skincare with Darren Goff on commentary. Every day's a school day. I've ticked another one off of the list.
What's up with you? I was Nivea Boy of the Year, Nivea Man of the Year, but way back in the day, 1995 or something. Did an advert for them, skincare.
And it continues. It continues.
Hey, still use it to this day.
This is why working with Goffey is such a treat. You can basically say anything, and he's got a story about it. Van der Sey in once again. Duckett gets down nice and low, sweeps all along the ground out to deep backward square, and they take a single.
No doubt you'd find it on online somewhere if you really tried.
Oh, I think we will, don't worry. I think we will. Final ball of the over. Van der Sey's gone for a single every ball he's bowled so far, until that one, the 12th one. Root plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Van der Sey's gone for 11 from his 12 balls bowled. England 95 for 1 after 21, and Steve Harmison has never done a facial commercial in his life I am willing to put a sizable chunk of money on.
No, definitely not. I've definitely got the face for radio, even though now we're on YouTube. I mean, watches in rings, I mean, trainers were only modelling things I could do. Goffey, that must, I mean, was it you mustn't have had a speaking part. You couldn't even say what you were trying to promote there, so...
Mate, I've done adverts speaking Welsh, bud. So
Welsh,
there you go.
I struggle with the English bit, but
I know that.
My English team at this moment in time are doing well. Yeah, going along nicely. Duckett and Root, just keep ticking these overs off and getting the 2s and 3s and the 5s off and over, building pressure on Sri Lanka.
Dhananjaya de Silva's going to start his 5th over. Around the wicket he goes. Duckett just opens the face of the blade, guides it to backward point, and will take a nice, comfortable single. 41 from 58. And this really might be the innings that Ben Duckett needs. I mean, I know it's 31 balls since they hit a 4, but I really don't care about that at the moment.
What, you mean time out in the middle? Makes sense, doesn't it?
I mean, who'd have thought it?
Yeah.
Who'd have thought it? Dhananjaya around the wicket to Root. Root back to the bowler in his follow through.
It's amazing what time in the middle can do for one's form. That's the only place it can get better, when you're out in the middle. Time.
Dhananjaya bowls. Oh, Joe Root gets a bit of a leading edge on that one. He's looking to mid-wicket. It doesn't balloon up or anything. It just goes out on the offside. And there's no run. Even the great Joe Root can miss time one every now and again. Dhananjaya gives that one a little bit of air. Root push drives to long on. takes a single. He's shaking his head as he gets down to the non-strikers end. He's not happy, but he's got 45 from 61. These two have put on 80 odd, and England are 97 for 1. I don't know what he's got to be too despondent at the moment. Banijay into Duckett. Honestly, that was a defensive shot out on the onside that was never going to get Duckett out in a million years. And Mendes behind the stumps makes it sound like it's a hand grenade. Like it's something of the most destructive nature. Final ball of the over. Oh, Duckett backs away, smashes it into the offside, and it's fielded at short extra cover. And the skipper's done brilliantly there, Sheriff Lanka. I think most people thought that was going away for a boundary. It didn't. 97 for 1 after 22. Root 45, Duckett 41, 272 the target. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed Ben Duckett there because it was just sat in the pitch. It was, whether it was a little bit from Mendes being excited, but just dragged it down, sat in the pitch, and Ben Duckett really be disappointed didn't put that away for 4. Going on nicely, 175 off 28 overs, 9 wickets in hand. I mean, England's batting unit, we've talked about going all the way down, the power that they've got, sitting quite nicely here at this moment in time.
Army, just a quick one on England's bowling there, because I've not spoke to you since we've been on, but one of the things about only playing 2 bowlers who are not recognised death bowlers is that
Van der Sey starts the new over, push drive into the offside by Root, out to deep cover, takes a single.
Because I thought Overton did a good job, you know, except for his last over, because he's not a death bowler, going for 20 odd runs off it. If we'd have had someone like a Luke Wood in here who's good death bowler, it might have been a different story. They might have been chasing 250.
Van der Sey turns, comes into Duckett, bowls the googly. Duckett gets it past the close infielder on the offside at cover. Oh, is that brilliantly stopped out on the deep cover boundary? The fielder's got down, got a hand on it, stopped it dead, thrown it in, and then the ball hits the stumps and ricochets away for a buzzer. Extra run from the field. Well, there was a bit of everything for everyone there. 98 for 1, as long as he's actually fielded it inside the rope to start with, Goffey.
Yeah, a good bit of fielding, actually. He almost went past it, and there was a delay, wasn't it? Look, so he dives, and he goes past it over the ball, but then as he's gone past the ball, he flips it back. It's a good stop in the end.
It's Janet Liang.
Sorry, Guffey. I think what you're saying there, it's a valid point when you're talking about the death ball and an Overton and that. But if you want the depth of your batting, you might have to run the risk of going for an extra 10 runs off one of your bowlers, bowling something that they're not used to, which is obviously bowling to death for Jamie Overton.
Fair point.
I agree. I think he bowled really well.
3 runs it was. They've completed the official review, and Joe Root has just left a beauty. Van der Sey, the leg spinner, has bowled in the googly that carried on in. Joe Root had the bat up and watched it go just past his pads and just past off stump. Brilliant judgment.
Oh dear. Oh, a little bit of drift, wasn't they? Drift in towards the right. Did he come wider of the crease as well? I think that's what did Joe Root there. Clever bit of bowling.
This one is going down the leg side, takes Root on the pad, and there's a strangled appeal, and all Rod Tucker does is signal to the square leg umpire. 2 balls left in the over.
I'll tell you what Army will be jealous of as well. He's missed his usual Nando's. I'm sure he's had his rice and dal over there as we tucked into our Nando's.
Van der Sey, there's air on that one. Root's going to whip it through mid-wicket for a single. To be honest, it's producer Scott I'm worried about. The man who, when we were in India a couple of winters ago, barely ate anything. If he didn't eat in India, I mean, Sri Lanka worries me. I mean, he might come back stick thin. He doesn't do spicy food, which Sri Lanka is not the place if you don't do spicy food. Van der Sey to complete his over. Duckett has turned it into the mid-wicket region. And it's fielded eventually, and they pull it in. Single wasn't taken to complete the over. 23 overs are in the book. England 102 for 1, trying to make 272 to win this game. As we're talking about producer Scott, he's going to take over because he's going to be looking after Roshan Abhasinger taking over the ball by ball.
Well, thank you, Andrew. Yeah, I can tell you what, I don't know about Scott's food, but Harvey seemed to be well fed. He seemed to be enjoying the food here.
Always well fed, always well fed. Yeah, I don't mind Scott's food. If he doesn't like it, I'll eat it. It's not like Darren Goff to think about his belly. They must be getting that time in England at lunchtime.
Dhananjay De Silva comes in, mid-off in the circle, tossing it up. So this is a very good partnership between Duckett and Root. A partnership that has given them a lot of hope. From round the wicket, Dhananjay De Silva. Strolling a touch slower. He's a clever operator. He's not a big turner of the ball, but I like what he tries to do with his slides. The one that sort of has a bit of top spin. And so far, he's bowled 3 dots. Sri Lanka looking for some control.
And he's given him the control, and he's getting through overs quickly. And that we talked about it in the first half when the bowler's sort of in a good passage of play, getting through 2 or 3 quick overs.
See, one thing about this partnership, that's another single down to long on, is the fact that Joe Root has played a masterly innings. I mean, he's just made 48, but I love the way he's opened up areas. He's not looked for boundaries. He's the way he maneuvered it into gaps, where he scored those singles, just releases the pressure. Here comes De Silva again, this time to Duckett. Slower. Push defensively. So it's very different, isn't it? The way Duckett bats and Root bats. Root, while he plays defensively, you could see a little bit of intent. You'd see him trying to find that single. Duckett, on the other hand, will look to try and blast like that. Finds the fielder. 24 overs done. 103 for 1. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think the tempo that Joe Root has found himself is a comfortable one, and he's used to that tempo out in this part of the world. I mean, the amount of runs he scored in subcontinent conditions, he seems to get the tempo very, very quickly of the innings he's trying to evolve, and then hopefully set a platform for a little bit of a more going through into sort of second gear, into third gear, and put pressure back onto the bowling unit. But England are teetering here a little bit. They're going at 4.2 and over, so they've slowed down in the last 5 or 6 overs, largely down to the fact that the way Sri Lanka have squeezed from both ends. Dhananjay has bowled a beautiful spell so far of 16 runs off his 6 overs. And England now have to, I think, elevate the scoring rate, but try and minimise the risk. And that sounds contradicting on a surface which is getting harder and harder to bat on. The last thing England need to do here is lose a wicket. So potentially identify a bowler that you potentially could take a little bit more of a risk on. Try and hit a couple of boundaries and move the scoring rate on that way, because it's starting to sort of mount up the run rate.
When to say it is, that's why I think this is an important phase, because if England can get through this, maybe 103 for 1, they just extend the partnership to about 150, and they'll feel very comfortable, and Sri Lanka will then start to panic a little bit. So at the moment they're fine. And also just look at the way Root plays off the back foot, the single. I mean, it's a skill to play spin, where you try to play length deliveries off the back foot. Just try and sort of confuse the bowler, and that's exactly what Root does.
Yeah, he's played off the back foot. He's played beautifully. When the ball's been wide or off the stumps, Joe Root plays. He predominantly plays off the back foot. And when it's on the stumps and when it's straighter, he tends to come forward, lunge forward, and try and hit the ball down the ground, or use the sort of pockets either side of mid-wicket in extra cover. And he's found that tempo beautifully.
Mendes bowls, and there goes the sweep. And he finds the gap, and that's 4. Duckett is gradually now starting to find his range. And I can tell you that the sweep shot is coming out far more frequently than it did before when he started.
Yeah, it was a good shot, hard sweep. Kusal Mendes played it beautifully. Probably the only one in the Sri Lanka side that played the hard sweep and executed it perfectly well. And there, low centre of gravity, getting down, and very, very quick hands there was Ben Duckett. And, we've got 5 overs left till we potentially, Darren Goff was telling about earlier, turning them into a T20 game. England can be about 130, 135.
Again, that time, banged off the back foot to deep mid wicket, short of a length. He too is starting to pick the length well. We all know that key to batting is about picking the length. And both these players, now on 49 each. Duckett has quickened on a little bit, 49 of 65. Root 49 of 71. Here comes Van der Sar, and Root gets his 50. Plays it from off stump, down towards deep mid wicket. And he's just carrying on, isn't he? He's enjoying Sri Lanka, and he's having a wonderful run as a batter. Averaging close to 49, 44 50s and 19 hundreds.
Yeah, very, very good innings from Joe Root. Acknowledges the crowd. There's a lot of England fans here, and it was a gentle acknowledgement as the job is only half done. And that's, I'm sure, what he's been saying to Ben Duckett, that this job is half done. We start going again and make sure we keep our concentration.
Van der Sar is Duckett off the back foot, running hard, and they'll get a single, and that's his 50. It's a much tougher and a harder fought 50 for Duckett. Yes, it has come quicker of 67 balls, but I can tell you that Root looked very much in control, but Duckett had phases that he struggled.
Yeah, he did, and that's what makes for me it even more special that he gets the 50. Joe Root, total control from ball one, faced 72 balls for his 50. Ben Duckett struggled for the first 20 balls, but because he's sort of ridden out the little storm within what Sri Lanka have posed to him, but also what he's posing to himself. I think them first 20 balls he was fighting himself more than he was fighting the Sri Lankan bowlers, because his rhythm wasn't there, the tempo wasn't there, the balance wasn't there. But it just shows, if you hang in there, you get rewarded. And it's been a very, very good innings since that first 20 balls. I give him a huge amount of confidence going into this year, the rest of this game, but what he's got coming ahead, because it was a difficult Ashes for Ben Duckett, and he had a real struggle at the start of this innings, but it shows the character of him, and this will feel, especially if he goes on to get a big score, he'll show the sort of the character that he's shown to get to that big score. I think will be worth more than just the number itself.
Off spin from Kamil Mishara now. So Sri Lanka throwing all the options they have. Mishara is another part-time bowler. Has a little bit of a look of Dhananjay De Silva in his approach, but Mishara is someone who can give you a lot of options. A wicket-keeper, opening bat, bowls a bit of off-spin, but what Sri Lanka desperately needs at this stage is a wicket. Not just one, they need one or two quick wickets. Mishara bowls, that's a poor delivery. And that's gone square, behind square leg, only a single. Very, very lucky that Joe Root didn't really capitalize on it. 113 for 1. A question to you, Harmy. Now looking at Joe Root and what he's achieved, where would you place him amongst the all-time greats of England? I mean, talking about the Jack Hobbses, we'll come to that. Doesn't beat the field at extra cover. Sir Lynn Huttons, the Sir Alistair Cook, Geoffrey Boycott. I mean, the list goes on. And amongst those, where would Joe Root be?
Right up there, if not at the very top.
Again, finds the field there at extra cover.
I think because of the numbers that he is going to achieve, and I think across all formats. He averages 50 in Test match cricket, 49 in ODI cricket.
Comes down the pitch and hits it high. I think it's cleared the boundary. Yes, it has. That's a very good shot by Ben Duckett, who's now starting to gradually move. He's gone to 57. He wasn't afraid to come down the pitch. Mishara fired it. There wasn't no long off. There was a wide fielder and he connected it.
Yeah, not something that Ben Duckett often does, but the ball's gone. It's been thrown above the eye line, so it's been given some air. Gives him a chance to use his feet quickly. Good shot from Ben Duckett.
Oh! Gives himself a bit of room that time. Chops it away down to deep. Point, a single. 9 runs off that over. 120 for 1 at the end of 26. Just to remind you, this is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think he's right up there with the very best. I thought Kevin Peterson was the best that arguably that I would witness playing international cricket for England. I didn't see a huge amount of Graham Gooch growing up. Talk about the older names, the Lennon Huntons, Jack Hobbs and people like that. They're conversation for somebody else. But I think for what I've seen, I was somebody was going to have to do something special to go beyond what my eyes saw in somebody like Kevin Peterson. The way he went about his innings is being able to score hundreds all around the world. But for me, Joe Root has gone past Kevin Peterson. I think he is arguably the greatest that England have ever produced.
Yeah, that's high praise, isn't it? I mean, you're talking about, that's good fielding as well. That is really good fielding. They'll come for 3. This is good aggressive running by England. Nicely worked off his hips.
Yeah, good cricket all round as we welcome the TalkSport listeners. England 123 for 1 off 26.1 overs. Joe Root's got 51 of 73 balls. Ben Duckett had a struggle at the start. Is now just coming into his own, down the wicket, 6 in the last over, and he moves on to 61 from 73. And England are building a nice partnership, a good platform. 271 the total, 272 is the target, the total, which I thought was a bit above par. England have got themselves into this game.
Here's Fernando coming in, Root on strike, and again that's his speciality. Never really gets bogged down or tied down. He always just works the single, and as a bowler you'll agree how challenging and how annoying it could be when you just see that rotation of strike.
Absolutely, and especially when you look at the left and right hand combination. Joe Root to the seamer will come out of his crease and walk towards the seam bowler on a surface which isn't bouncing. And then Ben Duckett, left-hander, different angle, will steer back in his crease. So if you get the wrong length to either one, it's either a comfortable single, or if you do get the wrong length to Ben Duckett, potentially a boundary option.
That time didn't time it at all. Looked to hit it hard, Ben Duckett. Yeah, but just getting back to Root, I mean, I think it's high praise here. Kevin Peterson is one name. Graham Gooch is another. There are a few others. And, I mean, people listening, if you have missed out Jeff Boycott, for example, I mean, humble apologies for that because the list is so long. So you just remember the names that you kind of, can recall at the top of your head. So in that list to have Joe Root right up there is a massive compliment.
It is. He's been a brilliant servant for English cricket, both with the bat when he was captain.
Fernando bowls, forcing it down to long on is Ben Duckett. And he gets a single.
I just think he's all-round cricket ambassador. A lot of talk about what happened in the Ashes and some of the off-field stuff that's been happening. I mean, this guy is the ultimate professional. I always, whenever we do the overseas commentaries, we're now starting on TalkSport 2 to commentate. TalkSport's cricket YouTube channel, we're commentating on home series. I urge kids to come. If they're coming to a test match, come a little bit earlier and watch this kid practice. Joe Root practice. He goes through the same routine, hitting ball after ball after ball and getting himself in a position to play innings like this.
Nicely forced and good fielding. Good fielding at point. That is Pavan Ratnayaka. That was just short of a length. And love the way Root gave himself space and also used his wrists.
Yeah, used his wrist, timed it perfectly. An excellent bit of fielding. I think Sri Lanka's ground fielding has been a lot better than England's. I thought England were a little bit sloppy. I wouldn't say they fielded badly. I just think they were a little bit sloppy. And I think Sri Lanka's ground fielding has backed up their bowlers. Whenever the bowlers bowled a good challenging delivery and it's gone to either side of a fielder, they've thrown themselves at it, and more often than not they've stopped it.
Last ball will be over. And Root pulls it well. That's in front of square, and that will run away to the boundary. That became far too easy. Fernando dropping it short, but just wondering whether he took pace off the ball because Root had so much of time. 27 overs done, 129 for 1. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Thank you very much, Roshan Abasinger and Steve Harmison at the Prima Dasa as England continue relentlessly, it seems. Relentless, that was a word I heard more times mentioned by England over the Ashes course of when describing the Australian bowlers than I wanted to, that's for sure. Joe Root 56 from 76, Ben Duckett is 62 not out from 75. The target is 272 here on TalkSport 2 and on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, and England are in a perfect position really now to kick on and possibly get a win that they just need. They just need to win this game. They need to win this series. They need improved performances individually and collectively, and they need to move on and hopefully come back from this trip to Sri Lanka, which continues on throughout the T20 World Cup, although they're based primarily in India, with a trophy. Can they do it? We shall see. 143 needed from 138. I'm John Norman, alongside me Jarrod Kimber. I think Goff is coming back in at some point, but before he does, I mean, you know, there's no easy wins in any cricket. Oh, I tell you what, there's a big shot for a leg before, and the finger's gone up. It's Van der Sey who has struck Ben Duckett on the back pad in front of the stumps. Now, the umpire did take a while before he made his decision, and Duckett, I think, will review this. For me, it's a question of whether it's doing too much, Jarrod. I'm not sure of your take, but the on-field decision is out, and now we all look up to the big screen to find out what the verdict will be.
I think one of the more interesting things there was it was actually hard to tell exactly what had happened, because he's gone into reverse position, and my feeling was, John, I could see a lot of the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I didn't feel like it hit him directly in front of the stumps, but let's just have a look. It's just pitched outside. No, it should be okay. I think this will be out. I think Duckett's done here. Might just have spun, hit him inside the line of off stump, and it's probably hitting the top of middle. Is that?
You've described it perfectly.
It's
hit him. It's hit him in the midriff.
Yeah,
isn't it? It's not actually hit him on the leg, but we know
he was so
he's not
low,
the tallest,
though.
And he's gone on the reverse sweep, so he's crouching.
It looks like he's seen a replay and thinks he's going to be out as well. He's just walking off.
He's certainly not hit it, and that ball is not travelling over the stumps.
Yeah.
I think it just comes down to whether it's doing too much.
I don't think it's spinning past the stumps here, and it's certainly not bouncing over. As you said, it hit him up high, but he was in a low position for the sweep shot. It's a really good ball. Really good ball to a left-hander.
The other thing that confuses it, because he's got the right-hand stance, it looks like it's pitching outside leg.
I almost said the same thing. I almost went, well, it's pitching, and then I went, it doesn't matter where it's pitching. It's hitting inside the line of off stump.
I think Duckett looks aggrieved that it's been given out.
I don't know why.
Keep going through.
You know, he's quite far down the track. He's taken a big step down there. We're still looking at whether
it's definitely hit him inside the line, even more than I thought, John. I know that camera's not straight on, but
that's between middle and off, isn't it? It's actually, it's not middle and off when he goes to a right-hander position. Here we go. This is the one that will tell you. It's out, and it couldn't be more out.
2/3 of the way up middle stump. That one.
I wouldn't say it was a bad review. I can understand the review.
What happens is, because he's playing the reverse, after he gets hit, he sort of falls over, and suddenly you can see the stumps. And I could see Root going, no, that was outside. And that's one of the things that's very hard for umpires, because batters move around so much. In the old days, you have one lunge, right? And unless someone loses their balance, nothing changes. But there was a lot of moving parts in that LBW for what was an absolutely plum decision in the end. If he's played a forward defence at that, everyone would have just put their finger off and Duckett would have walked.
It's a really weird one, because you ask the umpires when you're bowling to say, is the line moving? Because he's fundamentally changing from left hand to right hand. Does that all change? So is it now pitching outside leg stump and it's hit it? There's just a lot going on. The one thing that nobody, I don't think, was in any doubt that it was crashing into middle, or certainly crashing the stumps down. Just a lot of chaos around it.
Important wicket as well, obviously. That partnership was taking the game away. I don't think it's easy, and I think we've seen at times even Duckett struggled his way through. With Root there, obviously huge advantage to England from here. but I don't think it's as easy, especially if the ball continues to grip the way that it is at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like this is the period in the game where the bowling side start to get a stranglehold. They start to put some pressure on the new batter because the ball's that bit older, it's a bit softer. Like you said, Gerard, it's just staying in the surface a bit more. Doesn't have to move lateral if it's staying in the surface and you're not up to speed with the pace of the pitch. It just makes rotating strike, releasing pressure on your brain as much as the scoreboard for the batters now.
Okay, Jacob Bethel then the new batter. England's number 4 in 50 over cricket. And Van der Sar, first ball, draws Bethel forward, the left-hander. And England 129 for 2. I was about to say to you, Jared, that England were in a really, really good position to move on. They'll need this win today, but that wicket of Ben Duckett just means that the pressure will be back with and against England with Sri Lanka as Bethel gets off strike second ball. Root is always a key wicket, and the way he's batted today suggests that will continue today. But apart from that last, I don't know, 5 or 6 overs in Sri Lanka's innings when Leonaga and Malalaga, that was played so late by Joe Root. I'd like to see a side-on view of that. He's playing defensively but really hurried up. So this ball has just spat and rushed him a touch. He plays with a straight blade, very deep in his crease. No run. There's big turn away from Root, and he's forward and playing at a ball that must have gone past the outside edge by a good 5 or 6 inches.
Yeah, it's what we saw from Adil Rashid earlier in the day. This one just takes a fraction amount of pace out of the ball. Just allows a bit more time on the surface to spin. What's it spun, man? About a metre?
Well, he missed it by half a metre.
So all right, spun 2 metres.
It's I bet you're right about the pace, because that ball before was quicker. He's gone back to slow. There's something wrong with the speed gun, because they haven't had it up for the last little while. But you can tell.
There's a deft dab from Root, but can't beat the field inside the circle at short third. Goes straight to him. Saw Kusal Mendis earlier today. He topped score for Sri Lanka with 93 not out, and he scored a lot of runs down to third. Yeah, that was a big turn there from Van der Sar. A wicket or two here is going to make things really interesting, and obviously much more difficult for England, who are still, what are they, 142 needed from 22 overs, so a run rate of 6.45, 8 wickets in hand, and Joe Root at the crease. But this has not been a big boundary day today, has it?
No, but I think if you broke it down, and England being 130 for 2, 2 more overs down the line, what's it going to be that they're chasing? Sort of 134 if they get 6 runs in the next 2 overs. You're backing yourself to chase 134 with 8 wickets in hand in a T20 game.
News of a competition that we're going to be bringing you on Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2 in a few moments to tell you all about that. You don't want to miss that, as Jacob Bethel just steps forward and defends in and around off stump. Lanka continuing. He hasn't picked up a wicket. He's gone for 19 runs from his 3 overs. I say continuing, he's actually just come into the attack. Come back into the attack, the Sri Lankan skipper. He made 17 with the bat earlier today. Can he make an impact with the ball? 142 needed for England to get this series off to a winning start. 131 balls to get them in. Ben Duckett, if you just nipped out to make a cup of tea and you come back, Ben Duckett has been dismissed. LBW for 62. And as one of the bails broken.
Yes, and
one of the zinger bails.
I don't understand actually what happened, because I didn't see it get hit by anything. Did the ball come in? We've got the Zing Bail technician. Are they Zing Bails for everywhere? Is it still Zing Bails, or is it a different company that does it now?
I'm being told that Mendes whipped the bails off for reasons unknown, and he's broken one.
Because that's what wicket keepers do, and that's why they're bad people.
Cameron's just picked up the Macca's looking really hurt.
Macca hasn't listened to a thing we've said in half an hour, and suddenly his wicketkeeper senses came on.
That's Lanka again. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Jacob Bethel, the off spinner, and Bethel will just take a single. It was interesting. Justin Langer spoke to Jacob Bethel and he was like, I won't do an Australian accent or a Justin Langer impression, but he was saying to him, oh, Jacob, have you ever faced anyone as fast and as Mitchell Stark before? How do you deal with that? South Lanka is in. Again, Root just tries to guide this, run this ball fine of the wicket. There's no slip in place, but gets a bit too much on it. And Jacob Bethel, and I won't do his accent either, just said, oh yeah, William O'Rourke. And I don't think Justin Langer was expecting to hear William O'Rourke. This is clipped to the leg side, and Jacob Bethel's called through very quickly, responds quickly. The throw from the fielder is miles off anyway. I think Bethel was going to be home. 1 run.
O'Rourke's kind of like Harmy, isn't he? You know, a really big guy, whacks the pitch really hard, rushes everyone a little bit. Occasional ball, maybe not quite as accurate as he would like it to be.
I thought you were going to say an occasional dress wearer.
Wasn't expecting that. This is pushed to cover, no run. Bethel remains 2 not out. See how this goes along, because obviously there's plenty of time left in this match, but he won't want to get stuck, as he will just push this to the left of mid-on for another single. It's fielded by Van der Sey, who's picked up one of the 2 wickets to fall. You might want to just qualify that statement for listeners who are just turning in to Fashion Hour.
He's in traditional Sinhalese sarong today, is it? Would that be the right description?
I think it's a sarong, isn't it? Look, that's what it looked like. I try not to look at the picture for too long.
Yeah, that was my bad northern humour by saying dress. It's a sarong, and very traditional. It's very smart, to be fair to him, as do all the TV commentators.
The other guys do. Harmy referred to it as a pair of curtains. Harmy's probably wondering why he stopped drinking, to be honest. What's the point? 133 for 2, and again, big turn from Van der Sey, but he's bowling to a left-hander. So this turns big, but it goes down the leg side. It's been called a wide.
Can you review a wide?
Not in this, but I tell you what, I would be reviewing that one.
Here he is again, in and around leg stump, and Bethel comes forward and can't beat the bowler who dives to his left to collect.
I mean, it pitched on middle stump, didn't it?
I thought it hit the thigh pad.
I thought it touched the thigh pad.
Oh, even more. It just spun so side. It's some vicious.
Oh, it's wide and goes straight on, and Bethel trying to carve this ball through the covers. He misses by some distance, but again, it wasn't quite the length to do that.
Van der Sey's bowling very well for someone who's got 1 for 26 off 5 here. He looks like he's...
Here he is again, and this time Bethel is happy to defend.
Yeah, very much looks like he's in control of what he's doing. He's an older bowler. I think he must have made his debut around 20, because I think his career must be about 14, 15 years now.
And again, plenty of flight forward, driving, kind of a check drive from Bethel. Can't beat the fielder, no run. Let's have a look, shall we? His debut 2011 in first class cricket.
Oh, I thought he played.
Well, that's as a 20-year-old, and then he made his debut about 25 in T20 cricket. Steps away, and again can't cut this ball front of square to beat the fielder at cover. Bethel now 3 from 11. This is what happens when a wicket falls. It is difficult to come out there, and there is the great man, resplendent in green, alongside Steve Harmison on our TV screen as Bethel takes a single up to long on.
Yeah.
30 overs then. England 135 for 2, so they're almost at the halfway stage. 137 needed from 20 overs. This game very much in the balance. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, you look at Van der Sey's record, and he's played 49 internationals over the 11 years he's been playing. And he's had 1 year he's played 12, but he's basically just played a handful of games every year and just comes back, occasionally disappears for 1 or 2, then he comes back. They really haven't had, outside of him and Hasaranga, haven't really had a lot of wrist spinners in modern cricket. That was something that you saw a little bit more in the 90s, but they're more of a finger spinner sort of culture, or a mystery spinner culture, aren't they, Bats?
I suppose it's because of the surfaces that they played on for a period of time. When Mura were within his pomp, they were just flat as your hat, because he would spin it on a piece of glass.
And he really is a wrist spinner, isn't he? Just
yeah.
Bethel facing. This is a crowd catch. He tries to force the ball. Doesn't look quite where he needs to be at the moment, does Bethel, but very early on in his innings. He's 4 from 13. Dot ball to start the over. Now it says it's Lanka bowling. And it is. Again, this time. Well, it's a misfield, and that will frustrate Lanka as bowler and captain. Because just getting on top of Bethel a touch, and that gets him off strike.
And the left-hander off strike. I mean, that's just a terrible misfield that didn't need to happen. And look at the risk that Bethel takes here. He's backing away, he's off balance, playing with a straight blade, and he hits it straight to the fielder, and then the fielder just dives. Well, I want to say he dives over it. I think he fumbled and then dived.
Here's Roseman struck on the pad outside the line of leg stump, though. It's very pitched as much as anything, and stifled appeal. Another dot ball. 136 for 2. Midway point of the 31st over. Listening to TalkSport 2 as Joe Root gets down on one knee and sweeps back for the square. Comes through for a single. That brings Jacob Bethel back on strike. Did you have a marked difference in your success, strike rate, wicket taking, whatever, bowling to right-handers, left-handers? And if you did, do you know what it is? That's the Lanka again. Gareth Batty alongside me, so I'm asking that question too.
I definitely did.
Bethel can't beat the fielder at mid-on, who does well to prevent 2. So it's another single though, 138 for 2.
I was passing that question on to Gerard, if I'm honest.
You don't know?
I don't know.
It's interesting.
It depends on formats, and it depends on whether you've got a left-arm seamer or not. Because you've got a left-arm seamer, there's that rough outside the off-stump.
Last ball of the over, and Root will take a single to the leg side. So he moves to 59. Jacob Bethel is 6. The score, England 139 for 2. The fact that you don't know suggests that, when one came on, that it didn't make much difference to your...
How bad I was.
I was going to say how confident you were.
I've looked at all international cricket.
Wow, that's quick.
And in international cricket, you average 55 against the right-handers and 86 against the left-handers. So that suggests you're actually better against the right-handers than the left-handers, which is... I know that
all cricket, or
that's all international cricket that I have in the database. But it's not... A lot of spinners in Bats' career, when they started before DRS, actually were better against right-handers than left-handers. It's the guys who started to bowl for DRS, like Graham Swan and Ashwin, who actually started to dominate the left-handers. So Murali, the first half of his career, did better against right-handers. And the second half of his career under DRS did better against left-handers. It's a fun fact. It's a fact.
Well,
it's a thing
fun.
I said.
Makes sense.
Van der Sey continuing. And Joe Root just still happy just to push that ball up. Anything straight, running around fourth stump. And he'll take another single. He moves into the 60s. 140 for 2. 132 needed from 113. Seems like a different game when Root's facing to when Jacob Bethel is, which you'd understand. Seeing it. Couple of fielders being repositioned as Van der Sey draws Bethel forward. He pushes this up to the field. There's I was going to say there's a shot at the stumps from mid-off, but don't think he actually managed to let go of the ball.
No, I think he fumbled it. He was almost trying to throw it before he had control of the ball. But the field change was that they brought a backward point that was serving a single into slip for Bethel. They obviously feel like they've built enough pressure.
This is on the pads, and Root will take a single. He moves to 61. We haven't had a boundary since the last ball of the 27th over. Now midway point of the 32nd over. We did see Sri Lanka kind of go through this, I don't know, sticky period is quite right. They didn't look like they were going to be losing wickets every ball, but certainly run scoring slowed before it then accelerated again later on.
Just take the game deep in this period, and sometimes it gets a bit sticky, a bit stodgy, and that's what both teams are sort of working through, I suppose.
And this is why the wicket of Ben Duckett was such an important one. It seemed to be relaxing. England were in a position of strength. As Van der Sate round the wicket to the left-hander. And left alone by Jacob Bethel, 7 from 17. And down the track, and he's gone big. Certainly the ball's hanging in the air, and it's going to drop safe. And just in front of the rope as well. The fielder at long off was up. So Bethel took him on, and he got just about enough of it. So doesn't get the boundary, but he also doesn't get out.
Yeah, it was the game of cat and mouse. It's the wrong un from the leg spinner, so the one going away from Bethel. Brought mid-off up, inviting a big shot. Bethel obliges, gets enough of it. It's almost like a stalemate ending with the two. Sri Lanka looking for the wicket, England looking for the boundary.
And perfect textbook defensive block by the left-handed Jacob Bethel to end the over. So yeah, I'd say that was pretty much even Stevens for that over. 5 runs coming from it. England needs, well, it's just hovered above 7 and over from here. Gary Morgan has just messaged me in all cricket that he's got in his database, including domestic games, bats averaged 30.98 against left-handers and 30.24 against right-handers. So that's almost exactly the same. So that's why you didn't know, didn't really care.
Equally bad against both, that suggests.
Well, I wouldn't say that. It's a pretty healthy average over a 20-year career.
Anyway, on to more important things. The game is finally in the balance here. With
it is.
England as they are. And I suppose the bit to sort of understand from an England point of view is Bethel, yes, take some time. But what you can't do in taking that time is starve Joe Root of the strike and get him feeling like he's not got the rhythm that he was in a few overs ago.
Dhananjaya De Silva has been brought back into the attack, and he's bowling round the wicket. To the right-hander, Joe Root, who's struck on the pads. Just 16 runs from Dhananjaya's 6 overs so far. So that's an incredible economy. Didn't look like the player of old when he was batting. Let's see what he can do when he's bowling. Again, he's on the pads, and Joe Root can't clip this away. So 3 dot balls at the start of the over. Just keep an eye on that required run rate. It's nowhere near a worrying amount as it stands, but England have just slowed down. On the pads, he's struck in front, goes up for the leg before. Root's beaten on the sweep, and considering the price on this wicket, I wonder whether they're going to be encouraged to go upstairs. 5 seconds left on the timer, and I think, they have gone upstairs. That's the Lanka's gambling here.
And it's purely because it's Joe Root. I don't think it's out, and I think most people in that situation, you've got 2, you'd have a punt. Just roll the dice. It's worth it because it's so crucial to a Sri Lanka win percentage, getting Joe Root out, but also so detrimental to an England side that the rock of the innings would be walking back. It's closer than it probably initially thought.
Doesn't appear to be any bad.
We're just going through the process, due process, and as you can hear, the TV umpire has picked up on. In fact, the ball kept a bit low, didn't it? That's
keep going through.
certainly nothing on the bat, and it's a flat line as the ball goes past the gloves of Joe Root as well. He's been hit in front, but he's quite far down. quite a lot still has to go the way of the bowler from here.
Do we think it could be bouncing over? I don't think a ball's bouncing over, is it?
Here we go. It's pitched in line. It's hitting on line of leg stump. Oh, it's going on to hit. 3 reds and you're out. Well. You don't get if you don't ask. And Sri Lanka have asked, and they've got the decision they wanted. And Joe Root is going to have to walk. 61 to his name. But Dhananjaya De Silva, back in the 50-over setup from Sri Lanka, has struck. And that's the one they wanted. England have lost their 3rd wicket. 144 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, the actual principles of what Dhananjaya has been trying to do to Joe Root has been to starve him of rotating the strike, starve him of runs. And all you have to do is clip the inside of the tram lines, which has happened on this occasion. The ball grip, so it's got to change direction. It's got to be then spinning back towards the stumps. And it's a very, very smart piece of bowling, because the scoreboard has gone nowhere from Dhananjaya's 6 overs. He's nearly 7 overs now, 1 for 16. And he's got the crucial wicket. It just shows there are more than one way to skin a cat and more than one way to take wickets. It doesn't always have to be extreme skill of pitching outside leg and hitting off. It's just that consistent pressure of, I'm going nowhere, the game's going nowhere, I'm just going to clip it, and it's clipped the stumps and he's out. And the great Joe Root, after a very fine innings, has gone for 60.
Well. I tell you what, this has been an enjoyable game to watch. I hope it's been an enjoyable game to listen on TalkSport 2 or the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. I was talking about competition, and I will make mention of it in a minute, but the cricket has just taken hold. We have teamed up with the Barmy Army, and I'll tell you all about it very, very shortly, because more importantly, Harry Brook has walked to the crease with his side in a bit of trouble. Not massive trouble, but certainly an innings here from Brook to see his side home, which just make him and England feel a lot better about things. But a wicket of him or Jacob Bethel at the other end, and Sri Lanka will start to believe that they are on top. Dhananjaya De Silva then with the breakthrough. First ball to Brook, and that's defensive from Brook with a leg slip in place.
Very smart. Whether it's the Yorkshire thing, we often saw the Indian bowlers. Last time Johnny Bairstow was in India with their leg slip straight away, and a couple of times he obliged, just a leg glance straight in there.
Last ball of the over. Could it be a maiden? No, it's punched square of the wicket by Brook comfortably and confidently. He gets off the mark. He'll take strike for the start of the 34th over. Well, that was an over that went the way of Sri Lanka. The required run rate is now up around 7.5 for England from here. Jacob Bethel is 9 not out from 19 deliveries. Brook new to the crease. You're listening to TalkSport 2 and myself, John Norman, alongside the Surrey head coach Gareth Batty. Whose position would you rather be in right now?
Pains me to say it, but I prefer to be the bowling team.
Oh, really?
Just because I like the idea of seeing the game out. I like the idea of you've got a lot of balls to keep piling the pressure on the batting team. The modern way of thinking would be the opposite. The modern day would be England all day long, because people like to know what they're chasing, the power that people possess nowadays. But I think this surface is a fraction trickier than first thought, and whether it's going to be easy for anybody, no matter how good a prowess they have with the strike, to come in and smack them out of the ground, which would be great if they did.
Cut away by Brook, and there's certainly one here, and he's set off quickly, but I think that's a smart bit of fielding actually, prevented 2. So 146 for 3. It's Willalage bowling.
Yep, the young left arm spinner. Different angle for the right-handers to contend with now. Challenging the outside edge if it spins, and the inside edge pads an LBW if it doesn't. It's not consistent spin for the finger spinners.
Ooh. Well, we're just seeing images of Joe Root looking pretty unhappy as he walked from the crease. Oh, big turn into the left-hander. He was surprised by that, Bethel. Again, he is being troubled here, and he's fortunate. It was a risky shot. Jarrod Kimber picked up on it a couple of overs ago, and riskier then. That could have deflected back onto the stumps very, very comfortably, or even to the keeper again. It's not a good-looking shot from Jacob Bethel. This time he's trying to play to the leg side, whereas before he was trying to play the cut shot. And that ball is spinning back into the left-hander. There's quite a lot of peril. What does he do here? This time plays defensively, blocks and covers any route through to the stumps. Bat and pad very close together. And of course England do need runs. 1 run coming from this over. And Largate in again. He's zipping through the over. Bethel down the track and actually ends up yorking himself. Scuffs the ball back to the bowler. 9 runs from 23. And we know he feels nerves. He might look cool as a cucumber. This sounds like an effort ball, but pushed into the covers where it's fielded by Lanka, I think. And that's the end of another decent over for Sri Lanka. Just 1 run coming from it. And that required run rate now is pushing 8 and over bats.
Yeah, and I think this is the reason why I said I prefer to be out there with the ball in hand, because you don't need to try anything too devilish at this point from a Sri Lankan point of view. You can bowl to keep your economy rate. You can bowl to get through an over. You can lose an over quickly. You can build the pressure in other ways other than just taking wickets on England. And like I said, it's going to take something pretty special, and England certainly have the skill set in their armoury to come in and strike the ball. But there's a reason why your average score here is about that 250 mark, because it's tough to go in and have that impact on a game where you go out there and strike from ball 1. I just feel like this partnership now, they just need to get some impetus. They need to get their feet going. We saw it with Root and with Duckett early on. They just needed to take some calculated risks just to start getting the scoreboard going. A shot, a boundary gets off, and all of a sudden you're starting to put a bit more pressure. I think if you're just waiting for the bad ball, waiting for a step hit or waiting for an angle to score off, I think that's where you're going to lose some overs, and you're going to make it harder further down the line when you do get to that sort of business end of the innings where you're looking at, say, 100 off 70 balls or whatever it could look like. It's going to make it difficult further down. I think you need to be proactive with your footwork and your thought process now. In fact, maybe a way of putting it into better words rather than my dulcet tones. Michael Bevan, back in the day when he was batting for Australia at 5 and 6 in ODI cricket, used to talk about if the scoring rate is at 4s, my intention has to be trying to score at 6s. And back then we know it wasn't trying to hit every ball over long on and long off. It was just an intent to hit a gap for a 2. A 1 turns into a 2. You don't miss your boundary. You get a 3, you get a single, you get rotation, you get that positivity to then put something back on the bowlers.
Well, I think you made perfect sense, Bats. I love talking about your career, even if you don't. But you're right, this game is the important thing, and we've got a cracker here. 126 needed from 96. Now, look, 2 or 3 overs of Harry Brook playing like we know Harry Brook can do, and Jacob Bethel for that matter, and that target suddenly becomes a routine one. Lots of experience, lots of wickets to come. But this game just hasn't been like that at any stage, apart from that last little blitz from Ulalage when he hit 25 from 12 right at the end. But that was he targeted Jamie Overton right in that final over, didn't he? Don't know if you remember, but before the final over of the innings, and Overton was about to bowl it, and Harmy said this over could define the whole match. And I thought, steady, Harmy. And then Ulalage, I think, hit 23 from the over, and I turned to Macca off air and I said we should probably make note of that, because it could, if it proves to be, well, fair play, Harmy.
Harmy would have been there, though. He's a tall man. He used to bowl with pace, and sometimes on these slower, lower, more turgid surfaces, a batter has something to work with. You've got the extra bounce, which in Australia is whooping you in the face and you don't like it, or certain surfaces. You've got that extra bit of energy on the ball because of the pace that it's delivered. You just get more sort of value, and Sri Lanka don't have that tall bowler, so it's going to be a shorter, skiddier guy that's going to be bowling at the death. So is it under the bat Yorkers? Is it going into the pitch and challenging people? Can he hit it over the place? Or is it going to be spin that sees them off? I don't think Sri Lanka have that you're going to have to do it in a different way to that over, is basically what I'm saying. They don't have a Jamie Overton with pace and bounce.
And that's going to possibly work in their favour, isn't it? Because who have we got left to bowl? Let's have a look, because the captain's bowled himself a fair amount. That's Lanka. So let's see. 3 overs for Dhananjaya De Silva, who's going at an economy of 2.4. And it's Dhananjaya to continue, bowling to Harry Brook, who can't rotate the strike on that occasion. So he's got 3 overs. Well, Alage's going at an economy of 3. He's got 4, so that's 7. So 9 overs after that. Down the track. And so Harry Brook might have been better served to stay where he was. Just a single up to long on. Score moves on. 125 needed from 94 deliveries. Lanka's got 5 overs. Van der Sey has got 3. That's pretty much it, isn't it? We maybe one shy. Might have 1 over of pace. I'll have to do the maths again. Maybe Mackie can have a look when he comes on. Dhananjaya is bowling round the wicket to Jacob Bethel, who's 9 from 24. And he hits this crisply enough, but straight to the fielder. In the covers, no run. Pressure mounting ever so slightly. And that run rate is going up. Pulled away, it's in the air, and it's going to be 4. There was a shout of catch from the bowler, but it went a touch squarer. And Jacob Bethel split the field. And the Giant just dragging one down a touch, and Bethel seized on it. 150 up for England, 151 for 3, chasing 272 on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, good quick feet there from Jacob Bethel, but deep into the crease, lets the ball travel, gives him time to get his arms out in front of himself so he doesn't hit that straight mid-wicket, smacks it in the gap just in front of square, gets himself a boundary. Is that going to be that bit of momentum that he needed?
Touch wider in the crease this time, and good footwork or movement from Bethel, but can't beat the fielder. Good diving stop, shy at the stumps. And a lot of action for no runs. 5 runs coming from this over. Bethel 13 from 27 now, but that boundary will certainly have made it feel just a touch better. Touch slower this time from Dhananjaya. Once again, Bethel cannot rotate the strike. This is another part of his game that obviously will come. Strike rotation, and you see it in Test cricket a lot, don't you? These guys are capable of big booming cover drives and latch onto the ball so quickly, but can they get off strike?
I think it's the modern game. The modern game, people practice, like you say, the big booming shots, but what's your plan B, what's your plan C, what's the ability to make it harder for the bowler, to change his field, to get your partner, you're batting in a 2, can you get him back on strike? Can you keep it mixed up so the bowler's having to change length because your partner could be taller than you are, or more of a front foot player or a back foot player? It's just constantly changing the dynamic from a bowling point of view of what they have in front of them. And it is it's something that you learn over a period of time, and talking to people and understanding how to go about it.
Cheers, Gareth. John's moved out. Andrew McKenna, Darren Goff moving in. As well, Alagat starts a new over that is turned by Harry Brook down to a deep backward square, nice and easily for a single. England 152 for 3, trying to make 272 to win this first ODI. Required rates smidge over 8. Gallagher is over the wicket, left arm over. Bethel turns to deep mid wicket, just takes the single. 14 from 29 for him now. 153 for 3. So England keeping it manageable, Goffin.
Yeah, very manageable. Cruising along. No real panic yet. Plenty of batting to come. Firepower.
Gallagher bowling left arm around to Brook. Brook finds the fielder at point, no run.
That's the one thing about this England team. The batting lineup is packed. Number 11 to come in, Adil Rashid.
Gallagher in. Brook is forward, playing defensively, no run. I don't know if it's ever been mentioned on cricket commentary ever, but I understand that Adil Rashid has first-class hundreds. I think it's actually contractually obliged that everyone has to mention it in every game that he plays.
How many has he got? 9 or 10?
he's very, very good, isn't he? Well, Edgar is drifting too far down the leg side on this occasion. Harry Brook has turned it to deep square leg and will take a single. 154 for 3. Still to come, Joss Butler, Sam Curran, Rayan Ahmed. Rayan Ahmed listed to come in at 8. Jamie Overton, Liam Dawson, Adil Rashid. It ain't the world's worst lineup by a million miles. Bethel waits, gets one outside of his off stump, turning back in towards him, pushes to the fielder at short extra cover. No run, end of the over then. 36 gone here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel in our exclusive commentary of this Sri Lanka-England series. England need 118 from 84 to win the opening game of this series.
Someone sent me a message early. I don't know how true it is. This is when I need Jared Kimber here. But somebody
There's
was
a
saying,
phrase you've never used.
Somebody was saying that Adil Rashid, who's batting 11 this game in first class, averages the same of Zach Crawley, first class cricket, after 251 innings or something. So I need to find out if that's a true
Gary
stat.
Morgan, onto that one please for us.
I was amazed if that's true.
So Adil Rashid and Zach Crawley have
batting
the
1
same,
in 11, yeah, first class.
First class average, is that true? I can hear Gary's computer whirring away already. Asalanka's going to bowl his 6th over. Right arm over the wicket. Brook goes a long way across his stumps there. It's one of those that you say, well, if he misses that, he's in trouble, but he doesn't miss it. He turns it down to deep square leg and he takes a single.
Well, he's got a good eye. I'll tell you what, he's started watchful here, Harry Brook. Perhaps it's the captaincy duties. Responsible so far, 6 from 10, watchful. It's not easy when you first come in. You've got to get used to the pace of the pitch. It's slower. We know it's difficult chasing in these conditions. You've got to have time at the crease. And everybody who's come in, if you've noticed, they've got in. Duckett, Root, now Bethel.
Bethel goes at this one down towards long off. Actually doesn't get it well enough to bring in long off into the equation. It's 2 bounces out to the fielder there, and they will take a single. 156 for 3.
And back in the day, this is what Graham thought was really good at. When you go to touring countries like India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, one thing he didn't hit many boundaries, but he scored a lot of 2s and 3s and 1s. He just used to rotate the strike. Neil Fairbrother, another cricketer.
Down the pitch comes Brook to Asalanka, just pushes back defensively to the bowler though. No run. But of course that famous Test match win in Colombo 2001 when Thorpe batted twice in a day. I remember when we spoke to him at the end of that game and he was almost glazed over in his eyes. It was so hard to do. Brook defends on this occasion, no run. But he managed it. He found his gaps. He ran hard. God bless you, Thorpe. What an innings that was. What a day that was, should I say. Asalanka is in. Brook comes down the pitch, misses it, and the bails are whipped off. It looks like he's been stumped down the leg side. Brook isn't going to wait. Good bit of bowling. He bowled it into the surface. It gripped, it bit, it turned and bounced past his thigh pad. Taken by the keeper down the leg side, whips the bails off.
I checked the bowler's feet, fair delivery, or best side on angle.
Adrian Holdstock will double check this, but it looks like Harry Brook's run past this one. Right, well, they're just waiting for the replay to come. Adrian Holdstock has asked for the best side on replay, and here it comes. Brook is a metre outside of his crease.
The ball cleanly. Wickets are broken, batting short of his ground. I'm ready for my decision for the big screen.
Well, that's one of the easier decisions that Adrian Holdstock will get to make, as TV umpire Harry Brook has been stumped down the leg side, making 6 from 12 deliveries. And we've just been saying how watchful he's been, but he goes at Asalanka, gets beaten. Asalanka has his first wicket. England 156 for 4.
And that's what's so difficult about when you're playing on these pitches. It's not consistent turn, it's not every ball. So we've seen a couple of times in this over, he's used his feet, Harry Brook, there's been no turn whatsoever. he's got dot balls, and then that one he's tried to get to the pitch. It's gripped, bounced, turned massively down to the leg side, and he's out by a country mile. And that is the problem when you first come in these conditions. It can be very difficult, so you have to get in, you have to get used to the pace of the pitch. But another good player of spin comes in, someone else who likes to get on with it, Josh Butler. He very much fits into the Bazball idea of playing cricket. Done it for many, many years, scores quickly, it's big sixes. Can he do it today on a hot day in Colombo?
Well, of course, he had a quiet time when we did the ODIs against New Zealand. 4, 9 and 38 in those 3 matches. Since that series, he's been playing for the Super Giants in the SAT20. And here he is. Faces Lanka, gets one roundabout off stump, pushes into the onside. They set off for a tight single, let's say. Make it comfortably. So Butler is off and running. England are 157 for 4 at the end of 37. Butler 1 from 1 ball faced. Bethel 15 from the 31 balls that he is facing. Lanka 1 for 29. As I say, his first wicket on the card for him. New over starts. Oh my goodness. That hurries on to Bethel very quickly. And only just narrowly avoids creeping off of the pad and wide of the stump. Now hang on, we bowled a 7th ball there. I think we bowled the 7th ball of the over there. Fortunately, nothing happened in terms of it was just a dot and just vanish into the ether. Sorry, my apologies. Brook was stumped off a wide. It was effectively a wide, wasn't it? It wasn't a 7th ball. My apologies. It turned that far. That's harsh on the bowler, giving that as a wide.
Yeah, pitched on line with the stumps, didn't he? But it did turn and grip a long way, and that's why he ran past it. A good player of spin, normally Harry Brook likes to use his feet and get down the pitch, and likes to hit over mid-wicket.
Well, Elliott will start the new over to Josh Butler. Played defensively by the former England captain. He just plays it down, and there is no run. It has pitched outside of the red mark of the stumps on the offside and turned down the leg side, that delivery, and that's been given wide. Butler to the next delivery goes on the reverse, doesn't get anything on it, it comes off of his pad, and they'll take a leg by. My dear old dad, bless him, used to say, how on earth can you penalise a bowler for being able to be so skillful you can turn it too much?
Yeah, and that one did. It pitched outside off stump, didn't it, and went way past leg stump. In fact, the keeper had to, with really quick hands, he really had to reach for it down the leg side. It was a good take, actually, for Kusal Mendes.
Oh, and he's got another one! Wellelag has invited Bethel to come down and has missed it, and Mendes has got another stumping. 158 for 5, Bethel's gone for 15, and Wellelag put it up there and invited him to shimmy down, and Bethel went full Strictly Come Dancing at it. He didn't just shimmy, he was sashaying down the wicket, but he didn't get anything on it. Keeper does the bizzo. 158 for 5.
Well, here's the problem. When you're chasing a good total in these conditions, as the game goes on, it starts to turn more. And the last 2 wickets we've seen, Brook stumped down the leg side. We've just seen it again. Bethel left-hander this time, stumped through the gate with a big turner. A dust came up off the wicket, and it just goes to show Jacob Bethel goes for 15 from 32 balls. A strange innings, it really was. But he's walking back to the pavilion, and now England 158 for 5. They're struggling, and the ball is turning.
Well, out of nowhere. I mean, we were just saying 10-15 minutes ago, England in a great position, keep knocking it around. Okay, you're a little bit down on the run rate, but just keep going, play it around. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this white ball has started exploding. And it is all of a sudden a completely different game. Right, so Sam Curran has made his way out to join Josh Butler. Two very experienced campaigners for England, and they're going to need that experience.
And a man in form. Wherever he's been this winter, he has played some good cricket, Sam Curran. Fantastic, he really is. He's developed into a very, very good cricketer.
Here he is facing Welliger, and he goes across his stumps and puts the pad there to defend the line, playing no shot. It's not actually taken cleanly by the keeper as it goes past that pad. But just seeing that Bethel delivery again. And it's pitched outside the wide marker and turned in that the keeper actually takes it next to off stump. Good luck playing that. Deep in his crease is Sam Curran. And he punches down to long on. And will take a single. Well, what an over that is. Welliger is bowling. Well, he's bowling unplayable ones at the moment. This has all changed so quickly.
It's 275, good score, wasn't it?
Final ball of the over. Josh Butler pushes out onto the offside. 38 gone. England need 113 from 72 balls. They're 159 for 5 in this first one-day international of 3, exclusively live on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Darren Gough.
Yeah, difficult, it really is. I think they said that last over is going to come back to haunt them. Overton going for 23 off his last over, he'd done such a good job. But in return, it's pretty even Steven still. I think England back all the way down to number 11, 113 they need off 72. But it's showing this last 5-10 overs are showing how difficult it is when you're chasing a score, when the ball's starting to turn. The conditions are difficult. Slow pitch, slow turner, players coming in, new batters coming into the crease, finding it difficult to get themselves going. So someone that's in has to keep going.
New over. Sam Curran is deep in his crease facing Lanka. Bowling right arm around the wickets. And it's pushed out on the offside. .71 balls to get 113 for England. Curran waits. Little bit of air on that one from Lanka. Lands it round about leg stump. Curran can punch to mid-on. Single taken. Just notice the noise level picks up after those couple of wickets. The stadium, as I mentioned earlier, holds 35,000 when full. It isn't full, but there's plenty of them in. They love white ball cricket. They love cricket in Sri Lanka, and they're going to be enjoying this one. Butler, deep in his crease, punch to long on. Single taken.
How many stadiums they got in Colombo? Is it 3 or 4 international stadiums where they've played?
So the SSC is the test match venue.
Yeah, played at that one.
Primadasa.
Played at that one.
There's also the Colombo Cricket Club venue, was an international venue for a while, but it's not anymore. Oh my goodness, Sam Curran backing away. Shows his stumps to Lanka, but pushes it out on the offside, no run. And there is the old Tamil Union ground. I'm doing this all from memory, not from... is there
good
another
memory,
one?
Knowing you'll have done your research, Macca.
In goes Lanka. Oh, shot by Curran. No timing against the offside, no run.
What they're doing here is mixing the pace up really well, the spinners, the 2 spinners here for Sri Lanka. Well, the 4 spinners for Sri Lanka. But Lanka, he's doing a good job for his team.
111 needed from 67. Lanka is in. He's pulled that one a little bit down leg side. Sam Curran helps it through square leg with no real timing, but with no fielder there. It's an easy single to take. Ends the over. 39 gone. 162 for 5. And Marcus Trescothick just strolling around in the dugout area. Which I've got to say, first of all, Marcus, fair play to you, mate. 28 degrees, 70% humidity, and he's wearing a hoodie. That's some going. Trying to... It might be getting a bit of a bead on.
No, it might be because the T-shirts are probably a bit tight. So he's gone for the hoodie. He's got a bit of room. Man from experience.
Yeah, you don't want the old spray-on ones at this time, do you? Right. required run rate is now 10s. It's over 1.5 a ball. 110 needed from 66. Welliger to start his 9th. Goes wide outside of Sam Curran's off stump. It's chops into the offside. They will get a couple. That will do from an England point of view. Do that every ball without too much drama, and you get there nice and easily. 164 for 5.
See, that's how difficult it is. That last delivery was the same line as the one that Jacob Bethel got, but it's turned square.
It's out there again. That one's turned back. Oh, it's a brilliant caught and bowled. Curran has hit it straight back at the bowler, who's taken a really good low catch. Again, it was wide. It turned back in. And Curran, I think it's gone quite high up off the bat. He got good wood on it. But England are 6 down. Curran's gone for 5 from 9. England 164 for 6.
Well, again, this is the difficulty. He's giving himself a little bit of room. Again, there's a dust out of the wicket. It's turned big, cramped him for style, and it's a good low catch for a cordon bowl. Delight for Sri Lanka. It really is. They've come back into this game and really took on from the front. The spinners have been excellent, and that's 3 quick wickets now for England. Sam Curran's just waiting for confirmation. He wasn't sure whether it had carried back for the cotton bowl. Before he walks off the pitch, he's having a quick look and waiting, but he's gone. In my eyes, it looked pretty clean.
Fingers underneath the ball. Just keep it back forward and then just roll forward.
There's just a moment where it looks like...
I'm satisfied the catch has been taken cleanly.
It's just about whether he sort of then rotates the ball and it rubs along the floor. But Welliger has taken that. He's bowling in a headband, which, if you're of a certain age, and I say the words Ralph Macchio and Karate Kid, you'll get a bit of an idea what I'm talking about.
Have you forgot about Stuart Broad?
Well, no, but he looks a bit more Karate Kid than Stuart Broad did.
But unfortunately for England, 164 for 6 now. Sam Curran goes for 5. Welliger 2 for 26 now from 8.2. He's come back. This second spell of his has been excellent. It really has. He's managed to get turn out of this wicket. Originally there's a little bit here and there, but this last 5, 6, 7 overs there's been inconsistent, and that's when it becomes difficult for the batters to judge when they're trying to score runs. But it can also be difficult for the bowler. He wants to get his line right. Everybody expects a spinner on a turning wickets to take 5 for it. It's not that easy.
Absolutely. Rayan Ahmed is the new man. Welliger is into a big strike from Rayan Ahmed, plays defensively, no run. I'll tell you what, Welliger, it sounds daft with Mendes having made 93 not out earlier on, but 25 from 12 balls and now 2 for. He's in a bit of a shout for player of the match here because he's had a very big impact in this game. Oh, Rayan Ahmed is backing away. He's showing all 3 stumps to Welliger. Manages to get bat on it though, out to deep points, and takes the single. 165 for 6.
And I think he's got a good record on this ground, Welliger, hasn't he? This is one ground where he's done really well in his career, so it tends to be his favoured ground. Prefers bowling in Sri Lanka to anywhere else.
Around the wicket to Jos Buttler. Buttler waits on his toes, punches to long off, and will take a single. Jos Buttler 4 from 6. Hasn't really done anything too dramatic so far. 1 ball left of the 40th over. At 40 overs, Sri Lanka were 191 for 4. So England are going to be a long way back on that. Rayan Ahmed gets one that turns and just leaves him a little bit, bounces as well, pushes into the offside, but into space so he can take a single. 40 gone. England 167 for 6, trying to make 272. Buttler has 4 from 6. Rayan Ahmed 2 from 3. Darren Goff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be difficult from here. Somebody's going to have to play a blinding innings. It really has. By the way, did they get back to you on the Adil Rashid and Zach Crawley?
Good crack.
He's here though now, I can ask him. Jared, I'm going to say to you, I saw a stat, I don't know how true it is, but Adil Rashid has got the same first-class batting average as Zach Crawley.
I think it's higher, isn't it?
That I can't believe that. It can't be true.
I think he's slightly higher.
I know, listen, Adil Rashid, I'm the first one to say how good he was as a player. When I was skipper, I'm the one who put him at 6. He used to bat 8.
Adil Rashid is 34.48 in all first-class cricket,
Wow.
and Crawley is 31.98. There you go. That was from Gary Morgan.
That is
different batting positions, though, to be fair.
Rayan Ahmed defends Jeffrey Van der Say's first ball of the over. Out on the offside, no run.
I mean, even bats made runs batting down the order in county cricket. It's a little bit different than batting at the top, but it's not the stat you want about your batting if you're a specialist. is
number
it?
1 in 11.
Van der Say is in, bowls an absolute ripper of a leg break. Beats the outside edge of Rayan Ahmed's bat. Bales are whipped off, the back foot never left, but that's an absolute seed of doom.
Saying that, if you're playing first-class cricket and you're an opening batter, you've got to be averaging 45, surely. To be playing international cricket, you've got to be.
Rayan Ahmed, oh my goodness, he is living dangerously. Van der Say bowls in the googly. He gets going backward, chops down on it, almost chops it onto his own stumps, no run.
You could have a lower average if you're like a 28, 29-year-old who's just come into their own and has matured and everything. So 38, 37 maybe, but yeah, you really shouldn't be averaging. He was averaging high 20s when he was picked, wasn't he? So he's gone up.
Van der Say comes in for the fourth ball of the other. Rayan Ahmed's toe-ended this one down towards long off. He takes a single. Probably the best thing that can happen there is he can get up the non-strikers end for a little bit.
Last one on this. You could say, look, Michael Vaughan's first-class average wasn't great when he got picked for England, but he went on to prove that he was the higher level he went up, the better player he became, you know. So he was one of those enteroscopic.
Butler on the reverse, beaten by Van der Say, takes him on the pad. Rod Tucker's got no interest in that one. The TalkSport commentary box has got slightly more interest. Well, Sri Lanka might, yes they are. I was going to say they might as well review it.
I was wondering why they wouldn't have gone for that. I mean, I know it is a little bit high, right? But surely you have a go at that.
TV umpire to the director. We have a player review for LBW.
So Rod Tucker's saying height. Can you see that in the background? He's saying, I just thought it was high, guys.
Front one, please.
But I think it's worth a review. It's a chance of clipping the bails at least, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think I would have had a review. It's one of those moments, especially with it being Josh Butler as well. He's such a big player.
It's a leg break. He swung through it. He's missed it.
Back, but then you go to Ultra Edge, confirm bat and no bat, please.
It might just be missing the stumps. He might have created the optical illusion by switching to the left-hander there. That's, missing off, missing leg. Somehow it's missing both.
Well, Adrian Holdstock.
Depends which hand you want to go on.
Our umpire, TV umpire, Adrian Holdstock, is still trying to establish whether there's any kind of bat or glove. There's not. This is all about where it's pitched and where it's going.
Yeah, I think umpire's calls the best bet for Sri Lanka from here, looking at that.
No bat involved, ball tracking and ready, please.
So now we get the ball
Original
tracking.
decision is not out. Pitching, pitching in line. Impact, umpire's call, missing the wickets. Rod, you can stay with your not out decision, stand
So
by.
because it's missing the wickets, the review is lost.
The on-screen signal.
But as we say, if you're going to give them 2 reviews, you might as well use them. And that's what they've done. So both teams, by the way, have got 1 review each left. Van der Say comes in for the final ball of the over, and Josh Butler aims an enormous one into the leg side, under edges it, and it's fielded at very fine leg, and they'll take a single. Well, that over in the scorebook says 4 dot balls and 2 singles. That doesn't quite sum up what we've just witnessed for you here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 41 overs have been bowled. England 169 for 6. 103 are needed from 54 balls.
Well, that last delivery, he tried to hit it into next week, didn't he? He really did. Head was up. It was like watching club cricket. Head was up. Tried to hit it as hard as he could and hit it 130 metres. Little tickle. Went for 1.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to that point where A, you need to score 2 rods of ball, and B, he's like, I've just tried to play a more sensible shot, and that hasn't. I mean, as much as a reverse sweep is a more sensible shot, Macca, but I think, he's come to that understanding. It's tough. They got themselves behind the rate when they had lots of wickets in hand, didn't they? And you were saying off mic, Goffey, that you were worried about that.
Well, he's going to bowl his final over. He starts left arm around the wicket. Butler will punch to long off and take a single. England need 102 from 53.
I don't know if you'll remember this, but you were saying that probably Duckett needs to go when Duckett and Root were batting, because we were just worried that they were leaving themselves into a bad position. And as the ball stuck in the surface ball, it was okay when it was sliding on. Once it stopped sliding on, that's been very tricky.
Well, they were both playing the same innings.
Rayan Ahmed will face Welliger, goes inside out over extra cover. Oh, that's a lovely shot. The man out on the boundary offside is at long off, and he's gone about 15 metres to his left. And Welliger concedes the boundary. It's down into double digits for England. 98 needed from 52. Rayan Ahmed goes to 7.
Yeah, I think what was happening is that they had two players playing exactly the same sort of innings. Joe Root's the one you wanted to bat through and keep going at his tempo he goes at, but Duckett needed to be more on the offensive, and he wasn't. He was playing the exact same innings as Joe Root, and that's why they got behind the rate, and then that's why there was the loss of wickets.
Welliger gives that one a little bit of air. Sort of a chopping punch to mid-on. We'll get a single for Rayan Ahmed. 97 needed from 51 is the equation.
The other issue they're always going to have is Duckett and Root are their best players of spin, right? So you've got Butler further on, but Duckett and Root are the best players, so they have to be near the rate.
Butler deep in his crease, weight on the back foot, punches Welliger to long off, takes a single. 96 needed from 50.
Because if you look at Bethel, there was always a chance when Bethel came in he was going to get stuck. Then you only need one new batter to come in and not get going. And so suddenly they fell a long way behind when they didn't necessarily need to at that stage. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of people are worried about them for the World Cup. It's getting stuck.
Rayan Ahmed deep in his crease, hammers Welliger back over his head for a one bounce 4. Weight going backwards, but stayed low, almost crouched down, and has played a pull shot back over the bowler's head for 4. 180 for 6. Rayan Ahmed's got 10 from 12.
Well, he knows what he needs to do. Rayan Ahmed, he's coming to the side because of Will Jackson's illness. He bowled okay without being brilliant. Picked up a wicket. And now we've got bat in hand. He's got a chance to win the game for his team. It's going to take something special against the spin of Sri Lanka.
Final ball from Welliger this evening brings Rayan Ahmed forward. He pushes to mid-on and will take a single. Welliger will finish with 2 for 41 from his 10 overs. And as I mentioned, he made a very handy 25 from 12 at the very end of the Sri Lankan innings. On their own, they might not see in there, but put together in the context of the game, those are the kind of numbers that get you in the contention for player of the match.
Wellalage's figures, though, were ruined in that last over, which is only fair because that's what he did to England when he was batting in the last over, wasn't it? He got 2 for 29 coming in there, and one very good shot, one very good strike, I think, towards the end. Got him back up, but again, another very impressive display. They've got 2 more overs from Dhananjaya de Silva. They've got 3 more from Lanka, a couple from Van der Sar. So they've still got a fair bit of spin to bowl if they want it. They'll need some seam, though, at one point or another.
48 balls of the innings remaining, and we will start the new over with Rayan Ahmed on strike, who is clubbing this one down to long off from Van der Sar. Single taken, 90 from 47.
They're resting some of the best players as well, Sri Lanka, for the T20 World Cup. They've gone with 3. I think 3 of them have been left out today.
Well, their 2 best spinners aren't playing.
The opening bowler, what's he on? Chudiyawira?
Jamira. This is Butler.
You mean Chamira?
Yeah.
Cutting out to deep cover, single taken.
Yeah, well, if you think about their best white ball spinners, it's Theekshana and Hasaranga. So this is their backups, right? Van der Sar, as I was saying before, only comes in every now and again and then disappears again.
Bowls to Rayan Ahmed. Rayan Ahmed weight on the back foot, hammers, but straight to the fielder at short extra cover, no run.
But you can see just how experienced Van der Sar is and how much he's controlling the 3 deliveries that he's bowling.
Across his stumps goes Rayan Ahmed, launches one over the leg side. Apart from one small detail, he missed it. Through to the keeper, no run.
Well, Gamble probably thought it was the googly. Hit him with a spin, but look at the spin on this. Spin sharply, a little bit of bounce. Good keeping. I tell you what, he's been impressive behind the stumps.
He has indeed. This one hurries on to Rayan Ahmed. Chops into the onside, no run.
You watch Van der Sar, and he's basically bowling 2 leg spinners, isn't he, Goffey? One that really spins and the other one that's a bit quicker. And then he's just got the other one that looks like it's a leg spinner and just slides on. But he's just rotating between those 3 balls really smartly.
Goes in and bowls, and that one stays down. Hurries through, and Rayan Ahmed, in baseball terms, swing and a miss. Whiffs on that one. No run.
We just left it too late, haven't we? Like I say, we got behind it, the run rate, and now we've realised how hard it is to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking along, and we've gone too many spells without hitting a boundary. It's very unlike baseball. Perhaps this is the new era. Bring baseball back.
It's incredible.
It's a phrase I never thought I'd hear.
It's incredible to get that far behind the batting as well when you've got Adil Rashid at 11 and Liam Dorset at 10, isn't it? Because usually you'd think to yourself, well, we can get ahead of the rate here.
Well, this is why we thought they'd pick this team. Only 2 seamers. They picked it batting in depth, and if they're chasing the total, the one thing we thought, they're definitely going to be at about 50 overs and be in a shout of winning. But at this moment in time, unless someone plays a gun innings, something really, really special, we're going to fall 25 short.
Right, it's going to be back to seam. Asita Fernando is coming back into the equation. They're going to be rejoining Roshan Abasinga and Steve Harmison, who will take you through the next phase of the game here on TalkSport 2.
Thank you, Andrew, and thanks to Goffey. Yep, England not looking too good at the moment, 184 for 6, but Josh Butler, he can always be unpredictable. He's been a match winner. Here comes Andrew. I beg your pardon, Asita. What am I saying? And it's straight back, and Andrew would have been proud to hear that he was running into bowl. Asita Fernando. Too many things happening. And it's firmly back, and no run.
Yeah, good Yorker from around the wicket. Fernando's gone around the wicket to Josh Butler. Interesting what Darren Goff's saying there, and he's right. The amount of depth that England have got in their batting, they would have backed themselves and believed that they could chase anything. But it's also, you have to play the situation and play the surface that you're on. And Sri Lanka have bowled really well. They've bowled fantastically well. They know their own conditions.
Fernando bowls, and this time they want to run, and this could have been trouble had the throw been a little bit better, because Butler was being very innovative, was looking to play that ramp, the reverse ramp, with pace on from Asita Fernando, found the man at short third. But Rayan Ahmed, he's shown encouraging signs as a batter. He's got 14 of 16. In fact, he's outscored Butler.
Yeah, he has, and he's developed a no ball as well. So, Asita Fernando from around the wicket to the right-handers has bowled a no ball, which Rayan Ahmed, who's got 14 off 16, will hopefully capitalise on a free hit.
Let's see. Here comes Fernando, bowls, and very well bowled, I thought. It's a good Yorker, only a single. He salvaged it. For a moment, he would have expected Rehan to go after him. Maybe he was hoping for something big, but that is very clever bowling. And that's another thing about the modern game, Hami, that bowlers have developed despite a free hit. There were times now that we're just seeing it on the screen, the no ball was just over the line. But in the modern game, I feel that free hits don't get punished as it used to be.
Yeah, that was an absolute beauty of a Yorker. You know, he put himself in a little bit of a pickle and got himself out of it with a well-executed Yorker.
Again, see, this is a skill. See, this is dead bowling. That is very clever. Another Yorker aimed in at that leg stump, and only a single. This is very clever bowling by Asita Fernando.
And I also think, Roshan, you look at, Coffey just mentioned there about England's makeup of England's side, depth of their batting, sacrifice possibly a death bowler. You know, the execution at the end for England didn't go their way. They conceded far too many runs. Jamie Overton, not used to bowling, probably doesn't bowl many last overs, where the execution of Sri Lanka spinners, they've been backed up in the field, and now the execution of sort of death bowling has been fantastic.
Slices it over cover. Rayan Ahmed will get a boundary. These are useful runs. Very, very useful runs. Asita Fernando erring in length, going full. And, he is quite handy down the order, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good cricketer. I was saying before there, and his education of into Test match cricket. He batted number 8, number 9 for Leicestershire, and there was I think it was an injury. First game or second game of the season, I think it was last season, with one of the openers, and he put his hand up. I'll go and open the batting. Second innings, scored a first class 100. Then went and batted 3 from then on in first class cricket for Leicestershire. I think he got 4 or 5 first class 100s last season. So he's turned himself into a handy all rounder as Rian Ahmed.
Another full toss, and he gets it in the gap. Might be 4 here. It is. Back-to-back boundaries. This is not good bowling by Asita Fernando. He's fed him with another full toss. And you talk about his batting skills. That's very much on display.
Absolutely. And Asita Fernando has gone from nailing his Yorker absolutely spot on for the first 3 or 4 deliveries. And then all of a sudden he's missed him by a good couple of foot. He's not pitched that one. That's 2 full tosses in a row. He's moving his field a little bit straighter. He's getting a bit animated with his fielders. Got nothing to do with your fielders, unfortunately, Mr. Fernando. It's about where you're bowling.
Short third, point and cover inside the 30-yard circle. From round the wicket comes Fernando bowls. What a shot. That is a very good shot by Rehan Ahmed, and he will get another boundary. This is turning out to be a massive over. Is this the over England is after? The 200 is up, Butley's at the other end. This can be a very dangerous partnership from a Sri Lankan point of view.
Yeah, good batting. It's a beautiful shot. The wrists involved with that shot. Just gone off with the angle. 2 balls before, full tosses. That one there, because he's gone with had the 2 full tosses, he's gone tried to sort of compensate a little bit more, missed his length, shorter this time. And Rian Ahmed is waiting for the ball with a little bit of width, and he's just eased it beautifully over extra cover. It's a fantastic cricket shot.
Yeah, you're on TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, and we speak about those moments of the game, and just think about those 23 runs in that last over when Sri Lanka batted. How crucial will that turn out to be in the final analysis of the game? Only time will tell, but I feel that is a factor.
Yeah, I think you're right. I really do think you're right. I said it at the time when Jamie Overton had to bowl that last over. This could be make or break in the difference in the match. If he nails it, it's a below par or par score.
Van der Sar, and Butler looks to reverse sweep him and misses. And just on the subject of the England team, the selection, I mean, you'd rather go with specialist bowlers and back your batters rather than you look to have a team batting right down to number 11. Butler down the track, he's found the gap. I'm not sure whether it has enough legs. It doesn't. They'll come back for 2. So I felt that England have got a lot of all-rounders or bowlers who could bat, but what they were crying out there was, as Goffey said, for someone who could come in and bowl in the death.
Yeah, 100% agree. There's just that one bowler to bowl at the death. They were trying to shoehorn spinners into their side.
Swing and a miss. That is precious, as Jeffrey Van der Sar is looking to build dots. But let's not forget that Van der Sar is bowling his last over. Villalage is done and dusted. That's a quicker one. And dragged down. You get a single down to deep square leg. So Sri Lanka's spin bowling options are evaporating gradually.
And that's what happened with England, didn't it? England's spin bowling options, because they were going so well, Harry Brook kept them going, had to keep them going. And unfortunately, the last couple of overs had to be bowled by seamers, and that's where Sri Lanka capitalised.
One-handed shot. I think he's... Oh, good. Oh, yeah. Has he taken it? I think he has. Good catch by Villalage. For a moment, I thought it went over the line, but he had a great presence of mind to ensure that he knocked it back and recovered quickly and caught it at long off, which means Rehan Ahmed, who has made 27 of 20, has to go.
What a catch. What a catch. I say catches win matches. That is a phenomenal catch. Great bit of athleticism in the deep. He's grabbed a hold of it, realised he's going to go over the boundary. He was always looking, one eye on where his feet were from a boundary point of view. You'd see him moving sideways. He knew where the rope was. He put his last foot down, solid base, lobbed it up in the air, And as he jumped up in the air, got himself back onto the field, he could come and take what was a simple second part of the catch, but the first part of it was absolutely fantastic. It wasn't easy, and I just wonder, has he clipped the Toblerone as he is going over the line? I'm not so sure. It's the only thing that's going to stop this from being an unbelievable catch. He takes a catch, that's not a problem. Ball in hand, as he takes his left foot, has he clipped the advertising board, and as he's thrown it up in the air, he's gone over the rope, that's not a problem. He's got back on to the right side of the ground, ball comfortably in hand. So from that point of view, the catch was easily taken. It's whether he's clipped his foot off the edge of the rope, and that's what the third umpire, TV umpire Adrian Holstock, is looking at right now.
Well, I think he's just confirmed that it's out. He's happy with that catch, and I believe for the effort, he deserved to be given the credit. So England have lost their 7th.
Yeah, I totally agree. It was a phenomenal effort. It was a great catch, an excellent innings, and all that. We haven't really spoke about the innings of Rian Ahmed. 27 off 21. He's given England an outside chance in this game. Josh Butler's still there, 13 off 18, a little bit scratchy. But Rian Ahmed, he's played shots all around the ground, and he's given England that little bit of a chance. Jamie Overton comes in. He's a power player, big hitting, bowling all-rounder, and he needs to get that big hitting starting very, very quickly, because England need 69 off 31 deliveries.
Yeah, he's a strong lad, isn't he? Overton, he's on strike, but he's up against Van der Sar. And every dot will add to the pressure. Every dot. So Van der Sar finishes his 10 overs. He has 2 for 40. And England, with 5 overs to go, are 203 for 7. Butler is the only hope. And just to remind you, this is Talk Sport 2 and Talk Sport Cricket YouTube channel.
How times have changed and how fielding has changed. And talked about how good Sri Lanka have been in the field. I think they've probably only had one or two little blemishes in the field. They have outfielded England. They've been brilliant inside the circle, and that there just caps off what a brilliant fielding display Sri Lanka have had. It was an excellent athletic catch out in the deep. And Rian Ahmed, he was playing a little gem of an innings, another over or 2. And all of a sudden, England, I don't think, say England would be favourites, they definitely wouldn't, but they would be back into this game. Still a long way to go. 69 off 5 overs is a lot of runs, even with the great Josh Butler at the crease.
Well, I feel 68 of 30 may sound a little bit far-fetched, but with Josh Butler still in, 69 of 30, Josh Butler still in, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Here comes Pramod Madushan replacing Asita Fernando. So that's a wide. He starts off with a wide. So just on the point of Josh Butler, I mean, he is a proven quantity. He's done this over and over again for England, and a very capable player. And I believe as long as he's there, England could live in hope, because all he needs is a bit of rhythm and one big over. Get 20 runs in 1 over, you're down to 10 runs and over.
It's about facing as many as he can from Josh Butler. I think what Sri Lanka have done well, they've starved him of strike. We talked about Rian Ahmed. Rian Ahmed faced far more balls than Josh Butler.
See, that's the problem. Now you could see that Pramod Madushan is looking to go full and on the leg stump, and he's playing right into the hands of Butler, because he's bowled 2 wides. But I also feel Overton has a massive role to play. He cannot become a hero here. He needs to know his role.
Yeah, 100% agree. He needs to get off strike and make sure Butler faces as many as he can. I'm not sure what the bowler's trying to do here. He's got short third, fine leg is on the boundary, but he's going to that leg stump, and if he goes full...
Butler, this is what I told you. That's 6. He just gave himself room and hit it straight over the bowler's head. So the first legal delivery which has been bowled, Josh Buttler has just got a 6.
A fantastic shot. I mean, he's put himself, the bowler's put himself under a huge amount of pressure by running up from around the wicket, bowling 2 wides down the leg side. And both, from a length point of view, were absolutely spot on. Onto the white line, perfect Yorker, but because they're down leg side, they're wide. And so there, what he's done is he's had to compensate for that. Because he had bowled 2 down leg side, Josh Buttler's given him some room, depth in the crease. And now the bowler's gone outside off stump. Josh can get his hands free and hits it beautifully down the ground. Really don't understand this plan. If you're going to go to this plan, you've got to either go full and wide and bring fine leg up, 3rd down, deep point down, and bowl it wide outside off stump and protect the offside boundary. Because if you slightly miss as a bowler from here, going around the wicket, I think Josh Buttler could literally hit you anywhere he wants.
See, I think I like your plan, and that is to go wide of the off stump and try and bowl that off stump line or wide with backward point and 3rd on the boundary and fine leg in the circle. Here you're going straight and mid off in the circle, and Josh Buttler is so good in that area. So Sri Lanka will have to be very, very mindful. Here comes Madhushan from round the wicket. Let's see what Buttler does. Slow ball! And he struck gold. Well, that was an option. That was definitely an option to take pace off. Buttler was going over mid-wicket, and Madhushan has struck gold.
It's the big wicket of Josh Buttler. He has struck gold, but Josh Buttler will look at this again and think, that was in the slot. That was in the perfect slot for me to hit it out of the ground. Deceived by the slower ball. It was a well-deceived slower ball. It has turned back onto off stump. And Josh Buttler trying to hit it over the leg side, has missed it. The bails light up, the stumps light up, and unfortunately for England, I'm afraid, I think it's lights out.
Well, this is the time. Now, England, we spoke about how well they bat deep. We spoke about the hundreds they have in the tail. And this is the time that the English batters batting at 9, 10 and 11 put their hands up and just make sure that they add value to this team. So you're looking at a fairly tough ask of 61 of 28. But playing modern T20 cricket, I think anything is possible.
It's 1 over. 1 over changes the course of the game, and we've seen in that first innings when bowlers aren't accustomed to bowling in passages of play because of you wanting to squeeze and keep the momentum of the innings going. There's an identification where there will be 1 or 2 bowlers out there that's going to have to bowl an over they're not accustomed to, and that changes the course of the game. Overton can bat, Dawson can bat, and we've seen in at the end of the first innings that 1 over, I think, has took a massive effect on this game. That 22 off the last over made huge ramifications for England in this contest.
Here goes Madhushan, worked away on the leg side. 2 is the call. Sprinting in from the boundary is Janitri Enage, but he cannot stop the second run. In fact, it's Pathum Nissanka. Couple of runs. Dawson is off the mark. England cannot afford to relax. No dot balls. They'll need wickets, or at least runs, I beg your pardon. Sri Lanka getting that big wicket of Josh Buttler, swinging rather widely. You could see that the bowler just watching the screen, the replay. You could see he rolling his fingers on top of the ball, bowling a quickish off break, and Josh Buttler missing it. Here comes Madhushan again. Another slower ball and slashed and caught. Oh, what a catch! What a catch at cover! Sri Lanka on fire at the moment. That's Dhananjay De Silva, and an outstanding catch if there was one.
Brilliant catch from Dhananjaya. It really was a brilliant catch. He diving full stretch towards his left-hand side. Liam Dawson just held. He picked the slower ball perfectly. Just waited for it and hit the toe end of the bat. And what a catch there from Dhananjaya. And that's it. That's all she wrote for England. Only Adil Rashid to come. England, said many times, were a little bit sloppy in the field. Sri Lanka have been absolutely brilliant in the field. 1 or 2 blemishes, but the catches they've took have been fantastic. Their ground fielding has been brilliant to keep the pressure on England when England were going nicely under Joe Root and Ben Duckett. The run rate was building and building and building, and it was always going to be break that partnership, and what have England got to come when it comes difficult situation with the turning ball, execution of Yorkers at the bottom end from the seamers. It's been a proper all-round professional performance by their home side, and England, well, I think because of that 22 off that last over, Sri Lanka come in with momentum. I think that just took the game away from England. If you hand back to England and John Norman.
Thank you very much, Harmy. Brilliant work as ever today. Harmy will be conducting some of the England player interviews. They'll be trying to keep a straight face, and you will be able to watch that on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel at some point today or tomorrow. Full delivery from Madhushan, dug out by Adil Rashid, England's number 11. You're listening to TalkSport 2, watching us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, John Norman, alongside Gareth Batty, head coach of Surrey, Jared Kimber. Goffey's around as well, and the camera's picked out a very sad-looking England fan who thinks that this game is done. But you never know. Jamie Overton and Adil Rashid still with a chance to keep England in it. It's Rashid facing up, slow delivery, and Rashid on the drive, but can't get hold of it. 59 needed from 24. Harmy was quite right in what he said. When Duckett and Root were at the crease, it looked like England were in a fantastic position to go on and seal a much needed victory. Perhaps for that wicket of Duckett, brought in Jacob Bethel, who really struggled. That put a little bit of pressure on. There was a close LBW that went the way of Sri Lanka. I'm not saying it wasn't a marginal call, but it did look like Sri Lanka went for the review more in hope than expectation. It went their way, and from that point onwards it's been all Sri Lanka.
Yeah, it looked like Sri Lanka had a really disciplined game plan. They were just sticking to their plans. They were quite prepared to do the work, to take the wickets as opposed to possibly trying to bowl the extreme ball. And like you say, it was the line call potentially with the Joe Root dismissal, and without DRS wouldn't have been out, but we have it now. They've been very disciplined.
Yeah, not out on the field, and this is hammered through, covered by Jamie Overton to absolute silence in the ground, which will tell you it's reached the boundary. Boundary 4 from Overton. You're not going to be able to hit a ball much harder than that. And Overton is up and away. 55 needed from 23, and somewhat of a surprise that Asita is actually still bowling, because Sri Lanka have a lot of spin bowling options.
Yeah, I think it's partly just down to a bit of respect for Asita, just to let him sort of finish his night's work. Had that have been maybe a metre shorter, it's a good change-up, but it's just in that full, it's in that slot that we see now put up on the TV screen, that band of area that the bowlers need to keep it out of, whether it's pace on, pace off, and because it was back of the hand, it goes up, it gives him even more time. And the one thing we know about Jamie Upton, he's got power.
Certainly has. And he's still facing 4 not out, 55 needed from 23, but just 1 wicket in hand. He goes again, does Overton, but doesn't get hold of this, so it'll just be a run to mid-wicket, and that brings Rashid back on strike, yet to get off the mark. Lasith Malinga really has clung on to that hairstyle, hasn't he? I mean, those highlights have been in place for, what, at least 10 years? 15, 20 years?
Brand Malinga, isn't it? With that naughty little eye ring as well in his eyebrow.
With the curls and the highlights, makes me think of my old nan back in the 80s. Anyway, 218 for 9 then, England. It's a little bit sorry for them now. Rashid gets another slow delivery on a length from Masita. Gets his lines wrong, goes down the leg side. It's been called a wide, which is fair enough, I suppose, but Rashid will feel he's missed out there, couldn't connect, but 1 run taken off the score, rather the target. 53 needed from 22. Big over here. Another 10 or 12 from these 3 balls. Maybe bring the target to 30, 38, 39. maybe, just maybe, but certainly the England bench is looking a little forlorn as well. Fernando again is in, and Rashid trying to seize on another length delivery, a little too late on it, can only deflect the ball back onto his pads, no run.
Yeah, showing always tricks now. At the end of the day, it's into that back of the hand again, but this time better length. It's that in-between length where you can't really step out and hit, like we saw in the first ball of the over, and you can't really get back and put any power into the shot. And both these two very accomplished batters, but on this surface, if you hit an area with your change-up, it's going to be very difficult to find the boundaries.
Average score, I think Mac will be able to shout it out. It was around 230 on this pitch, I think.
No.
This is pitched up on the pads, and it's fielded leg by, and 52 needed from 21. So decent over from Asitha.
246.
247. So that last over really did make a big difference, didn't it? Harmy called it before Jamie Overton had bowled it. Say gone for about 10, targeted 260, 255 maybe. Still would have been a fraction over par. Maybe would have felt just a little bit more in reach when England's middle order was starting to struggle. Full toss, and Overton latches onto it, clears the boundary. That'll help. 6 runs added to England's total. Overton moves to 11 from 4. England 226 for 9. They're still in it just. 46 needed from 19.
Yeah, a few more of those and it won't be just. That's just he missed by quite a way there. That's almost knee height. It's in that sort of baseball, when you watch the pitcher hitting that square, he's literally thrown it into the middle of the square, and we know that the arc of swing that Jamie Overton's looking for is get the left leg out of the way and pop it over home base, and that's exactly what happened. A decent 100 metres over straight mid-wicket.
Last ball of the over. What can Overton produce here? Fernando's in. This is cut away, again powerfully, but fielded. And on the second attempt at cover, and it's a run. I think actually that's what England need. They need Overton on strike as much as possible. Overton moves to 12. Score 227 for 9 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 45 needed from 18.
The one thing I can reassure England fans listening to this, from knowing Jamie Overton, he genuinely thinks out there now that he's going to win this game for England. He's genuinely putting it into simple terms of, I need 7 sixes and whatever else is required, the 2 or the 3 or whatever it is. And it's literally 8 balls. Give me 8 balls, I'll win this game. And he's got 18 to go with, so it will be very clear in his mind that it's still very much game on.
It'd be something exceptional to bring you if you're listening on TalkSport 2 or watching us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. If England were to even get close here, say within 5 or 6 or 1 hit from victory, that would be something else. Rashida's going to have to play his part. You imagine Overton, the man you're just talking about, will need to get the bulk of those runs. 227 for 9 then. There's Lasith Malinga just strolls round the ground, looking on, arms crossed. And it's Madushan continuing. 2 wickets so far, full delivery. Overton reaching for this and kind of scuffs it into the turf where it bounces up, and it's taken by the man who may well end up being the man of the match, Kusal Mendis, whose score of 93 not out earlier today was really the main reason Sri Lanka got to that 271 for 6. He was helped along the way. There was little cameos from Wellalage, hit 25 from 12 balls, and Leonage as well hit 46. Wide again, Overton throws his hands to it, and he will pick up a 1 bounce 4, backward a point. England are still alive in this match. Overton moves to 16. The score now at the Premadasa Stadium in Colombo England 231 for 9.
Yep, I mean, he's telegraphing what he's wanting to achieve here. The Sri Lankan death bowler, Jamie Overton, up to the challenge. Generally, he likes to stay within the stumps, so going wide Yorker is a good option. But on this occasion, he just gave himself that inch further across, so he's got an easier reach to Pramod, and he's got a decent amount of bat on it. The boundaries are not big here. He's got it up and over. Deep square leg.
Yeah, long off has gone back, and this is very, very wide. Overton moved towards the offside, but not enough for that not to be called. So, just a little bit of pressure. Going back on the bowler, Pramod Madhushan, who's picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 32, but he's going at an economy of 7.5. England need 15 and over, but they've only got 16 balls remaining, and they've got Overton at the crease. Back of the hand, delivery from Pramod Madhushan. Draws the scorn of Darren Gough at the back of the comms box.
Only just pitched on the wicket, didn't it? Doesn't matter how much the batter moves. I think if you're not hitting the cut strip, there is a significant consequence when you're bowling in my nets, and you're not wearing a garment for your next ball.
40 from 16. Overton goes again, and he lofts this up and over cover point and away to the boundary for another 4. 36 needed from 15. Overton moves to 20. England 236 for 9.
Yeah, Pramod again, he's gone slower ball, he's stuck with the previous, he's got it out on the wide line, but if you hit that slot, that's got to be either Yorker or it's got to come back another 1.5 meters. It's just too easy for these modern day players, and in this instance Jamie Overton, he's got too much power, he's got too much skill to hold his position. The slow ball gives him time to get it up and over. Those 2 fielded straight extra cover. Execution very good from Jamie Overton.
Just the first couple of signs. There's a little bit of nerves from Sri Lanka. They've got to win it from here, surely. 36 England needs. They have just 1 wicket remaining and only 15 balls to get those runs in. But Overton is already 20 not out from just 8 deliveries, and we saw what he could do in New Zealand. Again, it's a slower delivery. Overton waits deep in his crease, and he hits this straight, and will only take a single. Fielded pretty well, actually, down at long on. Overton set off like he wanted to, but it wasn't there. 2 balls left of the over. 35 needed for England. 1 wicket needed for Sri Lanka, or they defend these last 14 deliveries.
It's an interesting one. Up until this over, it's literally saying it's 90% chance this is in the bag for Sri Lanka. This over, something has changed.
What's Rashid do here? Does he just sit on this and make sure Overton's there at the start of the next over? Another slower delivery, another back of the handball from Pramod Madhushan, and again it's signalled wide. And Lasith Malinga doesn't have his arms crossed, and he's not strolling around, and now he's looking a little bit more purposeful out there, the bowling coach.
Yeah, I think to Rashid, pace off, yes, but you just keep it within the stumps. You're asking him to play a big shot. The guy that's going to consistently hit it out the ground is at the other end. Rashid's a very good player, but you're not consistently expecting him to be a 6-hitter.
Here we go again. Playing a miss from Adil Rashid. He's yet to get off the mark. 0 from 4 deliveries. 34 needed from 13. Does he just try and block this one out and make sure Overton's facing, or does he? What does he do here?
That would be my call, because you're 3 balls away from it being very, very tight going into that last over. I think if England need 18 off that last over, Jamie Overton's facing. It's a 50-50 game at that.
Last ball of the over, and Adil Rashid does block it out. I think that's sensible batting from England. 34 needed then from 12 deliveries. 2 overs remaining in this match if it goes the distance. Jamie Overton to face, and Asalanka's just coming in from the boundary. He says thanks to the 2 wickets, Pramod but I think that might be you done. And now he's having a chat with Kusal Mendes, the wicket-keeper. And is he going to go the way of spin?
I think you have to do after the last 2 overs. And you also have to look at what happened in the first innings. Sri Lanka's last over against the man that's in doing the damage. Back to them in Jamie Overton. Pace on the ball with the seamers. It just seems easier to hit than the spin.
Goffey's back with us, so there's 3 of us in the comms box for the final stages. You're getting a little bit stressed at the back of the comms box there, Goffey.
I do. Every time I watch teams and death bowling, they have this obsession by slower balls. He bowled 7 slower balls that last over. Yes, he bowled a couple of wides in there. 7! And he wonders why he's getting pongoed into the boundary, into the stands. All you have to do is bowl the channel, Yorker. It make him hit on the offside where he doesn't want to hit.
More pace for the penultimate over. Oh, there's nearly an inside edge back onto leg stump from Jamie Overton. Tried to heave this first ball from Asita. Manages, when he gets away with that, that's for sure. But dot ball for Sri Lanka.
What was it? Full ball, outside off stump, perfect. Guess what? Dot ball.
Unfortunately, it was a slower ball, though. Back of the hand. Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, we're a good Yorker. If you're going to bowl a slower ball, you can't bowl it in a slot.
I think the simple thing is don't bowl any ball in the slot, isn't it? If you're not slot, you're a chance on this surface.
Asita Fernando picked up the wicket of Zach Crawley. Opening for England today. Well, he's gone the way of the wide delivery again. It's another slower delivery, and it's been called wide.
The frustrating thing about this, their bowling coach is one of the best death bowlers the game's ever seen, Malinga. Yes, he's got strange action compared to anybody else. But his slower ball was so hard to pick purely from where it came from, the angle it came from. These guys got upright actions, and he was on the boundary telling him that last over, before the last over. So it's obviously a plan to bowl slow ball after slow ball after slow ball.
33 needed here on TalkSport 2 for England to win the first ODI. This is short, and Overton has attempted the pull, and it's gone miles in the air. There's a shot at the stumps at the striker's end. The ball has essentially plugged into the outfield.
They got 1 run.
Somehow they've got a single. Or maybe they've got 2, because they've come back. It looked like it was going to be taken, but everybody's on the boundary when Overton's at the crease, and this has gone miles in the air, but essentially just would have gone straight down mid-on's throat. But mid-on's at long-on, and Overton survives. Rashid falls over, and England live to fight another day. 31 needed from 10. Overton is 23 not out. Asita Fernando about to bowl, but there's movement behind the bowler's arm, and Overton just steps away from the wicket and tells him to stop moving.
Tell you what, Bats, you've been a coach, I've been a coach. It's the worst place to be, isn't it, in a close game? You're trying to stay calm and not show your emotions, because you're trying to project this calmness. It's difficult, isn't it? You have to really hold it in.
It is tough, but I've got to be honest, I'm pretty cool with it. It don't bother me as much as others. We have certain, and I'm not going to name who they are, we basically say get out of the way of the players, because you're making everybody in here nervous, even the ones that aren't nervous.
Oh no, we had it as well. I'm pretty calm, but inside I'm absolutely swirling.
There's a bit of it.
The little girl who's moving behind the sight screen has sat down, and Overton clubs this towards the fielder at long on, and he's probably got away with the fact that he didn't connect that sweetly. It's bounced just before, and he turns down the chance of a single. Now it's getting tough now. I mean, it's been tough from the point that Rashid's walked to the crease. 31 needed from 9. England and Overton need some big boundaries here just to take us to that last over, thinking there's still a chance.
I'm not sure we're in a position to turn down runs. I think to keep the scoreboard going down, Rashid can hit the ball, by the way. He's a good player.
Overton down the track, And he has pulled this high and handsome. And that sails into the stands for a 6. That's what England needed. They're still in the game. 25 needed from 8. And Overton moves to 29.
Well, what do I know? There you go, Batsy. Just hit the biggest 6 probably of the game. Huge 6. Was it another slow ball, by the way, into the pitch?
I've got a feeling it might have been. But I tell you now, if this ball goes out of the ground and he gets a single off the next ball, England win this, 18 off last over. Said it an over before. Exactly what Overton's thinking. Unless they bowl a spinner, in which case then it goes back in the balance. If they go seamer again, I reckon he'll do it.
247 for 9. You're listening to TalkSport 2. Gareth Batty and Darren Goff alongside myself. And Overton is keeping England in this game. 29 from 13. We saw some late order quick fire runs when Sri Lanka were batting. Now we're seeing the same again for England, but is it going to be in a losing cause again for Overton, who was played a lone hand against New Zealand just before Christmas? This is pitched up on the pads, but Overton has taken 4 to square leg. Well, he went for the surprise Fuller delivery on the pads, and Overton was up to the challenge. 10 runs from 2 balls. England need 21 from 7.
20 off the last over.
Well,
this has to be a single, sure.
Well, it's either that or he hits a 6. So 6 or a single, isn't it? What would you go for? What would you prefer?
Single.
Wouldn't you prefer 3?
He's on strike. He's got 6 balls to hit 3 out of the ground.
Can I just say though, we've still not seen a Yorker, right, on the tram line on the off stump, outside off stump.
Exactly why I say it. If he's on strike for the last over, England win this game.
Final ball of over 49. 21 needed from 7. You're listening to TalkSport 2. And it's a knee-high full toss, which Jamie Overton just gently steers towards mid-wicket to take the single, to move him to 34. Meaning England need 20 runs from the final 6 deliveries. They're 252 for 9. And Jamie Overton is going to be facing first up, and I don't think he's going to be running many singles.
$1 million question: who's going to bowl this over? I'm not even sure who's got overs left, if I'm brutally honest.
Who wants to bowl it? I think that's the question. You look around when you're a skipper, and normally you have a banker, don't you? You look to him and say, right, in every team, when you're building a team, you've got to have a death bowler, you've got to have a gun spinner, you've got to have a good finisher with a bat who's going to be batting at 6, 5 or 6. You've got to have somebody at the top who can smash it. But he's going to look around here and think, right, where do I go? Where am I going to go?
I think there's almost a simplicity to it. The guys that are looking at the shoelaces are not going to bowl it. The guy that's walking towards you, chuck him the ball. He wants it. Which is what you talk about, Goffey, when you used to do it. It was kind of like, there is no doubt in anybody's mind, Goffey's got that ball and he's going to win it for us. There'll be days when you don't, but more often than not you're going to do, because you want the responsibility.
3 ODIs before Christmas in New Zealand, and Jamie Overton hit 46, top scored in the first of those 3. England lost by 4 wickets. Second one at 42 in the losing cause, New Zealand won by 5 wickets. Third one, top score in ODI, 68. New Zealand won by 2 wickets. There's 34 not out here.
Well, do you know for me,
England home?
Do you know, for me, with Jamie Overton, I don't think he should be playing for England as an opening bowler. I think his bowling is a bonus. That this is where he's so dangerous, when he comes in at this stage and he can turn a game just like that. And he should be bowling probably 4, 5, 6 overs in the game max.
Pramod Madhushan is going to get the final over. It's full, it's driven by Overton, and he's hit it too sweetly straight to the fielder at long off, and he turns down the chance of a single. 20 runs needed, 5 balls to get them in.
I'm in agreement with you, Goffey. Goffey's nearly broken my arm, punched me and he's gone wide and full, sort of trying to get a Yorker. If you miss with pace on and it's a real low full toss, almost impossible to get it out the park for a 6. You might get lucky and nick or fat edge one for 4, but you ain't going to do that for 6 balls. First one he's got somewhere near, isn't it?
Yeah, needs to bowl 3 decent deliveries and it's their game.
Here's Madushan. Little step forward from Overton. He's gone for the big shot. He's been caught. That's the end of the game. It actually ended up being a full toss. He's tried to slog this over mid-wicket. He's got a little bit of a top edge, and it's been caught on the edge of the circle. And Overton's innings comes to an end, and with it goes England's chances of winning this first match. But how high was it? How high was that ball? Was it over waist high? No, it wasn't. There's a little look up to the screen, but the TV umpire's already made his decision. Overton's got to go, and England have fallen not quite at the final hurdle, maybe with 2 to go. But the late order runs from Overton weren't enough, just like they weren't on 3 occasions in New Zealand. Pramod Madushan picks up his 3rd wicket. He was expensive, but it was the right decision in the end to bowl him. And Sri Lanka have sealed victory at the Premadasa by 19 runs. And that brings to an end, Gareth Batty, an entertaining encounter, but one which unfortunately has seen England lose again.
Yeah, it's just that bit in the middle of the game, both with ball in hand, where they couldn't quite strangle Sri Lanka enough to stop them posting the 271, and then just with bat in hand, it was just that period. It's always in around that sort of 30 to 35, 36, 37 in these periods where the surface is a bit more turgid. You've got to work in different ways for your runs. It's not just a good surface and I can hit through the line and pop a couple out the ground to relieve the pressure. It requires to be done in a slightly different way on these surfaces. Work in progress, but in the end, it could have been far worse. It could have been far heavier, and there's a lot of credit that goes to Jamie Overton there for the striking at the end and the pressure he put Sri Lanka under.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka win by 90 runs. They deserve to win the game. I think Jamie Overton's last over going for 23 probably got him up to that total of 271. It was always going to be a battle from there, but with England's depth in the batting, they had a chance. But I think it went wrong for England is that Duckett and Root played they were too similar in the way they played. Duckett took too long to get going. He was trying to find form. Joe Root were busy when he came in, but he does what Joe Root does. And I think with those playing and the way they were just knocking it around for singles and then both getting out, it put the pressure on the rest. And I think if Joe Root would have just been allowed to play his normal game and Duckett would have put his foot on the pedal a little bit earlier, I don't think we'd have got into the position where we were trying to play catch-up. And then if it wasn't for a brilliant 34 from 17 from Overton, we'd have lost by probably 50, right? We've ended up making it look respectable, but we got beaten.